Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 32 points, the Nasdaq down 437, the S&P 500 down 54 points. KDK Radio News Time, 1:32. Our next update is 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
My man JK's done it again in Oakmont. I heard the buzz a while back, and it's real now. A Bodie Kitchen and Bar. Wow. This place is gorgeous. Open for dinner Tuesday through Saturday, 4 to 10. Insane brunch Saturday and Sunday, 10 to 3. In the former Chelsea Grill space. Beautiful, cool space. Fantastic food, comfort food with a twist. Check out JK's new joint. It's amazing. A Bodie Kitchen. Check it out.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
At Perry Calder, my boy JP, one of my close friends, at his law firm, AI is for attorney intelligence, not artificial intelligence. I have sent family members and friends to his firm. Medical malpractice, the best in the country. Product liability, the same. They have won massive verdicts. Perry Calder, attorney intelligence, 412-281-4200, 412-281-4200. Perry Calder.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
Man, I'll tell you what, this is why I love NASCO Roofing. Not only are they the best I've ever seen with a lifetime warranty on the roof and labor. Folks, the greatness of NASCO. Pastor in the Rocks needed a roof. NASCO put it on at cost. Actually lost money. NASCO Roofing. My roof, my brother's roof, my sister's roof, NASCO. They get it. 412-373-2000, NASCO. 412-373-2000.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For the rest of today, sunshine will give way to increasing clouds, high 68. Tonight, mostly cloudy. A couple of showers after midnight, though 55. Tomorrow, cloudy and breezy with a couple of showers. There can also be a heavy, gusty thunderstorm in the afternoon and evening, the high 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is Lisa with Nest Expressions Window Fashions. My South Hills Hunter Douglas Gallery in McMurray will be opening soon, so book your free shop-at-home consultation at nestexpressions.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10 in our 7 o'clock hour. Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, Rich Fitzgerald, with news around the 10-county area and the city of Pittsburgh.
Before we get to my next guest, I want you to hear this piece we produced, 12 years ago. Listen to this. Listen.
Famous chocolate milkshake, along with great health care, one of the things that brings folks back to Jamison Hospital in Newcastle. if you're Steve Warner, it's also because you're Jameson Hospital's board chair, and today you're doing a little celebrating.
Obviously, we're thrilled about that.
Here's what he's thrilled about. An arbitration ruling that just went down, a judge deciding the best officer to preserve and enhance Jameson Hospital, allowing UPMC to acquire Jameson and its 1,300 employees.
We are very cautious in how we move forward until we complete this process.
Jameson folks are wary about the details until the final deal is done and signed off on by the Attorney General's office and UPMC, called a consent decree, a binding agreement UPMC must live by. However, here's what the deal will do. No less than 10 years of planned service improvements. UPMC will pay off Jameson debt and pension obligations. UPMC will spend $70 million for the development of facilities. It means a lot.
How important is this to the community?
Oh, extremely important.
Just ask Luann Goodrich about the value of Jameson here.
Oh, my goodness, so important. So important.
It's folks like her who started sending Get Marty emails last August asking us to intervene to pressure the governor's office, reach out to the Attorney General.
We have to have it. You know, we need a hospital in this area so desperately. I've signed the petitions on Facebook and everything, and to try to keep it. So it's good news. If it's going to stay, it's wonderful. It's great for the community.
The governor agrees. His folks sending us this statement. Governor Wolf is pleased Jameson Hospital will continue to serve seniors, children, and families in Western Pennsylvania, which is why he voiced his support for a resolution at this time. You helped amplify the importance. The Attorney General's office is also pleased, saying our staff has worked throughout the process as a watchdog for consumers. Our primary goal all along was to ensure that consumers in this market continue to have access to affordable health care. We intend to work with the parties to provide closure to the situation in the near future. Folks who work here tell us employees were hugging and crying in the hallways when they got the news Jameson is here to stay.
How about that? It's all come to fruition. I'm sitting here with Stanley. Hi, Stanley.
Hi, how are you?
Were you here for that?
Yes.
Crazy.
It was different.
Right?
Yes. We were all concerned.
Hell yeah, man. Incredibly stressful.
Extremely.
Yeah. And I'm listening to the numbers in that 10-year-old piece. UPMC has held up its end, hasn't it?
Yes, very much so.
Right?
Yes. They made quite a few improvements since
then some.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, man. Introduce yourself.
My name's Stanley Janis. I work in the engineering department here at UPMC Jameson.
How long have you been here?
45 years.
Oh, wow. So, my man, you've seen it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Right.
You were here during the dark times.
Where we're sitting used to be a parking lot.
No.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. And at the time, you must have been thinking, I ain't going to have a job.
I was.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And now here we are.
Yeah.
What makes it work?
I think a lot of the people. I mean, we do have an overturn our people, but our staff and our managers and, the different people to come in really work together to keep it all turning. And, everybody's good to the patients. Our patients keep, I don't want to make this sound wrong, but keep coming back instead of going to other hospitals.
Well, Stanley, that means a lot, though. Going here versus having to drive into Pittsburgh.
Exactly.
Doesn't it?
Yes.
Is this where you get care?
Yes.
Yeah. And your friends and family?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
What differences? So you were here prior. What changes has UPMC made to make this a better place?
There's definitely been mechanical upgrades. Our air systems have been completely redone.
Oh, wow.
They were, ancient. Some of them were as old as the building.
Oh.
As far as building upgrades, there's, my understanding, a lot more upgrades planned in the future. Right now, they just finished a new MRI suite.
Wow.
And so there's, I'm not privy to a whole lot.
Yeah.
But, I'm understanding there's a lot more to come thanks to UPMC.
What happens to this town if those jobs go away?
There is no hospital jobs I'm not sure how many employees we do have now, but I know it's over 1,000. There'd be 1,000 empty jobs.
Yeah.
And those people would have to drive to Pittsburgh, or if Newcastle went under, how long would it be before Farrell and Greenville went?
Exactly. And that's what's happening in rural America, right?
Right.
Hey, are you local?
Yes.
Where do you live?
Laurel.
Oh, wow. So that means a lot to you.
No, absolutely. I've worked here this long. I mean, this is the only place I've ever called home for a job. I mean, prior to working here, I was working on a dairy farm out of high school.
That's fantastic. So this made an impact on your life.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Wow.
Because I went from making $2 an hour, getting paid once a summer, to at least getting paid every 2 weeks.
That's amazing. And I'm guessing at some point you'll retire here.
I hope to retire next year. I'll be 66.
Oh, nice.
If I'm allowed to.
Huh. Look at the other fellas staring at you, right?
I know.
Huh? But that's part of it, though. All of you you bought in, did you not?
Yes.
And that makes a difference, too, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
The fact that you care so much means that you work harder doing the things you do, doesn't it?
I do enjoy working here. I mean, I've been here this long.
Wow.
I have hobbies, and this place keeps me in my hobbies, and also, gives me a good living. I really have no complaints about this place.
And they save lives.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Stan the man. Thanks, brother.
My pleasure.
Appreciate you. Right back, folks.
Very good meeting you.
Man.
KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Medicare's great, but it's not simple. Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits are licensed Medicare specialists who sort through Medicare confusion at no cost to you. New legislation, plan changes, and rules all directly impact your coverage and wallet. Let One Health Benefits have your Medicare plan fit you and not the other way around. Wrong choices cost thousands. A single right conversation with One Health Benefits saves you money and stress. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, folks, it's Marty Griffin. You're going to get help here. What's stopping people from filing bankruptcy? My friend Harold Shepley has the answer.
So many times people, they want to pick up the phone. They know they need help, but they're afraid of losing their car, afraid of losing their house. They're worried about their credit, or they're just simply embarrassed. And bankruptcy helps you keep those things. We can get your credit back in just a few short months. And believe it or not, about half of your friends have already filed bankruptcy.
Check them out at ShepleyLaw.com.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Did you know that Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory has their own factory, fabric warehouse, and showroom right here in Pittsburgh? Lachina doesn't just sell their beautiful custom products, they make them. From exquisite fabrics to custom draperies to blinds, shades, shutters, and upholstery, you get Lachina's expertise from start to finish. Visit Lachina's showrooms in Dormont and Wexford. Call 412-665-4900 to book a free Lachina shop-at-home visit or book online at lachinadrapery.com.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
And now for a business news update from the Pittsburgh Business Times. I'm Managing Editor Mike Larson. The University of Pittsburgh is ready to take on its first design build project as it strives to build a new residence hall tucked behind the music building on a site that straddles between Belfield and Ruskin Avenues, as well as nearby Fifth Avenue in the heart of the university's Oakland campus. The development and design team for the university presented the project at 4337 Fifth Ave to a development activities meeting hosted by the city and Oakland Planning and Development Corporation yesterday evening, detailing a proposal to build a 9-story building expected to total 420 beds in what will be Pitt's first ground-up residence hall in more than 10 years. Also, after raising millions and 2 years of construction, Jubilee Kitchen has completed its renovation. The uptown-based soup kitchen raised approximately $5.5 million capital campaign raised to support the expansion and ongoing services. Approximately $500,000 was secured through federal funding by Congresswoman Summer Lee. For more on these stories and other local business news, log on to PittsburghBusinessTimes.com.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
So, I'm a lot about the why. My whole career ends up being about the why. Here's how I break it down. Why are we here? Why? To make a difference. Grand picture, grand scale, why are we here today? Because we made a difference. When I sit there and talk to the boss, whether it's PJ Comanchik or SPAC, and SPAC, quite frankly, is the guy that made this happen today. Without him, we're not sitting here. And Paul Wood, the UPMC, they wanted this to happen. And the reason why they wanted us here is because of the why. Why do we have this platform? Why do we have this voice? To make a damn difference. So if you're blessed enough to have a platform like KDKA, in a voice like KDKA, it's very tenuous position because you have to oftentimes think, why am I here? Why are we doing this? In this case, we're here 10 years ago to preserve a hospital. And is there anything more magnificent on earth than to have a platform like KDKA and to be able to use it to help so many folks save a hospital? Right?
Correct.
And introduce yourself and tell us your name.
I'm Diana Caffro. I'm a registered nurse, and I've been at UPMC Jameson for 24 years.
So you know.
Yes.
You know the why. You know why you're here. Because nurses are integral to the lives that are saved here every single day. It's a magnificent avocation, isn't it?
Correct.
It's not easy either.
No, there's many hard days that you go home and it's hard to leave it at work. There are many days that you cry with patients or cry with families, or you don't always get to give good news at the hospital.
Well, selfishly, I use these stories a lot because my sis has been a nurse for more than 40 years. And so she's in a transplant unit, and so they meet the family. And then either the kid doesn't get the transplant or the kid dies. Well, you die with them, right?
Correct.
And then conversely, they get the transplant. You experience that joy, the reward of it, right?
Yes, you celebrate right along with them.
For you, how significant was it that UPMC came in here and saved this wonderful entity?
Well, I'm local to the area.
Yeah.
I went to nursing school here at Jameson.
Oh, nice.
So I wanted to stay here in the community. I did not want to have to drive down to Pittsburgh or to Erie or somewhere else for hours. So I worked at Jameson prior, and you could see things were not going the way they should have been going or that we wanted them to go. So it was kind of like a savior in a way that we could keep local care here and not have to ship everybody. And then with all the stories of what UPMC could bring to us to have locally, we were all very, very excited. It was a long process.
Yeah.
We were all very excited.
Man, this nursing school has blown up here.
Yes.
Wow. 4 years ago, 17 graduates. This year, 100?
Yes.
How's that happened?
Well, they partner with a local university, our Westminster.
Sure, yeah.
So they partnered with them, and a lot of people want to go for their bachelor's right away. I chose not to go till later in my career, and that really increases the nursing school. And nursing is such a valued profession.
Huh.
A lot of people really want to join that. They enjoy taking care of people.
So how did you do it?
I went fresh out of high school to the diploma program.
Good for you.
I worked here for probably about 18 years before I went back for my degree.
You're killing me. Seriously?
Yeah, I worked here. I was just an RN. I'd done many different roles.
That is so cool.
Then I went back for my bachelor's degree online while I worked full-time still here.
Wow. That's a hell of a story. Right?
Yeah.
And also accentuates the number of ways you can approach this, right?
Correct. You don't have to be a typical, there's diploma program, there's associate programs that you get at your local community colleges. You can be BSNs, MSNs, you can go for a doctorate, whatever you want to do. There's so much variety.
The truth is, though, right now, critical demand for nurses.
Correct.
For 100 reasons. Pay, stress, because it is not that easy.
Correct. And the pandemic wore us.
23% quit or retired.
Correct. The pandemic was very hard on the nursing career.
Saw a lot of death. Worked a lot of hours.
Yes.
But the way this has thrived must feel so good for you.
It is. I personally had breast cancer in 2021. I was diagnosed. So it was very nice to be able to stay local.
Oh, my gosh.
And get most of my testing, most of everything done at my local facility versus having to travel down to Pittsburgh or anywhere else. I was able to go to Hillman right up the street in Newcastle.
Nice.
I was able to get my radiation treatments up the road at UPMC Horizon. It was just very nice that I was able to stay. And they had all the specialists here. I didn't have to go elsewhere.
And there are folks that'll blow off treatment if they have to drive to Pittsburgh.
Correct. And and I was still trying to work while going to treatment, and I didn't have an hour to drive down there just to come, to sit in my treatment, to drive back. So it was nice that I could do everything locally.
I've seen it. It's magnificent. You must be proud watching how this has grown.
Yes, and all the resources that we have been able to bring in, all the opportunities for nursing and the growth potential that we've had with UPMC, it's really amazing.
Well, you've been a pleasure.
Thank you.
I love your attitude. I love the fact that you have joy in your face. It means a lot, especially for nurses, because you guys see a lot.
We do.
A lot. I could tell you stories, but you have your own. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This has been a joy for us, and kind of the end of a journey of working so hard to maintain this facility, and the magnificence of it, and the fact that they have so many employees that are still here and love what they're doing. Someone wrote a piece about me in a local magazine recently about Marty Griffin's arrogant and loud and doesn't mind if you don't like him. And all that's true. But what they missed was, and I sent the reporter a note, I'm not being dismissive of the reporter. I completely respect her. She does a hell of a job. But what I did tell her was, you missed the why. The why. Why we do this. Because of this. When someone says to you, you have this platform, and it's KDKA, and people listen to it and respect it and admire it. And when you take a stand, they'll fight with you. That's why we're here. That's why we do it. I'm so grateful for all of that and for UPMC allowing us to come up here today. Folks, enjoy. Colin's next.
Listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Life is all about attitude and perspective. The old saying is the glass half full or half empty. Life will always throw curveballs, so how do we survive and actually thrive? This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Yes, I will get the weight off of you. That's a given. But I also find the root of the eating, and that's always emotional. It's actually weight loss therapy. And I know it works. People lose weight, feel better, and have lifelong tools. I want to help you. I really do. Call me 1-800-900-THIN.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 69 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. Man dies following a late-night shooting in downtown Pittsburgh's Market Square. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Public Safety confirms to KDKA Radio the 19-year-old victim who was shot twice in the chest died early this morning at the hospital. Police say the shooting followed an altercation between the victim and a known individual who then opened fire around 11 p.m. Investigators say there are no new updates at this time, but the case remains very active and ongoing. Detectives are continuing to review surveillance video and follow up on leads to determine what led up to the shooting. The victim's identity has not yet been released. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
A Connellsville man is facing attempted homicide charges. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has details.
A criminal complaint details that in the early morning hours of May 9th, 23-year-old Sebastian Kozakowski went to his ex-girlfriend's home on Lowry Drive in Dunbar Borough, Fayette County, allegedly became irate and fired a gunshot into the air outside the home. Then Kozakowski allegedly fired a shot towards his brother. it did not strike him. Kozakowski's brother eventually wrestled the gun away from him. In addition to the attempted homicide charges, Sebastian Kozakowski is charged with aggravated assault, making terroristic threats, simple assault, and disorderly conduct. His preliminary hearing is scheduled for May 20th. Rob Taylor, News Radio, KDKA.
An unnamed airline has submitted interest to serve Arnold Palmer Regional Airport after Spirit Airlines shut down May 2nd. That's according to a report in today's Pittsburgh Business Times. Spirit's closer left the airport without scheduled service for the first time since 2011 and eliminated 25 jobs. The airport is pursuing other airlines to take over. Tiger Woods' attorney was in court in Martin County, Florida on Tuesday. Today's court session was a hearing on whether or not prosecutors can access Tiger Woods' prescription records. Both sides agreed on a protective order governing the use and release of the records to shield them from the public view. Martin County Court Judge Darren Steele ruled that prosecutors will be able to request Woods' prescription drug records.
The defense agrees there's a compelling interest to turn over the prescription records.
Judge, we have filed a response objecting, noting that Mr. Woods has a constitutional right to privacy in the records. In the response, we acknowledge that privacy right is not absolute.
Tiger Woods was accused of driving under the influence after a rollover car accident back in March near his home in Jupiter, Florida. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 3 points. The Nasdaq is down 390. The S&P 500 down 45 points. KDK Sports, Pirates open a 3-game series against the Colorado Rockies tonight at PNC Park. First pitch that will be thrown by Paul Skeens is set for 6:40. Penguins general manager Kyle Dubas met with the media today and says he would love to have Evgeny Malkin back. Gino's coming off a 61-point season in 56 games, and he actually moved from center to the wing. If he does come back, it'll be his 21st season. KDK Radio News Time 2:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. Right now, sunny and 69 degrees in Pittsburgh. Your AccuWeather forecast is next.
Spring is calling, and the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback is ready to answer at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're headed to the mountains, the ball field, or just enjoying the sunshine on your commute, the Outback helps you make the most of every mile. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Outback Premium, VIN number TY518040, MSRP $37,437, and get 2.9% APR for 60 months, or lease for only $269 a month for 36 months with $2,999 due at signing. Visit BowserSubaru.com or in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning out rather cloudy through the rest of this afternoon. A high of 68. Will be mainly cloudy tonight. A little bit of rain toward dawn. A low 56. And mostly cloudy and breezy tomorrow with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. High 65. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we go. Tuesday. I'm in a good mood. 866-391-1020. That's the number. That's 866-391-1020. NASCO Roofing, instant access to all our shows. Just a click away. Email us. Instant access, KDKARadio.com. Got a big show. Check us out on video. That's going to be just fantastic today. 1 hour from now. You know Frank, who works at Bowser's in Monaca, the barbecue place? He's all the rage on Instagram. He commented on the NFL draft, how it was going to be a mess with traffic and everything. Now he's commenting on Aaron Rodgers. Everything he says goes viral. Check him out. I'll play a little bit of his stuff, but if you're in the Instagram world, you know Big Frank, and I'm going to have him on as a guest because he's absolutely hilarious. This microphone is moving around a lot if you're watching on the video stream, and that's fantastic. By the way, listen for The Drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. I'd much rather be outside because just before I went on the air, Margot and I were talking about just how nice it is out there. So it's a race to get outside today because we got to get out there. Anyway, how do you take this? So this apparently floats around the county between a couple different places. And it's pretty much an annual event, and they mix it up. Sometimes they're in the South Hills, sometimes they're in the East Hills, and it sometimes is for a week, sometimes it's for a month, but it's generally right about the springtime. They're making their way through the North Hills. The dog wardens, the Pennsylvania dog wardens. Follow me on this. This is 100% real. It's not made up at all. And it has been disseminated by a couple police departments out kind of by where I live. Are you ready for this? This is a real honest-to-goodness note. And I wonder how you feel about this. Attention pet owners. And this is on a lot of their Facebook pages and social media pages. Attention pet owners. Pennsylvania dog wardens will soon be conducting a door-to-door canvass in our area to check for current Allegheny County dog licenses and up-to-date rabies vaccinations. Please remember these local requirements. All dogs 3 months of age and older must be licensed in Allegheny County by January 1st of each year. All dogs and cats 3 months of age and older must be vaccinated against rabies. Why does this matter? Licensing your dog isn't just the law, it's the best way to ensure lost pets can be safely reunited with their families, and it serves as a proof of ownership. Additionally, your licensing fees directly support this essential service our dog wardens perform, such as inspecting the 133 licensed boarding kennels, doggy daycares, shelters, and rescues in our county to ensure they are safe and up to code. Furthermore, keeping our pets vaccinated against rabies protects not only them, but our entire community from a deadly yet highly preventable disease. Let's work together to keep our furry friends and our neighbors safe. That's a note that's been going around many of the northern suburb communities. And the question is simple. Is going door to door the right way to do this? Some people are A-OK. But do you know what a lot of other people are saying? Stop hassling me. I paid my money. I paid my stuff. I did what I needed to do. I'm getting my license. I got my license. Figure out a better way to spend my tax money than knocking on my door. Because I'm not answering it. I don't need to tell you anything. I've already done what I've needed to do. And here's the part that's kind of ironic. The person knocking on the door is checking that my dog has a license. But the person doing the knocking, if we voted for them, the human who voted for them didn't need to have ID to put you in office. What are we doing here? Plus, my dog goes nuts, if I have one, in the middle of the day when you knock on the door. This is a little bit much, a lot of people tell me. I paid you. You have record of it. You have a computer database. Leave me and Fido the hell alone. I don't have any more business with you until next year. It also feels like a lot of people are saying a quick, a cheap, an easy way to catch people and entangle them and then, well, fine them. People think this is a money grab. People don't like it. And people don't want unnecessary government in their hair. And this is it. Now, I'm told, again, it's random. They pick different places. And it goes on just about every year. But in all of this, I want to talk to you. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I don't own a dog. I don't. You know my affinity for next-door neighbor Rocco. And I'm quite sure that Rocco's all up to speed. But I'm also sure of this. There's no real need to bother Rocco's people, the humans who own them next door, because they're people on the up and up. Whatever the date was that they were supposed to get Rocco's shots, he got them. Whatever licensing, he needs to have, he has it. So why is there this double and triple and whatever checking that has to happen here? It just seems like one time's enough. Pardon me. There's a lot of government bloat. There's a lot of things where we go ahead and it's redundant. But in this time where gas prices are almost $5 a gallon, you have these dog wardens driving around willy-nilly, driving every house, going all over the place, all over God's creation, spending whatever money they want to, well, make sure your dog has a license. Can't they do that through some database in some nice office in Harrisburg or on Grant Street or somewhere else and then go catch some real crooks? I don't get this. I'm out of touch with it, I guess. I'm sure it has great intentions. And on the surface, it does. I don't want there to be a rabies outbreak. Nobody does. Well, especially Rocco next door. But in doing this, it just feels like a shakedown. And there's a lot of people, and I'm not in this boat generally, that really distrust the government, that don't want them in their hair any more than they need to. This is one of those ones where people already acted, and then someone's going to come and knock on your door and say, are you sure you've already acted? That just seems askew in my world. It does. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I'd particularly like to talk to some people in the North Hills who have been visited by the big, bad dog warden, who I'm sure is a great person, and find out what they had to say and how this all went down. Or people who have been visited by the dog warden and looked out the door and said, yeah, I'm not answering. Kick rocks. Let's talk next. 866-391-1020. Do you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them right now. KDKARadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code COVER to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code COVER to borrow up to $10,000. Use code COVER to borrow up to $10,000.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger, to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Spring is showing up and showing out. Give your yard its own moment with limited time deals from Lowe's. Grab select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for only $15. Plus, we've got Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for just $10. A little dirt, a little color, and we are so back. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid 5/7 through 5/13. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Bring your home back to life with Zero Res, a fresher clean that you can actually feel. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $139 and whole home air duct cleaning starting at just $5.99. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Got a little hair in my throat here. Doing all right now. So, somebody texted in and they said, it's the exact same thing as standing in line at Costco, and you pay the cashier, then you get stopped on your way out, and you have to show them your receipt. And you're embarrassed because you're like, I have the bags. Actually, it's not the exact same thing. This would be like going to Costco, going home, and 5 months later, someone from Costco knocking on your front door and saying, do you have that receipt and all your paper from 5 months ago when you made this purchase? Remember, this all had to be done first of the year. What I'm getting at is here, if you didn't hear the first segment, 866-391-1020, Pennsylvania dog wardens, and this is a note that has been sent out by a few police departments in the North Hills in particular. The Pennsylvania dog wardens have told them that they will soon be conducting door-to-door canvass in the area to check for current Allegheny County dog licenses and up-to-date rabies vaccinations. And I got this from some people, and people are saying, hey, look, we did what we needed to do. We paid our stuff. We either did it on computer or in person. This is all a bit much. This is a misuse of funds. And also, gas is like $5 a gallon. These guys are driving around all over the place, knocking on doors. There's got to be a better way to figure this out. Leave me alone. I fulfilled my obligation. Is it the biggest thing in the world? No. I don't want any solicitors. I don't want anybody knocking on my door. I don't want anybody in my house. And I don't want some stranger on my property when I have a dog. It's just that simple. EG's in North Hills. Hi, EG.
Hey, Colin. This is a subject that really has me fired up. And it's a lot more than just some inconvenience of some guy knocking on my door. We're talking about a government agent coming to your house. You know, these Democrats are utterly shameless and hypocritical. They call Trump, and I'm not a MAGA guy, but they call Trump a Nazi and a fascist. This is pure fascism. This is what Nazis do. I can't believe we would tolerate this kind of thing in our society. Government people knocking on the door to check for credentials.
Yes, they are. And just to clear it away, EG, state dog wardens in Pennsylvania are, in fact, government agents. You knew that. I knew that. They're employees of the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and they have their own bureau. It's the Dog Law Enforcement Bureau. And I do find the irony, like I pointed out in the first segment, that if the dog warden in certain places is elected, right, and these ones are appointed, but they used to be elected, you would need papers for your dog and an ID, but you wouldn't need an ID as a human to go vote for them.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the whole thing is absurd, and I would never let them in. I would never. There's no universe where I let them in or even answer their questions. I tell them to get off the property, and honestly, these are the kinds of things that make the Second Amendment a very important thing. Not that I'm threatening anybody or suggesting anything, but this is the kind of crap that the founders had in mind when they started the country.
I'm not, well, the whole Second Amendment stuff aside, that was your statement, not mine. I'm not too far off from what you have to say, and here's the other portion of it. It puts the people who are that enforcement code officers, it puts them in a jam. It puts them in a tight spot. And I have compassion for those people. They didn't sign up to go knocking door to door, to shake people down, to knock on some door and think, well, is this going to be an old lady? Or is this going to be some guy all tatted up who's going to be open carry and saying, get the hell out of here? You know, because they're both free to react how they want to react. Either welcome them in or tell them to kick rocks. It's a bad situation. All to yield what? Revenue? Are they really trying to keep everybody safe? I don't get it. Oh, wow. I hit the button right as Rose in Bridgeville hit her button, and it sounded like 2 hours ago. 866-391-1020 is that number. Dave is in Rankin. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Colin, how are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. Well, I'm on the fence because it may not be necessary in good neighborhoods where people are taking care of their dogs properly, but I live in a neighborhood where people aren't. And, they leave their dogs out all day barking, which is a different issue, but that is breaking the law, and I'm fighting with certain neighbors right now over it. I've had to go through code enforcement. And I'd be willing to bet that some of these people don't have their dogs licensed or properly immunized.
Yeah, well, those are two separate things. The code enforcement and the barking would be a municipal issue. In terms of the licensing and stuff, you're right. That would be a state issue to take up with the dog warden. But then you get into this. Are people going to tell on each other about somebody's dog being licensed or not? And how would you, just like you said, I'd be willing to bet, but you don't know for certain.
Yeah, and a lot of them are pit bulls, and, I think some of those dogs come from puppy mills and things like that. So it's a bad situation, but I agree with you. In certain places where we know they're good people and they already know that they've bought their license or had their dog immunized, it's kind of unnecessary. But in a case like what I'm speaking about, I think it's totally necessary.
Right, and Patty sends me a message. We went through all this in May. They must have just gone through it not too long ago. They're looking for those who had licenses the previous year but didn't re-up for this year. You now have to notify the county dog license office when your dog dies so that they can remove it from the license list. Again, that all can be done via a spreadsheet. in an office somewhere where you can cobble all your files together on a computer. To put shoe leather on the ground and to start knocking on doors seems a bit over the top for me. And again, it gets back to, does it really have to go down this way, or is this a shakedown? And a lot of people, a ton of people, are letting me know their dog goes ballistic when somebody knocks on the door. And they have no soliciting signs. They don't want people on their property. They just don't. For whatever reason. I don't begrudge them. If you don't want people there, you don't want people there. And now the government says, we're coming for you. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. A legend joins at 3:05. You're going to hear a little appetizer of him before this hour's out. I can't wait to talk to this guy because he's all business. It's going to be fantastic. News bottom of the hour, KDK.
No use denying it. Old Man Winter's been hard on our homes. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project before it turns into costly structural damage. Don't keep putting it off. This is the best time to call the repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
Magnificent May savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, bone-in, center-cut pork loin chops or roast are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, all-purpose Idaho potatoes, 8-pound bags, $2.99 each. In our deli, lower sodium Silver Star boneless hams are $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Pepsi or Mountain Dew, 12-pack, 12-ounce cans, $6.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for the future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. Secure Money Advisors helps retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. Go to righttrackbook.com to claim your complimentary copy today. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2:30. I'm Paul Alexander. A Duquesne man has been identified after a deadly shooting in downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush reports.
The Allegheny County Medical Examiner says 19-year-old Terrell Little was the victim in Sunday night's shooting in Market Square. Pittsburgh Public Safety says officers responding to reports of shots fired near the 200 block of Forbes Avenue found Little with 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition and later died. Investigators say the shooting happened after an altercation between Little and a man known to him. Detectives continue reviewing surveillance video as the investigation remains ongoing. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man has died following a shooting late Monday night in East Hills. More than 30 shots were fired in the area of East Hills Drive around 11 o'clock Monday night. 33-year-old Isaiah Booker of West Homestead was shot in the incident. He was found in a car on Penn Avenue in Point Breeze. Medics took him to the hospital where he later died. Right now, there are no suspects. 100 days after Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says his department is closer to solving the case, and it could all be dependent upon a single strand of hair. CBS News' Anna Schechter reports.
A single strand of DNA could be the hinge of this entire case. There was a little bit of DNA that most likely might have been a little bit of hair, little bit of bodily fluid, maybe mixed together, found near where Nancy Guthrie was that night, maybe even in her bed. That was shipped by those local detectives to Florida, and it was there for weeks, but it didn't yield very much because it was partial DNA.
An unnamed airline has submitted interest to serve Arnold Palmer Regional Airport after Spirit Airlines shut down May 2nd. That's according to a report in today's Pittsburgh Business Times. Spirit's closer left the airport without scheduled service for the first time since 2011 and eliminated 25 jobs. The airport is pursuing other airlines to take over. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 3 points. The Nasdaq is down 353. The S&P 500 down 39. KDKA Radio News Time is 2:32. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
There are 4 million multi-generational homes in America. A Realtor.com report says that's a slight increase from 2019. Rick Sharga, founder of the C.J. Patrick Company in California, says aging parents are moving in with their kids.
Maybe because they need some help physically or medically. Maybe because they need the financial help as well. So we do have that.
I'm Rob Hart.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds will be on the increase through the rest of this afternoon, while the high temperature around 68 degrees. Then a lot of clouds into tonight with little rain toward dawn, low 56. Mostly cloudy tomorrow, a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 65. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, this is Lisa with Nest Expressions Window Fashions. My South Hills Hunter Douglas Gallery in McMurray will be opening soon, so book your free shop-at-home consultation at nestexpressions.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10 in our 7 o'clock hour. Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, Rich Fitzgerald, with news around the 10-county area and the city of Pittsburgh.
All right, we got a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff today. You know, I read a story. I'll talk about it later on in the show. Oh, by the way, I did pay off on that tease from yesterday when I said somebody's going to knock at your door. Do you want them going door to door or not? It was a dog warden. So if you listened to much of yesterday's show, and then I said, finally, it was like 5:04 or something. I said, you know, I'm just not going to get to that show, that topic today. There's so much other stuff that has been ripping and roaring, and we'll push it back till tomorrow. So I hope it paid off, this dog warden topic. A little later on in the show, I read a story today that I think was dated yesterday, but I got around to it today, where all hail the Millville police. Seriously. Old ingenuity and a scare tactic. Netted some small-time crooks. But was it too much? Or is it a great way to police? We'll get into that just a little later. And I'm blown away by a poll that I read. A poll where people voted that they think something actually isn't real. I'll explain all that coming up in just a little bit. As always, you can listen to us 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA and that Odyssey app, AUDACY. It says right here, spell that out. So AUDACY. You can also watch us online, KDK's video stream. It's all presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio's live stream. Check out our YouTube page. That's how I love taking in the show. So check out the YouTube page. All right, we'll continue to talk about this dog warden if you want. Door to door, the dog wardens are going, conducting canvassing to check for current Allegheny County dog licenses and up-to-date rabies vaccinations. The initial feedback is, tell these people to scram. I did what I was supposed to do. I don't want them knocking on my door. That's 80 to 90% of the feedback that I've got so far on social media. Tell these people I did my duty. I've done what I'm supposed to do. Get out of here. It's like people that I've paid my taxes. I've already paid them. You don't go door to door and ask everybody. Go find the people who didn't do it. We don't need to take a cross-section of every single person. Also, how do they know who owns a dog and who doesn't? You know, I guess you can go in the records that way, but are they just going to knock door to door? Do you have a dog? No. Okay. Sorry I bothered you. Yeah, you just woke up my sleeping baby. Get out of here. I don't have a fence. There's no chew toys, nothing. What gave it away that I didn't have a dog? All right. I want to play this and get the temperature of you on this, on the worry meter, I guess. One would be not worried in the least. And I'm at like a 1. Just so we know going into this. 10 would be full on, heightened alert, biggest worry you've had in quite some time. So, again, I want to take the temperature of the worry meter with this.
The incubation period here is long, which actually works in our favor because that gave us time to contain the situation. This is also a virus that infects deep in the lungs, not up in the upper respiratory tract. So it's much harder to spread a lot of virus when you breathe out or when you cough.
Hanta! Hanta virus coming for you, or is it? I'm at a 1. I am. But, you know, with elections coming, some people will blow it up. That's for sure. And they'll tell us to worry a little bit more than we need to. What is it, 18 Americans or something? And they've kind of cordoned them off in Nebraska, which is penance enough to have to go to Nebraska for 42 days or whatever. But this has been positioned by many as there's no way that there's going to be anything like the coronavirus, no way like COVID. It's not going to be like that at all. These stories keep coming to reassure, okay? And I take in media. That's what I do for a living. And then I talk about it for 4 hours, right? So I looked at it and it went in one ear and out the other. But the stories just keep coming to reassure, to reassure. Some have taken that and spun that into, wow, should I be worried? Wow, I keep hearing about it. Oh my gosh, what should I do? Should there be a level of preparedness? I can tell you, other than this brief conversation right here, just this quick one that's happening right here, I haven't really thought about it at all. It's not something that affects me. It's not something I foresee that's going to affect me. And considering what happened in 2020 with what we now look back at as probably a bit way too much, particularly for healthy people, this isn't one I'm going to act upon unless I'm on death's door. I mean, I hate to put it like that, but that's the reality for me. It just is. Then there's the other angle to this that I've heard. at 866-391-1020. Does this preclude you, if you have one scheduled, from going on a trip or, even more to the point, a cruise? You know, that's probably the bigger conversation in all of this. In consuming a bunch of media and checking it all out, and I talked briefly about this yesterday. There are people who say, well, I'd never get on a cruise anyway. Then there are other people who are now second-guessing going on a cruise. Well, not me. I'm good. I'm fine. I'll figure it out. If you go into the number one comorbidity to anything is going into it being unhealthy. If you go into it healthy, you're probably going to be just about okay with a lot of things. But how do you feel on the worry scale? 1 to 10. Hunter! Hunter! I'm all right with it. I just am. Now, I do want to know, and I do think this is where kind of the research comes in. How exactly did it get transferred to humans? Did somebody eat mouse poop? Did somebody sweep up mouse droppings? And it was against their bare skin. Like, how did it get transferred from a mouse or whatever to a human? And then there was another report that I heard on this. Again, I've consumed it even though I'm not interested in it that much. They're talking about fully disinfecting this ship in like Greece or wherever it's from. Shouldn't they just take that ship out in the middle of the ocean and sink it for insurance money? Just say, hey, look, here's the deal. Unless they rename it, no one's getting on that ship. I don't think so. Unless they repaint it, rename it, and act like it wasn't the old name. Was it Hoodith or whatever the heck the name is? Unless they rename it, I don't see a lot of people lining up to jump on that ship. They should take that ship out in the middle of the ocean, have another ship nearby, abandon said Ebola ship or whatever, hunt the ship, I'm not going to do it again, and get on the other boat and let that one sink to the bottom and create some kind of reef. That's the way that it should, natural habitat for the fish. I can't see a lot of people, even after these people go, hey, it's all clean, we disinfected it, bleach and all the such, we're good, saying, oh, all right, sign me up for a South African passage on the Honda ship. It's just probably not going to happen. Not a lot of people going to buy a ticket for that. All right, coming up in just a little bit, a legend. I'm going to give you a little bit of an appetizer. I'm going to show you what this guy's all about, if you haven't seen his act already on Instagram. And then we're going to talk to him coming up at 3. I'm telling you, he is all the rage on social media locally. His name's Frank, and he's a legend already. 866-391-1020 is that number. We'll hit news top of the hour. Quick break, right back. KDK.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Andy Amrine here for Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. This is not your average garden variety insect killer. Harmony is your only insect control you need for your garden. Nothing is safer, nothing works better than Harmony. Spray your trees, flowers, plants to kill garden pests including aphids, green fruit worms, mites, soil lice, and russets. To get your bottle of Harmony, ask for it at any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When you invite a contractor into your home, you got to trust they know what they're doing. You want to feel good. That's why CertaPro Painters and me have gotten along for more than a decade. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Take advantage of getting the most professional job you can and know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. Before time runs out.
Smith & Nephew Incorporated, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is seeking a senior research and development engineer, software DevOps engineering to be responsible for the design, implementation, and maintenance of software toolchain for medical devices that enable software development of projects of moderate to high complexity. Telecommuting is permitted up to 2 days per week. Travel is required for a total of 10%, with international travel required up to 5%, and domestic travel required up to 5%. To apply, please go to tinyurl.com/493R36U9. Again, apply at tinyurl.com/493R36U9. Again, Smith & Nephew Incorporated, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is seeking a senior research and development engineer, software DevOps engineering. Telecommuting is permitted up to 2 days per week. Travel is required for a total of 10%, with international travel required up to 5%, and domestic travel required up to 5%. To apply, please go to tinyurl.com/493R36U9. Again, apply at tinyurl.com/493R36U9.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Inflation rose more than expected in April. The Consumer Price Index, or CPI, came in at a 3.8% clip year over year, which was the highest since May of 2023. The monthly gain was up 0.6%. When you strip out food and energy costs, the core CPI saw gains of 0.4 for the month and 2.8% for the year. The monthly core rate was the highest since January of 2025. Refunds have started flowing for those companies who were charged import tariffs by the Trump administration that were deemed invalid by the Supreme Court. Toy maker Basic Fun, which sells Tonka trucks, Care Bears, and Connect construction toys, has received $400,000 out of their $7.4 million in claims. As inflation rises, so does the estimate on how much will be added to Social Security next year. The latest report from the Senior Citizens League estimates that the cost of living adjustment will be 3.9% in 2027. That means an extra $81 per check. I'm Dan Loney on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We'll be joined by a legend at 3:05. Frank. Just goes by Frank. I don't even know his I don't want to know his last name. Frank works at Bowser's Barbecue in Monaco. Now, who is Frank? We'll get to that in just a moment. As an aside, which has nothing to do with Frank, nor barbecue, nor Monaco. By the way, Monaco. Is Brad Davis the best athlete from Monaco, probably? That'd be my guess, I guess. I don't know. Have I been to Monaco? I think I've probably been to Monaco. It's down by what, like Conway and over that way? Think so. Anyhow, as an aside, I was looking at the television and they're showing Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods trying to get these motions, these different things. If Tiger Woods, think about this. This is the not the price, but when you're famous, the rewards of fame. If Tiger Woods was your neighbor and he did all the exact same stuff, there would be 0% of the people that would want to give him a break. 0% of the people. But now you got people stretching out, contorting themselves, talking in different ways, trying to figure out how, it's not as bad as it looks, or he's actually an okay guy, or, he just needs help. No, he's a pillhead who's an idiot who's now multiple times been driving around areas where there's a lot of people in the middle of the day and has been inebriated. He's lucky he didn't kill somebody. End of story. If that was the guy down the street, you'd think he was a scumbag. Like, I don't get how there's even a conversation. Anyway, back to Frank, non-scumbag. He works at Bowser's in Monaco. It's a restaurant. Now, on Instagram, he's become all the rage. Here's why. During the NFL draft, right before the NFL draft, he went on, and they have an awesome Instagram page at this restaurant. He went on this big soliloquy about, you don't want to go down there, traffic's going to be backed up, it's going to be a mess, it's going to be a zoo. It's absolutely ridiculous. So people started to follow it. I think he made it on the Pat McAfee show and everything else. I put it out there. I'm not patting myself on the back, but I think I was like the first one to kind of put it out there, and it gained a lot of steam. And so as a follow-up, people have now been following this guy and been like, man, this guy's hilarious. And they just kind of guerrilla jump into him in the kitchen and put the camera on him and just ask him to riff on things. Well, Frank in Monaco decided yesterday he wanted to talk about Aaron Rodgers because he's totally tired of the nonsense.
I got to pay $5 a gallon for gas, but I got to listen about Aaron Rodgers. Really? Aaron Rodgers? I'm fine. My blood pressure was so high yesterday. Every time I turn on the news, Aaron Rodgers is in town. Aaron Rodgers is going to sign. Aaron Rodgers. What is the infatuation with this guy? Explain this to me. I figured out where he's at. Remember back in the 80s, there was a show called Fantasy Island. Remember the little guy named Tattoo? Well, the plane would land, and he'd go, that plane, he's on that plane. Because I am so sick of Aaron. He's going to be 43 years old. He can't move, right? He's making them look so stupid. You're a football organization, and this guy's going to make you look that dumb? Come on now, really? What's the goal of the NFL? Is it to win a Super Bowl? This guy can't win you the toilet bowl. Come on. I don't get it. Somebody got to explain to me what is so great about Aaron Rodgers. Really. He's with his wife, maybe. We never seen her, right? She's on Fantasy Island, too. They're all on Fantasy Island, and he's thinking about he's going to win another Super Bowl. Ain't happening. It's not ever going to happen. Get rid of him. Every time I turn on the TV, he's in Pittsburgh, he's signing. Omar Khan, he knows nothing about it. What is going on? Explain this to me. I'm telling you, I can't take it no more. Go to Fantasy Island, live with a little tattoo, go, that plane, he can give you a job. If you think he's going to win, good luck.
That's the best 90 seconds of sports commentary in this city in the past month, without question. So, we'll talk to Frank coming up just after the news, right here, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. legacybox.com/radio.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your homes, windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. A Duquesne man has been identified after a deadly shooting in downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush reports.
The Allegheny County Medical Examiner says 19-year-old Terrell Little was the victim in Sunday night's shooting in Market Square. Pittsburgh Public Safety says officers responding to reports of shots fired near the 200 block of Forbes Avenue found Little with 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition and later died. Investigators say the shooting happened after an altercation between Little and a man known to him. Detectives continue reviewing surveillance video as the investigation remains ongoing. Tamira Rush News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man has died following a shooting late Monday night in East Hills. More than 30 shots were fired in the area of East Hills Drive around 11 o'clock Monday night. 33-year-old Isaiah Booker of West Homestead was shot in the incident. He was found in a car on Penn Avenue in Point Breeze. Medics took him to the hospital where he later died. Right now, there are no suspects. Connellsville man is facing attempted homicide charges. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has the details.
A criminal complaint details that in the early morning hours of May 9th, 23-year-old Sebastian Kozakowski went to his ex-girlfriend's home on Lowry Drive in Dunbar Borough, Fayette County, allegedly became irate and fired a gunshot into the air outside the home. Then Kozakowski allegedly fired a shot towards his brother. It did not strike him. Kozakowski's brother eventually wrestled the gun away from him. In addition to the attempted homicide charges, Sebastian Kozakowski is charged with aggravated assault, making terroristic threats, simple assault, and disorderly conduct. His preliminary hearing is scheduled for May 20th. Rob Taylor, News Radio, KDKA.
State police are warning of a new scam targeting pet owners. Police say scammers are using AI to prey on people whose animals have gone missing. Scammers are taking photos that people post online, then using AI to send back realistic but fake photos, maybe showing your pet in a vet's cage or even on an operating table. Tell you your pet was hit by a car and request thousands of dollars for urgent emergency surgery.
Assume everyone's lying and try to verify if you can. A lot of scammers use fear and sympathy to make people give them money or give information.
State police say be suspicious of any urgent payment request or a sender's refusal to give you details on the veterinarian falsely supposing caring for your pet. Last year was the inaugural season for Sure Thing. The barge was a big hit, so they're bringing it back this year. This is River Life President and CEO Matthew Galuzzo.
Is to get people out on the water and experience this incredible natural asset.
Sure Thing, he says, is an extension of a city park, Allegheny Landing Park. He says, show that in addition to food and beverage, they have 70 planned programming events throughout the summer. And he says there's going to be something for everyone.
Whether you're talking about performing arts series presented by the Charity Randall Foundation, we're going to have live music every Thursday night. On the third Saturday of every month, August Wilson African American Cultural Center will be there for Jazz AM, which is going to be a great opportunity for folks to welcome the mornings on the barge.
And he says they'll have wellness programs like yoga and kayaking, and it's all free of charge. Sure Thing opens for the summer on May 22nd. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 47 points. The Nasdaq down 338. The S&P 500 down 32 points. KDKA Sports, Pirates open a 3-game set against the Colorado Rockies at PNC Park tonight. Paul Skeens will be throwing out that first pitch at 6:40. Penguin General Manager Kyle Dubas met with the media today and says they would love to have Evgeny Malkin back. Gino's coming off a 61-point season in 56 games and a move from center to the wing. KDKA Radio News Time, 3:03. Time to call One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the best affordable health insurance plans tailored to your needs. Right now in Pittsburgh, it's sunny and 70 degrees. KDKA AAA Traffic and AccuWeather. Together, next.
At Bowser Subaru, it's the perfect season to get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. Whether it's a weekend hike, a road trip to the lake, or just rolling the windows down on your daily drive, with Subaru's legendary all-wheel drive, you'll drive with confidence. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Crosstrek Premium, VIN number T3767276, MSRP $33.97, and get 1.9% APR for 36 months, or lease for only $199 a month for 36 months with $2,999 due at signing. Visit BowserSubaru.com or in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
All right, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting a report of an accident on West Run Road and the 22nd Avenue exit in Munhall Borough. Taking a look at the other major roadways, starting out this rush hour with bumper-to-bumper traffic in the Bathtub area of the city on the Parkway West outbound. The Parkway East outbound looking at some brake lights as well, starting from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning out rather cloudy through the rest of this afternoon. A high of 68. Will be mainly cloudy tonight. A little bit of rain toward dawn. A low 56. And mostly cloudy and breezy tomorrow with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. High 65. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, some people are great because they play a role. Other people, and I think these are the greatest people, are great because they're just purely themselves. And my next guest is as genuine as the day is long, and that's why, well, I think what has endeared so many people to him. I first caught his whole act, and it's not an act, it's just himself, right before the NFL draft. So Bowser's Restaurant in Monaca has an Instagram page, and they often highlight this man, Frank. Hi, Frank. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Frank, do you know how big of a star you are?
Not really, but I'm just me.
I know you're genuinely you. Now, you weren't a big fan of the NFL draft. This is how this all started. Tell me more about the NFL draft. Not a big hit in your world, huh?
Well, I mean, they acted like there was 800,000 people there, right? Mm-hmm. But nobody could get there. They couldn't drive. Every road was closed. So, yeah, the transportation was great. People got on the buses. They took the T. I knew a guy took the T after the draft. It took him 3 hours to get back home. I mean, small businesses got hurt big time.
Yeah, and you saw this coming. You were a soothsayer. You talked about this the week before. Then it made all the national rounds. And now, and I followed this page, Bowser's down in Monaca. I saw just the other day you are 100% fed up with Aaron Rodgers. You've had enough.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I can't take it no more. It's just like he's making this organization like they just crumble to him, and I don't get it. He's like, you know what? I heard that, you know, that book, Where's Waldo? Yeah. Well, they're going to come out with a new book, Where's Aaron Rodgers? I mean, that's just how it is. I don't get it. What is the infatuation with this guy?
Yeah. You've made that quite clear, and it's hilarious. Now, have you always been this radiant, and have people always sort of gravitationally pulled to you, Frank?
You know what? I'm the type of guy that, you know how most people think what they want to say? Well, I'm the guy that's going to tell you how I feel. That's how I've been. I never cared if you like me. I don't care what you think about me. I'm just going to tell you how it is.
Now, when did Bowser's in Monaca, a great barbecue restaurant, they make a bunch of other things too, when did they start this Instagram page, and how did this all start to where they said, hey, we want to film you with some of your takes?
Well, first of all, I give all the credit to Andy. He runs the place. It was his idea. If it wasn't for him, I would say this started about a year and a half ago, maybe. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Can you monetize this at all? You get any endorsements from it?
I got a T-shirt after me. That's pretty good. I've had a lot of people buy them. Like I go to Planet Fitness, and all the people I hang out with, they all got my T-shirts.
Nice. Good stuff. Now, what was it like? You made the national rounds. You were on McAfee's show. You were here on KDKA. What was it like to see and hear yourself all over the internet, or did you not consume all that?
I mean, I saw myself, but it's just like, that's me. I mean, I'm not going to try to impress nobody. This is who I am, and I'm just an old Yinzer. That's how it is.
I know. I said to somebody, Frank, listen, if a spaceship landed in my yard, okay, and for some reason they spoke English, and they said, take me to a Yinzer, I'd probably put him in my car and bring him out to your house.
I'd be more than welcome to take him, too. We could stop at Bowser's and we could eat there.
Well, now what do you do at Bowser's? What's your obligation? What's your duty? What's your job there?
I pretty much just help them out. Like, they have a lot of smokehouse things, and I make, like, barbecue sauces, and I do the prep work of the meat and stuff like that. I just enjoy all the people here. They're just good people.
Well, is that something, too? And not to be serious about this, but if you don't have fun where you work, it's probably not a great place to work. Is that something to where you keep the conversation going, you keep people light, and they gravitate toward you, like I said? Is that part of the whole deal with working there?
Yeah, I mean, I've been here since I'm 72 years old. I started here when I was 46, but I used to work for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. I drove truck for them.
Oh, nice. Not bad.
Yeah,
Back
I was a driver.
when the newspaper was a newspaper.
Yeah, we actually had a newspaper, not this online stuff. Like I said,
what was that gig like? Did you drive the black and gold trucks or the green and white trucks?
I drove the green and white trucks.
Nice. Okay.
Yes, sir. And the guys I worked with were super nice guys. Really.
Yeah. That seems fantastic. Did you like that job?
You know what? I enjoyed it. It was all midnight work, which I didn't mind. But yeah, it was a good job. It took care of my family quite well. And then I got Bowser's, and this is my second family. They're all just so nice here.
Now, take me through your thoughts on this Steelers season, because this is the meat of it. So you're fed up with Rodgers. They drafted a quarterback. Yep. What's going to happen here? Like, what are your thoughts on what's going to happen moving forward?
Well, first of all, they haven't had a franchise quarterback since Big Ben. So now we draft Drew Eller and we have Will Howard. It's time to take the Band-Aid off, let these guys get all the experience in the world. Aaron Rodgers, if he comes back, is he really going to mentor these guys? Really? I just think his ego so much, he's not going to help them. It's time to let the young guys play.
Yeah, probably a good thought here. You a Pirate fan at all, Frank?
Oh, yeah, I like the Pirates and I like the Penguins.
Nice.
Like
all right.
I'm so old, I saw Roberto Clemente play.
Nice. Good stuff. Now, what do you think of Skeens? What do you think of Paul Skeens?
Oh, he's the best pitcher in baseball. He's a superstar. He's just a good kid. And they got Jared Jones coming back, too. I think their pitching staff's really good.
I know, not bad. Answer me this one. You'll have a good take on this. Is Paul Skeens already the best Pirate pitcher ever?
I'm going to say yeah. He's close to Bob Friend. I remember seeing him pitch. Elroy Face, these guys, but he is that good. He's just a young, phenomenal kid.
Do you think, now I heard you allude to this, and I had a whole segment on this, maybe 2 segments not too long ago. Is there a better than 0% chance that Aaron Rodgers' wife doesn't exist?
I'm going to say she's at Fantasy Island where I said she was at.
Nobody's seen her. No, isn't that crazy?
How do you have not one picture of her anywhere? I don't get it. Because I said before, she's with Tattoo on Fantasy Island.
I know. That's what you said. It was fantastic. But I would think with the National Enquirer or whatever magazines there are, with people with all these long lenses, with everything else, they get pictures of people, 500 miles out in the middle of the ocean. They don't have one picture of this lady?
I guess not. I mean, he wears a wedding ring, so where's she at? I would love to meet her because it ain't true. He doesn't have a wife.
Man.
That's my own opinion again.
Man. All right. Well, great stuff. Now, answer me this. What do you have in the works in terms of your Instagram page? Or is this just they pop into the kitchen and they just throw it on you and you say whatever's on your mind? Or do they plan this stuff out?
Yeah, pretty much. Andy will come in and say, what do you think of this? And that's what we talk about. I just love it.
Fantastic. Well, Frank, you've reached like millions and millions of people, right?
If you say so. I never knew that.
Yes. All right. Great catching up. You're a legend. I appreciate it. We'll talk again soon.
All right. Thank you so much.
My man. Go check it out. Honestly. I went through it, I don't know, maybe last Friday. Oh, yeah, last Friday is when I worked early. And I was addicted to Bowser's Restaurant's Instagram page because I had seen it before, but I had never flowed through all the different reels and stories. I couldn't get enough of the guy. I just couldn't. It was absolutely fantastic. And you'll become addicted too. All right, moving forward, 866-391-1020. You know what's a gigantic story? E-bikes. I have the perfect way you could put an end to the nonsense with them. I'll explain in just a little bit. Margot's got traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Lanes stacked on the Parkway West outbound from the county jail as you make your way towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge and try to head outbound on that route. Also, looking at lanes on both sides of the Liberty Tunnel are jammed as you head through there, and the Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper, starting from the Oakland on-ramp as you try to head towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage? Challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality? Or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most? At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
Magnificent May savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 85% lean fresh ground round is $4.99 a pound. In the produce department, whole-seedless watermelons, $4.99 each. In our deli, Sugardale Virginia Classic Ham is $3.49 a pound. Then additional savings this week, Dasani Water, 24-pack, 16.9-ounce bottles, buy one, get one free.
It's all happening now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hey folks, it's Marty. In my Get Marty segments, I hear from people all the time that have issues with debt. Check this out. If you're having problems with your debt, my friend Harold Shepley can help you right now.
Absolutely. We are a full-service debt relief law firm. We can help you negotiate your debt so you can avoid bankruptcy, or we can file bankruptcy if that's what's necessary for you and your family.
And the truth is, my man, it's not a hopeless situation.
Absolutely not. We're here to get people back on their feet.
I've seen them win, case after case after case. ShepleyLaw.com.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Ooh, you know something else I want to get to today is that certain billboard that was discussed a little bit yesterday. We'll dive into that. 866-391-1020. And I'll get into these e-bikes in just a little. E-bikes. E-bikes are all the problem. You know what I saw yesterday? Now, somebody was clearly breaking the Paul Miller's Law, which, again, on my drive home, I see at least double-digit numbers every day. People texting, people taking photos, people talking with their not a hands-free, all of that. I mean, anybody sees that when you're driving. Hardly anybody. If you drive for 5 minutes, you'll see multiple people texting while driving. I was driving through the tunnel on my way home, Fort Pitt Tunnel, and there was a car in the right lane. Tell me how I'm supposed to feel about this at 866-391-1020. Am I supposed to feel bad about this? Am I supposed to feel happy for this person? Am I supposed to feel like they're unsafe? Because I had mixed emotions. So I make it halfway through the tunnel, and I'm in the left lane because I'm going to go up to get on 28. The right lane generally funnels toward, once you get on the bridge, it's going to go towards Monroeville or down into the Boulevard of the Allies or down to the bathtub. You want to be in that left lane coming through the tunnel. It makes life a whole lot easier to get over left again real quick and then wiggle up like you're going up above the stadium, the baseball park, and then to get on 28 like by the Heinz plant there. So anyway, I'm in the left lane, and I'm about a quarter of the way through the tunnel, okay? There is a car that is in the right lane that's way ahead of me. That's, well, not way ahead of me, maybe about halfway or three-quarters of the way through the tunnel. And there's not a lot of traffic in front of me. There's a lot of traffic behind it. But I'm rapidly catching up, and I'm not speeding. So there's a long line of traffic behind it. And I'm like, wow, this car's going pretty slow. So I got up to it, and it had an out-of-state plate, had a Nevada license plate on this SUV. Follow me so far? I caught up to the car with about 1/4 of the tunnel left. And I looked to my right, and there was a young lady, okay? She's driving the car. She's probably in her 20s. On the steering wheel, she has her phone, right? And I can see the screen. She is FaceTiming, but she has it pointed out or taking a video of some sort. It's obvious she wants to either take a video or FaceTime the entrance to the tunnel, or the entrance to the city coming out of the tunnel. Now, I was conflicted in that very moment. That was a very Pittsburgh moment. The confliction was this. Yeah, you're breaking Paul Miller's Law. Yeah, you've got this big, long line of traffic behind you. You're certainly not driving as safe as you can be. And you should be safe. But there was an ounce in all of that. I mean, just a little bit, a millimeter of a heartwarming story, because it was obvious. Just in that split second, I drove and was like even with her, and I kind of slowed down a little to see what act she was up to. There was that heartwarming bit that was like, it's important to her to relay to someone on the other end of that device that the welcoming nature and the big boom that there is when you make it out of that tunnel and Pittsburgh welcomes you with that big welcome mat, that front door. And then, and this is how my brain works. So am I right to be conflicted at 866-391-1020? Then my brain works where I imagine things. I start to try to finish the book, finish writing the book. Because those are all the knowns. The only knowns that were this. She was in her 20s. She had an SUV. It had Nevada plates. She was going through the tunnel. She was holding her phone up. She was driving slower than she probably needed to be. And she was filming coming out of the tunnel. So then I finish authoring the rest of the book, and I'm like, maybe it was her grandma who used to live in Pittsburgh. Because so many grandmas used to live in Pittsburgh, and they live in, like, Bradenton now. Maybe it was her dad who used to live here. They moved to Nevada because he used to work for U.S. Air, and then he got, laid off or whatever. He went to work for Southwest. I started thinking all these things the rest of the way home. And I'm like, yeah, she wasn't being safe, but I'm sure that there was nostalgia on the other end of the phone. So while I'm not incredibly happy with her, I can't hate her because it comes from a place of being nice. I don't know. Is anybody else like that where they finish the rest of the book in their head and they know nothing about this? Now, this girl might have been the most nefarious person ever and could have been mapping our city to drop a nuclear bomb. But I had just kind of played that out in my head. Joe and McCandless, you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. You know what? I'm a big video guy myself, and to hold things is very cumbersome, even with the best things. Like you said, she had this thing on her steering wheel. I lay out because some of the things in my travels, I see some beautiful sights out there. So I laid out cameras on my dashboard, looking forward, looking backwards, that and security and all that. And I used to do what she is currently doing, and it's dangerous. Yeah, I get the nostalgia. Yeah, I think everybody's, having fun. But you know what? What happens if somebody dies?
There's the big cold water and the reality all over it. Thank you for the call. E-bikes, all the rage, but dangerous. We talk about them coming up in just a little bit. Let's hit news first, KDK.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Joe from Pittsburgh loved the excellent work NASCO did on replacing his roof and gutters. It was a big job that NASCO completed in just 2 days with excellent attention to every detail. Joe was also impressed with NASCO's cleanup that left his home spotless. NASCO has thousands of customers that are satisfied like Joe. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA, your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3:30. I'm Paul Alexander. 100 days after Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says his department is closer to solving the case, and it could be all dependent on a single strand of hair. CBS News' Anna Schechter reports.
A single strand of DNA could be the hinge of this entire case. There was a little bit of DNA that most likely might have been a little bit of hair, little bit of bodily fluid, maybe mixed together, found near where Nancy Guthrie was that night, maybe even in her bed. That was shipped by those local detectives to Florida, and it was there for weeks, but it didn't yield very much because it was partial DNA.
Property owners of the Galleria Pittsburgh Mills will stand trial scheduled to begin on July 27th. The Allegheny County District Attorney's Office had charged the property owners last year with one misdemeanor count of creating a public nuisance because of the poor conditions of the roads surrounding the mall. Namdar Realty Group owns the mall and the surrounding roads. The trial will take place in front of Allegheny County Common Pleas Judge Jill Rangos. A Pittsburgh breakfast staple is mourning the loss of co-founder and the beloved face behind Pamela's Diner. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
In a social media post announcing Gail Klingensmith's death, co-founder Pam Cohen called her business partner, quote, the soul of Pamela's, saying everybody loves Gail, and so did Pittsburgh. The two women founded the diner in 1979, and Pamela's Diner grew from a tiny 12-seat counter in Squirrel Hill into one of Pittsburgh's most iconic restaurants. Known for its crispy hotcakes and retro charm, the diner earned national attention when President Barack Obama praised the breakfast spot during a 2008 campaign stop. Klingensmith's family and Pamela's Diner have not yet released details on services. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Last year, over 50,000 people visited Sure Thing, and now they're bringing it back for this summer as well. Riverlife President and CEO Matthew Galuzzo described Sure Thing as a 5,000-square-foot riverfront platform.
And whenever Sure Thing is open, our concessionaire brew gentleman, BG Brewing, will be there to offer food and drinks for purchase, which is a great sort of opportunity to get on the water, make memories with friends, and also be able to enjoy a bite to eat. And so we're super excited for folks to be able to get out there and make memories.
The barge is located between the Roberto Clemente and Andy Warhol bridges on Pittsburgh's North Shore, right at the foot of the Allegheny Landing, and it's opening for the summer starting May 22nd. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 85 points, the NASDAQ down 268, the S&P 500 down 20. KDK Radio News Time, 3:32. Our next update is 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Margot has you covered, sure does. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. What you got?
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting a report for an accident on the 3300 block of Brighton Road in the city. Taking a look at the other major roadways, bumper-to-bumper traffic continues to back you up on the Parkway East outbound. For normal rush hour delays backing you up from the Oakland on-ramp, Also, the Parkway West outbound is brake lights starting from the county jail. Both sides of the Liberty Tunnel are stacked. Also looking at some heavy congestion on the southbound lane of that Fort Duquesne Bridge. However, 279 or the Parkway North outbound is looking pretty clear for you, and 28 outbound, just a few brake lights right around the city, and then smooth sailing as you head up towards the Etna bypass. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds will be on the increase through the rest of this afternoon, while the high temperature around 68 degrees. Then a lot of clouds into tonight with little rain toward dawn, low 56. Mostly cloudy tomorrow, a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 65. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is Lisa with Nest Expressions Window Fashions. My South Hills Hunter Douglas Gallery in McMurray will be opening soon, so book your free shop at home consultation at nestexpressions.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10 in our 7 o'clock hour. Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, Rich Fitzgerald, with news around the 10-county area and the city of Pittsburgh.
All right. Rich Fitzgerald again. He's on a lot. A whole lot. Listen for the Drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. Brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Go ahead and demand the yellow van. Top of the next hour, there's a poll that it takes a lot for me to go, I can't believe these results. But I can't believe these results. And a story in the 4 o'clock hour of what I think should be accountability. But in this day and age, we don't have that anymore. Also, as we push through the show, the Millville Police. Yep, Millville, right there along Route 28. Millville, situated between, Reserve, the city, Etna, Shaler, nestled right there along the banks of the mighty Allegheny. Their police department may have found a new way to catch crooks. I mean it. Or maybe it's an old way that they brought back. Nonetheless, it's very ingenious, and it also got results. Is it the way to go with certain crooks? I'll explain coming up before the show is out. All right, e-bikes. So they're not, at least, now listen, I live in like one street that's a dead-end street. So it's not like this big connecting neighborhood that has a bunch of thoroughfares and veins through and side streets and whatever. It's just one street. So I see the same kids all the time. And there's not that many houses. So I don't deal with this problem the way I can imagine that some people do. Particularly in South Park Township is one of those places. Jefferson Hills, some other places. And I've been reading a bit about this, to where these e-bikes have really caused a big clamor and caused people to be upset about this. And I want to talk to you about all of this at 866-391-1020. So you're supposed to be 16 or older to have one of these e-bikes. I can tell you, at least on my street, there's a couple kids that are definitely not 16. They might not even be 12, and they have these e-bikes. If you're 16 or 17, you're supposed to have a helmet. Some kids wear them sometimes, some kids don't, and it is what it is. Pardon me. You're supposed to obey the same laws as the traffic, as the cars, as the trucks, as the motorcycles, all that. That's blown out the window. I see that all the time. Kids flying through intersections, jumping up on the sidewalk, doing all kinds of stuff with these e-bikes. So it's become problematic, very problematic, in certain neighborhoods, certain city neighborhoods, certain suburban neighborhoods, and it's led to accidents even. And police chiefs around here and residents around here are trying to figure out ways, and not just around here, all around the country really, figure out ways to quell this. What's your answer? That's what I want to find out from you. What is your answer, and is it a problem where you live? Again, it's not a problem where I live, but if it was, I can tell you how logic would be able to solve this. But we're too afraid as a society to put our foot down. I could solve this in 10 minutes in South Park Township, in Jefferson Hills, West Jefferson Hills, or whatever they said there's a problem, in some of these other places where they say there's a problem. No kid who is 16 or 17, or very few, bought it themselves. They may have paid some money toward it. They may have even saved some money but generally they go with an adult and purchase this thing. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, they're not an adult. They live in a home where an adult facilitates the home. They are the parent or guardian of said minor, right? There's got to be a way, if you really try to, and you put the legislation out there and it passes and you get it on the books, to where parents can be charged with these kids doing what they're doing with these e-bikes. There has to be a way if you push it enough. Now, I don't want it to be, overly ridiculous in terms of a penalty, but hold the parents accountable somehow. Or make it a really big fine. Because you know what 16 and 17-year-old kids don't have? Thousands of bucks. They don't. Not of their own money. They get it from their parents. You could end this in 2 weeks. Or you could at least put a very serious dent into this. Now, I saw a story, it was somewhere in Greene County, I think it was, where some kid was flying out of an intersection and wham, he drilled the side of it, just T-boned like a minivan. And they were thinking of ways to charge the young man. And rightly so. But him being a minor, what's that going to do? If you want to put legislation, you want to put it out there, you want to take it to Harrisburg, you want to figure out how to truly put a dent into this dangerous situation. And it is. It has to be a lot more money on the fines. Same thing with driving while texting. A lot more money on the fines to truly serve as a deterrent, or you figure out a way to charge the parents. And if you can do that, I'm telling you, you can not necessarily put a stop to it, but put a deep dent into all of this. Now, part of the problem, too, is this. Parents who don't want to be parents. That's a problem with a lot of this. Parents who say, and they know exactly how fast these things go. They know exactly what their kids are doing. And they think it's all just a game. And they are afraid to come down on their kids for a couple reasons. One, they don't want to be seen as the bad guy. And two, they don't want their kid to be left out. And that's where it's gone. And that's why we're here in all of this. And it's going to take, for some people in some communities, some subdivisions, some school districts, it's going to take a very unfortunate circumstance to occur for people to wake up. I'm not saying that every kid should go back to riding a big wheel or should go back to riding some sort of old-fashioned 10-speed, right? But when you give a kid, essentially, a small motorcycle, they're going to go out and they're going to treat it like a small motorcycle. And they're going to think that they're, on the real-life Excite bike. And that's the way that it works for them. We enable as parents, and then we become surprised that kids act like kids. That's probably the overarching problem in all of this. But I want to talk to you next. 866-391-1020. I've heard story after story. See it on the wire. Story after story. E-bikes, 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 e-bikes. Are they a problem where you live? And how do you fix them? I just gave 2 solutions that I think would put a dent into this. But I wonder if people are afraid to try to push them into practice. We'll talk next. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways. Seeing bumper-to-bumper traffic continue to back you up on the Parkway West outbound from that county jail. And through the Fort Pitt Tunnel, it continues to back you up as you make your way towards Green Tree Hill. Both sides of the Liberty Tunnel are bumper-to-bumper as well. And some heavy congestion backs you up on the Parkway East outbound, starting from the Oakland on-ramp as you make your way towards that Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
At Bowser Subaru, it's the perfect season to get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. Whether it's a weekend hike, a road trip to the lake, or just rolling the windows down on your daily drive, with Subaru's legendary all-wheel drive, you'll drive with confidence. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Crosstrek Premium, VIN number T3767276, MSRP $33.97, and get 1.9% APR for 36 months, or lease for only $199 a month for 36 months with $2,999 due at signing. Visit BowserSubaru.com or in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Save big on a new roof during Home Genius Exterior's Memorial Day roofing sale. Get 50% off all roofing materials, then take an extra $500 off, plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. Save big with our best offer of the year. Call Home Genius Exteriors today at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we go, 866-391-1020. Hello to you. These e-bikes, I've seen them here and there. A couple kids have them on my street. They're not a problem where I live, but in just listening to news reports, hearing people talk about these things, it's evident, glaringly evident, they're problematic in other places. So how do you fix it? How do you quell it? How do you make sure that it all gets under control? Jim's in South Hills. Hi, Jim.
Hi, Colin. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you for asking.
I got two comments. One about e-bikes, and please let me know about. I want to make a comment about the Steelers. But as far as
I'm not
e-bikes,
interested in the Steelers, to be honest with you.
Well, I was talking about Rodgers. He could throw the damn ball.
Right. I'm not interested in it. We're moved on from it.
Okay. E-bike. Okay. Give the kid community service and make the parent do it with them.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I got a text here from a crossing guard, one in which I regularly communicate with. And she tells me that these e-bikes are a big problem, a huge problem, and that parents could care less. So, yes, fine the parents, but also, essentially, why can't they register them? If there's a way in which you can register them, then you can keep track of them. Then there's a certain level of accountability, and then there you go. Rocco's in the South Hills. Hi, Rocco.
Hello there. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
Why don't you just do like the jet skis where you have to have a license. You have to get a license to own it and homeowners insurance to protect it.
Yeah, because they don't rise.
Enough.
I guess they don't rise to the level of the engine needing to do that by virtue of the law.
Well, I understand that, but homeowners insurance, if they wreck, isn't covering it. So I'm sure insurance industry would be more involved if they knew the liability, and so would the parents.
But again, though, whatever the CCs are on the engine doesn't rise to the level where it necessitates that. Your argument sounds okay, but then where does it end? Do you get insurance on your pedal bike?
Yeah, you have to get insurance on a pedal boat. If you hit somebody, you're still liable.
But you don't have to get insurance on a pedal bike.
Well, this is the difference. It's a motorized vehicle, so
right, but
homeowners should.
You missed the whole point. I'm sorry, you missed the whole point. It falls below a threshold of a certain size of an engine to where that's already been established, and that's why these things are made. They're not breaking the law to where you're not going to change the insurance industry. They've made these and devised them to fall below.
Oh, I'm sure you will if someone starts hitting cars and killing themselves or hitting things. And who's going to pay for it? Insurance. Somewhere, either your homeowners or if they hit my car, who's paying for it? The people who hit it. So the insurance industry will regulate it at some point.
Yeah, I don't know about that. What happens if somebody on a pedal bike hits your car?
They're liable. They're gonna pay to fix my car.
Are they 100% liable?
Put it this way: if you walked up and hit my car, are you liable?
That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. If you break my window with a bike or a hand, it's still you're liable. I don't care. If
no, a hand could potentially be a crime.
Well, I understand that, but you're still going to pay for it. I don't care how you do it. Even if you're a crime, you still have to pay for damages.
A crime's different than an accident, sir.
Oh, I understand that, but someone's going to pay me for a crime or an accident.
You're not necessarily going to get paid for that accident if you're the person who's at fault.
Why not? Who would say that? If you ran up and hit somebody, or something fell out of your car and you hit it, or you walked in someone's neighborhood, or you hit a golf ball through a window, you're still going to be liable for it.
And not necessarily all the time.
Well, in court, in small claims court, you could still go there. I'm sure that insurance people will learn to regulate and I have to cover a jet ski or any of my boats that I put in the water with homeowners insurance.
Right. My brain is frazzled with this guy. Jet skis and boats have a certain threshold of an engine which exceeds the parameters in which you need to get insurance for. I thought this was going to be a good conversation. And that guy just couldn't get it, I guess. Howie's in Vanport. Hi, Howie.
Hi, Colin. The e-bikes. I live on a one-way street.
Oh.
And they'll go up the one-way street the wrong way, and I know they're doing 15, 20 mile an hour. And those e-bikes, they have giant tires on them. They look like a motorcycle.
I know. They look like old-fashioned, dirt bikes, like we had when we were little. If they made it a law to where they'd have to be registered and have a plate on them and did that, I think it would help a lot.
Well, the bad thing is you can't hear them coming.
No, you're right. They're so quiet. It's almost like an electric car a lot of times. You don't hear it as loud as you hear something that has gas in it.
Right, exactly. But to go the wrong way up the street at that speed, you're asking for trouble.
Certainly, and I think that's the crux of all of it. Good talk on the e-bikes. 866-391-1020. I don't think we found a solution, and that's probably the crux of this whole conversation. I saw a poll yesterday. Yep, a poll to where I said, this has to be a joke. And then I read through it, and said, my gosh, it's not. What is going on? I'll explain. Top of the hour, KDK.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by your local Western Pennsylvania AAA travel office. Travel with someone you trust. Duquesne man has been identified after a deadly shooting in downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush reports.
The Allegheny County Medical Examiner says 19-year-old Terrell Little was the victim in Sunday night's shooting in Market Square. Pittsburgh Public Safety says officers responding to reports of shots fired near the 200 block of Forbes Avenue found Little with 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition and later died. Investigators say the shooting happened after an altercation between Little and a man known to him. Detectives continue reviewing surveillance video as the investigation remains ongoing. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man died following a shooting late Monday night in East Hills. More than 30 shots were fired in the area of East Hills Drive around 11 o'clock Monday night. 33-year-old Isaiah Booker of West Homestead was shot in the incident. He was found in a car on Penn Avenue in Point Breeze. Medics took him to the hospital where he later died. Right now, there are no suspects. A Connellsville man is facing attempted homicide charges. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has the details.
A criminal complaint details that in the early morning hours of May 9th, 23-year-old Sebastian Kozakowski went to his ex-girlfriend's home on Lowry Drive in Dunbar Borough, Fayette County, allegedly became irate and fired a gunshot into the air outside the home. Then Kozakowski allegedly fired a shot towards his brother. It did not strike him. Kozakowski's brother eventually wrestled the gun away from him. In addition to the attempted homicide charges, Sebastian Kozakowski is charged with aggravated assault, making terroristic threats, simple assault, and disorderly conduct. His preliminary hearing is scheduled for May 20th. Rob Taylor, News Radio, KDKA.
Yet to be named airline has submitted interest to serve Arnold Palmer Regional Airport after Spirit Airlines shut down May 2nd. That's according to a report in today's Pittsburgh Business Times. Spirit's closure left the airport without a scheduled service for the first time since 2011 and eliminated 25 jobs. The airport is pursuing other airlines as well to take over the service. Former Pennsylvania gubernatorial candidate Doug Mastriano has been nominated to be the ambassador to Slovakia by President Donald Trump. Mastriano says he'll continue serving as the Pennsylvania state senator until his appointment is confirmed by the Senate. Mastriano's nomination will also clear the path for Pennsylvania State Treasurer Stacey Garrity to oppose incumbent Josh Shapiro as the Republican candidate in the upcoming general election. State police are warning of a new scam targeting pet owners. Police say scammers are using AI to prey on people whose animals have gone missing. Scammers are taking photos that people post online, then using AI to send back realistic but fake photos, maybe showing your pet in a vet's cage or even in an operating table. They're telling your pet was hit by a car and you request thousands of dollars for urgent emergency surgery.
Assume everyone's lying and try to verify if you can. A lot of scammers use fear and sympathy to make people give them money or give information.
State police say be suspicious of any urgent payment request or a sender's refusal to give you details. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 99 points. The Nasdaq down 198. The S&P 500 down 10 points. KDK Sports, Pirates open a 3-game series tonight against the Rockies at PNC Park. First pitch at 6:40. That will be thrown by Paul Skeens. Penguins general manager Kyle Dubas met with the media today and said he'd love to have Evgeny Malkin back for his 21st season. Gino's coming off a 61-point season in 56 games. In the middle of the season, he moved from center to wing. KDK Radio News Time, 4:03. Right now, it's sunny and 71 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Crews still cleaning up an accident on the 3300 block of Brighton Road in the city. Taking a look at those other major roadways, bumper-to-bumper traffic backing you up on most of the outbound routes. The Parkway West outbound, it slows you down around the county jail. The outbound side of the Liberty Tunnel stacked as well. The Parkway East outbound is slow-moving as you approach the Oakland on-ramp. 28 outbound has some brake lights backing you up starting from the city as you make your way towards the 31st Street Bridge. But other than that, 279 outbound should be clear for you. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine will start to fade behind increasing clouds the rest of this afternoon, a high of 68. Then turning out cloudy tonight. We'll have a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. And a lot of clouds tomorrow with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 65. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I'm going to ride my e-bike home if this keeps up. Anyway, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Oh, I want to get to that billboard in just a little while. That was something. That billboard. I drove past it yesterday, and I got something to say about it. Also, in about an hour, the Millville, Pennsylvania police, which is a nice little river town. It just is. Nice little bars there. Different microbreweries. Esther's, the train store, model train store. Is that still there? It's been there forever. A couple diners, different places there. Millville. There used to be a Dairy Queen in Millville way back in the day. Anyway, nice little town. Their police force came up with a fantastic way to solve crime. And I wonder if everybody's on board with it. It feels like it got results. Is it the right way to go about things? I'll explain coming up just past 5. So how about this poll, right? Nearly a quarter of Americans think that shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was staged. And that was a poll published by NewsGuard. I don't know much about NewsGuard, but I know that this ran on a bunch of different wires. So they saw it as factual. So according to this survey, 24% of Americans thought the shooting at the Washington Hilton was fake. 24%. Again, that's right, almost a quarter. Thought it was fake, staged, really didn't happen the way that it was portrayed. 45% thought it was real, and 32% were unsure. So less than half of the people were convinced it actually happened. The survey found the responses were divided along party lines, naturally. Roughly 1 in 3 Democrats said they believe the event was staged, compared with about 1 in 8 Republicans. Now, younger adults between 18 and 29 were much more likely than older adults to believe the incident was fake. Conspiracy theories have spread online, falsely claiming that the Trump administration staged the incident to manufacture support for the White House ballroom, just as there were plenty of conspiracy theories about Butler and how that was fake. Now, there are a couple of prongs to this. Younger adults, 18 to 29. Living on social media and on the internet is totally warping our brain. Absolutely warping our brain. Okay? But it's not just all younger people. 24% of people polled here thought the shooting was fake. 32% were unsure. So let me put you in one of those categories. Let me put you as part of that populace at 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Let me put you there. Are you trying I need a deeper study into this. So if there's 24% of Americans thought that this was fake, you most likely know not just one, but multiple people who you regularly interact with who thought this was fake. That's not 1% or 3% or 4%. Everybody, no matter, even if you're a hermit or you don't really talk to many people, you know a couple people. 24% of Americans, as surveyed by this, said it was fake. So in your natural progression of going to work, going to your kids' games, taking the kids to school, doing this or doing that, logic would tell me you know somebody who thinks this is fake. That is crazy to me, if not multiple people. To which I'd want to know, then multiple people listening to this show probably think it was staged, if I protract that out, right? So answer me this, if you're part of that population, because this blows me away. How in the world would you coordinate that many moving parts and pieces? How would you make it sure to have it go off like that? Because here's the thing. You have people with real live ammunition that are paid to be security for the president and paid to be security for the people who were just at that thing. Everybody would have to be in on it, because at the off chance that not everybody was in on it and somebody had a live gun and was charged with the duty of securing the president or the other guest, and they saw another person with a live gun, they might kill that person and ruin your ruse. So again, logic would tell me everybody would have to be in on it or nobody would have to be in on it. So you're telling me that every single person who potentially could come in contact with that fake shooter was in on this ruse? I can't find another way in which you could tell me that this was fake. It would have to be an all or nothing proposition. Just as the people to this day who swear Butler was fake. So as part of collateral damage to some big fake ruse, something that we pushed forward as fake, part of the collateral damage was one dead man and a couple very injured guys that spent a lot of time in the hospital. That was just sort of the peripheral damage to all of this. Have we lost our mind as a society that everything is a conspiracy theory? You know, I saw this yesterday and I thought, okay, you're going to have a plus minus of a couple because you just have lunatics in every crowd. So maybe it's, I don't know, 4% of people think it's fake. 24% think it's fake and 32% are unsure. Now to that crowd, what convincing do you need to push you to the side to say, yeah, it wasn't staged? Do you need to see more video? Do you need somebody to come out and speak? Do you need to have the man testify and admit guilt? What? Because in a different time, when someone would say that, they'd be looked at by the masses and go, man, what are you talking about? You really think that was fake? Now, it's almost 25% of the people. And it's this, I guess, tightly knit group to where you're not embarrassed by saying that anymore. We've thoroughly lost our mind with this. We just have. 866-391-1020 is that number. Fake. How? I don't get it. Demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Yep. Storm season. It pours down rain, maybe you have some damage to your house. Or maybe that storm caused a little damage to your house. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh is going to get there and fix it. 24/7, 365. Storm damage, water restoration, all of it. When every minute matters, you make that right call. Demand the yellow van. Again, 412-RECOVER. That's the number. It's 412-RECOVER. The best call to make in the worst situation possible. So when those storms roll through, bad things happen, you call Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at those major roadways. Slow-moving traffic continues to back you up on the Parkway West outbound. That is starting from the county jail as you head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Also, after the Fort Pitt Tunnel on that same route, lanes continue to stack as you make your way towards Carnegie. Both sides of the Liberty Tunnel and Bridge are also bumper to bumper. The Parkway East outbound slows you down as you approach the Oakland on-ramp and make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also seeing some congestion on 28, that inbound side, right around the 31st Street Bridge as you head towards the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coatings.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Need new windows or thinking about replacing the front door? Larry Richard for Specialty Window and Door. My friend Rick Fish and his local experienced installers have been specializing in windows and doors since 1980. Whether you're looking for vinyl, fiberglass, or wood, Rick features all the industry leaders, Provia, Joyce, Marvin, and Anderson. Whether it's one door, one window, or for the entire house, visit SpecialtyWindowAndDoor.com.
Getting warmer. Get to Schultz Ford right now, and I got something for you. Employee pricing. Oh, yeah, employee pricing is back. So many people love it. You will, too. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at SchultzFord.com. The selection is impeccable. So much going on. The service, outstanding. You're going to be treated like a king or queen. So get there. Employee pricing now. SchultzFord.com. UPMC Health Plan, your partners in care.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The big story today, inflation, which accelerated in April, mostly at the gas pump, but also food, and rents were higher too. Consumer prices last month up 3.8% year over year. That's the fastest pace in 3 years, and that sent stocks mostly lower and oil higher. The Dow gaining 56 points, but the Nasdaq down 186 on a sell-off in chip stocks. The S&P lower by 12. With the Strait of Hormuz still closed to tanker traffic, oil was up 4%, closing just above $102 a barrel. Meantime, AAA says the average price of a gallon of regular gas nationwide, $4.50. Shares of Wendy's up 17% after the Financial Times said a private equity firm considering taking the burger chain private. And no deal. Jack Daniels maker Brown-Forman rejecting a $15 billion takeover offer from rival Sazerac, the maker of Southern Comfort, Svedka vodka, Buzzballs, and lots more, according to the Wall Street Journal. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Got a really insightful text from Matt in Penn Hills. And I mean that. I'm not being facetious at all. He writes, I believe a very small number of people actually think it was fake or staged. And he's speaking to the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. A very small number of people actually think it was fake or staged. I think a greater number of people are trying to convince themselves that it was fake by repeating the lie to other people. That's what hate does to people. That's a great psychoanalysis into all of this situation. And I believe he's probably closer to the truth than just about anything else. I saw this poll, this survey, this thing, and it was like 24%. If I walked around and I stopped 100 people, I have an impossible time thinking 24 of them are going to say to me, yeah, that wasn't real. Pam's in North Hills. Hi, Pam.
Hey, Colin. Hey, I just wanted to point out something with this situation here that I consider to be supremely ironic, and that is that President Trump, is the first president in my lifetime that I recall ever using the term fake news. And he did it in his first term and now in his second one when the media, mainstream media, reported things that were unfavorable toward him. And so he loved calling it fake news. So now that there was this recent assassination attempt, the irony to me is that there are people, or at least according to what you just said with the polling, that are calling it fake news. So it seems like the fake news concept that he's thrown out there now has backfired on him.
I don't get it.
I just see it.
You just went 400 miles to make a point. I think that was like 2 miles long. You lost me. I'll be real honest with you.
I just think it's ironic that he loved to call the mainstream media putting out fake news, and now there's this assassination attempt, and people were polled, and they're calling it fake news when it really did happen, I believe. And I just think it's ironic. I think it's sad.
Right. Oh, I think it's incredible, and I think we're missing the bigger picture. It's one thing to call something fake news where somebody is flim-flamming over a percentage point or this or that, or they're talking about a conversation someone may or may not have had. But now we feel okay to call something fake news where someone attempted to perhaps kill someone. That's crazy to me.
That is crazy. It's sad. It's very sad.
It shows how far that we've traversed as a society to where we don't take a heightened importance. We don't look at things like that with a heightened importance. Like, there's no joking around about that. But we've reached the point where we're A-OK, perfectly fine, without question, to question things like that. It was just like when that happened. It only took a second for people to throw that out there. I bet it was fake. I bet it was staged. When the only reaction from anybody, unless you were a psychopath, was, no matter what side you were on, was, man, I hope everybody's okay. That's truly the only suitable reaction. I mean, there was a Secret Service agent shot in the chest. The only suitable reaction that is one that is acceptable, honestly, is, man, I hope everybody was okay. 866-391-1020. I can't wait to talk about the Millvale Police. That's coming up in just a little bit. I might not wait until 5. I might get into that. I'm going to get into that coming up next because it's such a great story. Your calls, too. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right. Thanks, Colin. Crews are rolling up to the scene of an accident on the Parkway North outbound. That's right around Mount Nebo Road, so it is causing some very slow congestion as people try to get around it right now. Looking at the other major roadways, heavy congestion continues to back you up on the Parkway East outbound from the Oakland on-ramp. Also starting to see extra brake lights backing you up on 28 outbound. That is right from the city heading towards the 31st Street Bridge. Then it restarts around the 40th Street Bridge as you head northbound on that route. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is Lisa with Nest Expressions Window Fashions. My South Hills Hunter Douglas Gallery in McMurray will be opening soon, so book your free shop-at-home consultation at nestexpressions.com.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different, and I want you to know taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA, your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. And by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. 100 days after Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says His department is closer to solving the case, and it could all be dependent upon a single strand of hair. CBS's News' Anna Schechter reports.
A single strand of DNA could be the hinge of this entire case. There was a little bit of DNA that most likely might have been a little bit of hair, little bit of bodily fluid, maybe mixed together, found near where Nancy Guthrie was that night, maybe even in her bed. That was shipped by those local detectives to Florida, and it was there for weeks, but it didn't yield very much because it was partial DNA.
Investigators have not yet confirmed details about the sample or exactly where it was found. State police are warning of a new scam targeting pet owners. Police say scammers are using AI to prey on people whose animals have gone missing. Scammers are taking photos that people post online, using AI to send back realistic but fake photos, maybe showing your pet in a vet's cage or even on an operating table. They tell you your pet was hit by a car and request thousands of dollars for urgent emergency surgery.
Assume everyone's lying and try to verify if you can. A lot of scammers use fear and sympathy to make people give them money or give information.
State police say be very suspicious of any urgent payment request or a sender's refusal to give you details. After two people were stranded 80 feet from the stations on Thursday, the Monongahela Incline has been shut down since those passengers were rescued. Pittsburgh Regional Transit officials say the 156-year-old incline may reopen as early as Wednesday, pending a state inspection. PRT maintenance and engineering teams determined moisture in an emergency stop button caused the shutdown. Dozens of successful test trips have been conducted, and a Pennsylvania Department of Labor and Industry inspection is scheduled for Wednesday morning. The Mon Incline is the oldest continuously operating railway system of its kind in the nation, transporting more than 500,000 riders each year. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 56 points, and Nasdaq down 185. The S&P 500 down 11 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates and the Colorado Rockies at PNC Park tonight. First pitch at 6:40. Paul Skeens will be throwing that first pitch of the evening. Penguins general manager Kyle Dubas earlier in the day met with the media and says they would love to have Evgeny Malkin back. Gino coming off a 61-point season in just 56 games, and he also moved from center to the wing. If he does come back, it will be season 21 for Gino. KDK Radio News Time, 4:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873. The right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Freedom Care. We're here for you.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Spring is showing up and showing out.
Give your yard its own moment with limited time deals from Lowe's. Grab select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for only $15. Plus, we've got Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for just $10. A little dirt, a little color, and we are so back. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid 5/7 through 5/13. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Crews are cleaning up an accident on the Parkway North outbound right after the exit towards Camp Horn Road. This is causing a lane restriction, so very slow congestion is following you from Lowry's Run Road as you head up towards that accident. Taking a look at the other major roadways, very slow-moving traffic on the southbound lane of the Parkway North as you make your way towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Same story with the Parkway West outbound heading towards that same bridge because of some rush hour congestion backing you up from 2nd Avenue, and the Parkway East outbound is slowed down as you make your way towards the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning out rather cloudy through the rest of this afternoon. A high of 68. Will be mainly cloudy tonight. A little bit of rain toward dawn. A low 56. And mostly cloudy and breezy tomorrow with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. High 65. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10 in our 7 o'clock hour. Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, Rich Fitzgerald, with news around the 10-county area and the city of Pittsburgh.
Here we go. All right. I want to talk about this. This is a fantastic story, I think. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Is this a great way to use technology, use our addiction to the internet, use shaming to solve crime? Or is this underhanded? Okay. Dateline Millville, Pennsylvania. Nice, sleepy, not as sleepy anymore, but nice little Allegheny River town, okay? Right across from Lawrenceville there. So, the Millville Borough Police Department, they had video of people doing something not so nice to a car. Now, I'll take this from Channel 4. Wrote some of this up, but I'll also editorialize a little bit here. So, high noon looked like it was set to arrive an hour early Tuesday in Millville. Follow me so far? Their police chief, who's a great man, Tim Komorowski, he took to social media yesterday to give 3 unidentified people an ultimatum. Call his detectives by 11 a.m. today about a vehicle that they brutally damaged on Sheridan Street, or he'd release a video to the media that captured the attack. Komorowski wrote on Facebook yesterday at about 4 o'clock p.m. I have no desire to humiliate anyone, but it is my duty to hold those accountable for such heinous actions. There's also no doubt that the 3 females involved will be extremely humiliated if the video is made public. One of the females will be even more humiliated than the other 2, and she will know why. He didn't elaborate. Now, in Millville, it only lasted about an hour. Police called off this showdown before Monday even ended. A post went up at about 5, so just about an hour after the original post, where he said, hey, we're going to expose you. And it read this: everyone involved has been identified. Actors involved are juveniles. We will not comment any further at this time. Thank you. Now, in the chief's original Facebook post, he said Millvale police were dispatched at 3 a.m. Sunday to property on Sheridan Street near Maryland Avenue for reports of a damaged vehicle. The amount of damage to the vehicle will easily make this offense a felony, he said in the first post. And elected and borough officials wouldn't discuss any of this. What triggered this online message remains unclear. It was an escape from normal protocol. Now, the chief, the mayor, and the borough manager all declined comment. The situation here got fixed. They put it out there on social media. They said, listen, you have X amount of time to come to the police station, or we're going to put the video out that we have, and you're going to be exposed, and then somebody's going to turn you in, identify you, and then we're going to go forward with the charges when invariably you get identified. So answer me this at 866-391-1020. Is this genius, or is this a bit too much? Like for me, without even thinking, it's genius. The only thing is, you got to be kind of pretty sure that they're juveniles. Because if not, the whole thing gets blown all up the next day whenever the paperwork goes through and the public sees who it is anyway, right? Or am I missing something here? They expeditiously went and figured, oh my gosh, we're on camera. They have it. We better go turn ourselves in. Now, it also raises this point at 866-391-1020. Could the police kind of bluff moving forward and say they have video of a lot of different things, and they might not actually have video? And it would take crooks calling their bluff to truly figure out if they did have video. I am blown away by this story. It's actually getting things done in pretty simplistic form by using, again, technology, using the power of social media, using the power of potential embarrassment, using a hard and fast timeline and deadline, and telling someone the man's going to come for you. Why don't you just make this easy on yourself? Now, they had to be pretty sure. I'm thinking through all of this. The Millvale police had to be pretty sure by looking at that video, I'm guessing, that they had a decent idea of the IDs of these kids, these young people, before they put it out there. They had to be. Or else it was just clearly like a stab in the dark. But if this tactic worked once, and I'm not saying it's widespread to where there's a lot of vandalism in Millvale, I don't know. But if this tactic worked once, and it worked that quickly, it worked in 1 hour, I'd employ it until my luck ran out. I just would. If I'm the Millvale police chief, why not? You're 1 for 1. I'd keep swinging until you missed. That's probably the way to go in all of this. Now, not on everything, but in things that fit into these parameters, things that you potentially could solve by using this or telling people, whether you have it on camera or not, that you do have them on camera. I read through this story 2 or 3 times, and every time I went, that probably took 10 minutes to come up with at the police station. Hey, listen, tell them we're going to put it on our Facebook page. We put it on our Facebook page. Tell them we're going to expose them by noon tomorrow if they don't come to the police station. And we're prepared to do it because we have the video. And let's see if they bite. And bang, they did in an hour's time. Now, I'm really interested to see, and this is the one question I'd want them to answer, although they're not answering any questions. Were the Millvale police truly prepared to release that video? And were they going to release it to the media, or were they just going to put it out on their Facebook page? And were they going to do it with faces blurred or not? Were they just going to throw it out there? Which they're well within their rights to do it. Or was this actually a bluff? Nonetheless, it caught the crooks. I like it. More of it. 866-391-1020 is that number. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at some very heavy congestion on the Parkway North outbound. That's because crews are trying to clean up an accident right around Mount Nebo Road. So it is causing some very heavy congestion also around that exit towards Camp Horn Road. Also looking at crews clean up an accident on the outbound side through the Liberty Tunnel. So that is also causing some heavy congestion on the Liberty Bridge and Tunnel. The other major roadways back you up with normal heavy rush hour delays. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
I still remember the first time CertaPro painters did their magic in my kitchen. Professional, beautiful, no worry. Loved everything about it. So there was the next room, and even outside. And know that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. But hurry, time is running out. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. So go with CertaPro Painters. Spring is calling, and the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback is ready to answer at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're headed to the mountains, the ball field, or just enjoying the sunshine on your commute, the Outback helps you make the most of every mile. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Outback Premium, VIN number TY518040, MSRP $37,437, and get 2.9% APR for 60 months, or lease for only $269 a month for 36 months with $2,999 due at signing. Visit BowserSubaru.com or in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
'Tis the season for the outdoor home project and the honey-do list. No pushing that off anymore. If you've got an older home like me, chances are you need some masonry work done to it. When, not if you do, call the pros at Precision Pointing. They're the best. Literally, they have the awards to prove it. I would know. I've used them. Satisfied customer talking to you right now. Looked at your chimney lately? How about those loose brick, the worn mortar joints? Your retaining wall about to topple over? Precision Pointing is the only call you need to make. RickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Look at the top of the hour. Paul Alexander. Hi, Paul.
Colin, hello there. Unfortunately, another day, another scan. We'll get you prepared for the very latest right here, top of the hour on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. You know what got a lot of play online overnight? I mean, a ton of play online. And I wonder how this is all going to end up working out. Was County Council President Pat Katina and what happens with him. The more I thought about it overnight, the more I think about it now, he's really getting railroaded. And it was a very important day in Allegheny County politics, not just in the now, but in history yesterday. That they beat a man down to the point where they just emasculated him so bad that he just said, you know what? You're right. I'm just going to apologize for something I'm not even sorry for just because you've beaten me into submission. Yes. Yes, you're right. You're right. I don't even stand by my beliefs anymore. It was actually a really sad day. It hurt to hear that interview with Marty and to hear just how badly people on the far left bludgeon that guy to make him think his convictions were wrong. That was so sad. And overnight, there was so much play on that on social media, on my social media, that I read back through all this stuff, and people echoed the same thing. Like, I wish he would have just stuck with his guns, even if he went down guns blazing and lost, how he could just acquiesce to these people and go, yeah, you're right. You know what? Just go ahead and let boys and girls play in sports together and transgenders play together. You're right. No, they're not right. Stick to what you believe in. Our county is absolutely, and the other point in the demarcation of the big change where it's official now, as soon as Pacatina is off of county council, it becomes pretty much 100% lunatic. It does. He was kind of one of the only, if not the only, steadying non-far left voice left on that county council. Now it's going to be real interesting over the next few years to see where it goes. There is no one left. And county council is very important in terms of property reassessments, in terms of policy, in terms of a lot of different things that takes money out of our pocket. It's going to be super interesting to see where it goes from here. I feel so bad for that man. I do. That he was incessantly bludgeoned by these lunatics and brain warped into thinking his thoughts were wrong. It's sad. It just is. It's sad. I went back and listened to that interview again last night after I got home, and it just felt like it was like one of those old cartoons where they like put this magnometer or whatever, some kind of machine into somebody's head and went bzzz, and made them think different. Like that's what happened to Pacatina. Was crazy. Anyway, 866-391-1020. Jack in Mount Lebanon. Jack, did you hear that story about the Millvale police?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you think about that? Is that great police work or what?
Yeah, I think that chief knows what he's doing.
I know he got them. He shook them up. They came right in. They turned themselves in, and bam, there we go. Crime solved.
Well, they're kids, and they're idiots. They're probably progressives too, and they probably scared poopless.
Scared poopless. Yes, scared poopless. What do you got going on today? Anything exciting?
Nothing, sir. Nothing.
No, not at all. This show's been terrible. This show's been slow today. I wish I could speed it up. There's not a lot going on.
Oh, I just want to know how that fireman Compere up in Butler, PA,
mm-hmm.
and this agent in D.C. all volunteered to get shot.
Yeah, I know. People calling it fake, it's just crazy, just insane, just makes no sense. Let me tell you about something right here. Hey, Pittsburgh, listen. There's a crisis in home health right now. At-home caregivers in short supply, and families, they're stretched thin. If you've been searching Medicaid home care near me, don't wait. Freedom Care was created for this. With over 160,000 families served and 97% satisfaction through Medicaid, Freedom Care lets your family choose a trusted friend or relative as the caregiver, someone who already knows your routines and needs. Caregivers, well, they can help with meals, meds, bathing, and mobility, all while getting paid, sometimes daily. No long wait list, no rotating strangers, and 100% free to you. Freedom Care handles paperwork, training, payroll, and supports so the caregivers can focus on, caring. If you're already caring for someone with Medicaid or ready to help, call Freedom Care today to see if you qualify. Don't let the shortage force your loved one to do without the help that they need. Freedom Care. Get paid to care for a loved one. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990. Here we go, traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at crews try to clean up that multi-vehicle accident on the Parkway North outbound right around exit 8 towards Camp Horn Road. It's causing a lane restriction, so very heavy congestion is backing you up all the way towards McKnight Road as you head northbound on that route. Taking a look at the other major roadways, some bumper-to-bumper traffic continues to back you up on the Parkway West outbound. Starting from the county jail, and the Parkway East outbound is bumper-to-bumper from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
When a medical injury, misdiagnosis, or neglect in a nursing home turns your life upside down, your family deserves attorneys with decades of complex trial experience. At Massa Law Group, local Pittsburgh attorneys concentrate their practice to helping medical and nursing home injury victims. Their team listens, lays out your options clearly, and will pursue the justice your family deserves. Licensed in PA, Ohio, and West Virginia, visit massalawgroup.com or call 412-338-1800.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by the Other Law Attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. A Duquesne man has been reportedly identified after a deadly shooting in downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush reports.
The Allegheny County Medical Examiner says 19-year-old Terrell Little was the victim in Sunday night's shooting in Market Square. Pittsburgh Public Safety says officers responding to reports of shots fired near the 200 block of Forbes Avenue found Little with 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition and later died. Investigators say the shooting happened after an altercation between Little and a man known to him. Detectives continue reviewing surveillance video as the investigation remains ongoing. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man has died following a shooting late Monday night in East Hills. More than 30 shots were fired in the area of East Hills Drive around 11 o'clock Monday night. 33-year-old Isaiah Booker of West Homestead was shot in the incident. He was found in a car on Penn Avenue in Point Breeze. Medics took him to the hospital where he later died. Right now, there are no suspects. An unnamed airline has submitted interest to serve Arnold Palmer Regional Airport after Spirit Airlines shut down May 2nd. That's according to a report in today's Pittsburgh Business Times. Spirit's closure left the airport without scheduled service for the first time since 2011 and eliminated 25 jobs. The airport is pursuing other airlines to take over. Former Pennsylvania gubernatorial candidate Doug Mastriano has been nominated to be the ambassador to Slovakia by President Donald Trump. Mastriano says he will continue serving as a Pennsylvania state senator until his appointment is confirmed by the Senate. Mastriano's nomination will clear the path for Pennsylvania State Treasurer Stacey Garrity to oppose incumbent Josh Shapiro as the Republican candidate in the general election. State police are warning of a new scam targeting pet owners. Police say scammers are using AI to prey on people whose animals have gone missing. Scammers are taking photos that the people post online, then using AI to send back realistic but fake photos, maybe showing your pet in a vet's cage or even on an operating table. They tell you that your pet has been hit by a car and request thousands of dollars for urgent emergency surgery.
Assume everyone's lying and try to verify if you can. A lot of scammers use fear and sympathy to make people give them money or give information.
State police say be suspicious of any urgent payment request or a sender's refusal to give you details. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 56 points, and NASDAQ down 185, the S&P 500 down 11. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates and the Colorado Rockies open a 3-game series at PNC Park tonight. First pitch at 6:40. Paul Skeens on the bump for the Bucks tonight. Penguins general manager Kyle Dubas met with the media earlier today and says they would love to have Evgeny Malkin back. Gino is coming off a 61-point season in 56 games, and he moved from center to the wing. If he does come back, that will be season 21 for Gino. KDK Radio News Time, 5:03. Time to call Metropolitan Windows. Save 20% off their exclusive Infinity from Marvin Fiberglass Windows, 412-655-8411. Right now, sunny and 72 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather. Together, next.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Oh, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Continuing to look at a problem area on the Parkway North outbound because of an accident right off of Camp Horn Road, causing a lane restriction as crews try to clean that up. It is causing some very slow-moving traffic starting all the way from a little bit after where you would get off to get on McKnight Road, so consider taking a different route. Taking a look at the other major roadways, bumper-to-bumper traffic continues to back you up on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue. Also, 28 inbound is slowing you down around the 31st Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning out rather cloudy tonight. There will be a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. Then mostly cloudy for tomorrow. We'll have a couple of showers, even a heavier thunderstorm, a high of 65, and passing showers we get through tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
The yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. 866-391-1020. I do want to get back into this dog warden story. It is a fascinating story. We'll take your calls, though. Everybody on hold, stay on hold. Hey, I am worried about... You know what? I'm now officially worried, Margot. One of the regular callers of the show... okay, there's 2 regular callers of the show. And if you're on hold, stay there. I'll grab your calls. Lou in Aspinwall may have just decided he doesn't want to call the show anymore. So there's that. But Brody in Swissvale is 100% MIA. Margot, he's gone. Brody in Swissvale would at least touch base via the text line every once in a while.
Yeah, but he took a hiatus.
A what now?
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
He took a hiatus last summer, I feel like.
So maybe he went away for... Didn't he say he had a girlfriend out of town, maybe?
I don't know, but Lou in Aspinwall 1,000% is done.
He's just done with the show.
He confirmed it with me a couple months ago.
He said he's done with the show.
Yes, he said he's done calling. He doesn't want to be a regular anymore. He stopped listening to the radio.
Okay, got it.
So Lou in Aspinwall, we can forget him. He's forgotten us.
Okay.
We can't harp on. We can't let him live in our heads.
All right. No, but Brody.
But Brody, I'm worried.
I'm worried about Brody in Swissvale. I'm absolutely worried about Brody in Swissvale.
Me too.
I'm not worried about Jeff in Cranberry. He's on the line. Jeff, did you hear this Millville story?
Yes, and I have a story behind that. I had retail dollar stores a few years ago. We had a problem bouncing checks with customers bouncing checks.
Uh-huh.
So we would post on the counter a copy of their check and do not take checks from the customers. So the customers would see it, so would employees see it, and we got paid for every check after that.
Oh, wait a minute. Walk this back. Were the cameras hot? Did they work?
No, the checks. We actually take the checks to the counter.
Oh, I see. You posted it. So you posted a Xerox copy, a photocopy of the checks.
Yes, on the counter. We got called a lot of names, everything else, but everyone took care of them. They were really mad, but it was a great move.
And you know what? There is something in it. You know, it even works in our field in a way. And let me explain, Jeff, if you've got a minute here.
Yes.
Embarrassment, public shaming goes a long way. There are a lot of people in a lot of fields, and whatever it may be, this business, that business, they're this white-collar person, they do this. They don't care about getting sued. They get sued all the time. It is what it is. But In that same vein, when you mention you're going to talk bad about them on the radio or they're going to be on TV and their picture's going to be on there in a bad way, you sure get action like that. They'd rather get sued than be publicly shamed. And there's a parallel to what you're saying right there, Jeff. You could have just taken them to the magistrate quietly and whatever, taking your time, taking your energy, and it cost you some money, or you get results by doing that. You know what I mean?
Yes, it worked.
It sounds like
public shaming is a good thing sometimes.
Public shaming is a good thing sometimes. Man, good work by you. I'm proud of you. All right, let's get back to this dog warden story. I've got newfound energy now that we drift into the 5 o'clock hour. We had a lull there for a while. I don't know why. It's like not the dog days of summer yet, when it's not even summer, but I just hit a lull for a little bit. All right. So some police departments in the North Hills have put this out on their social media sites. And I'm told that this has happened in other places throughout the state at different times over the past couple years. It happened before COVID even. Then it went on a break for a little bit, and now it's kind of back. But I'm going to read for you exactly what was written on one of the social media sites of a police department in the North Hills. Are you ready for this? It involves the dog wardens in the state of Pennsylvania. Attention pet owners. Pennsylvania dog wardens will soon be conducting a door-to-door canvass in our area to check for current Allegheny County dog licenses and up-to-date rabies vaccinations. Please remember these local requirements. All dogs 3 months of age and older must be licensed in Allegheny County by January 1st of each year. All dogs and cats 3 months of age and older must be vaccinated against rabies. Why does this matter? Licensing your dog isn't just a law. It's the best way to ensure lost pets can be safely reunited with their families, and it serves as proof of ownership. Additionally, your licensing fees directly support the essential services of our dog warden performs, such as inspecting the 133 licensed boarding kennels, doggy daycares, shelters, and rescues in our county to ensure they are safe and up to code. Furthermore, keeping our pets vaccinated against rabies protects not only them, but our entire community from a deadly yet highly preventable disease. Let's work together to keep our furry friends and our neighborhoods safe. Long story short, you just heard that. I didn't make it up. That's very real. I checked in with the people who posted that at their department. The dog warden will be going door to door to canvass to check that you got your papers up to date on your dog. This is too much work for me. It's too much. It's over the top. First of all, why isn't there some sort of database that there's not an office somewhere? Second of all, I don't know. Are we getting pretty close to a Fourth Amendment issue? Also, there are a lot of people, when you think of it in this way, I did what I was supposed to do. I purchased what I was supposed to purchase. I got my license what I was supposed to license. I got all my ducks in a row. I made the effort. Now leave me alone. You don't need to come to my house and ask me for my papers. I proved and took proactive measures and took active measures to do what I needed to do to license my dog. You don't need to follow up and check with me. Stop hassling me. That shouldn't be the job of the government. The job of the government is to make sure it's licensed, and that happens when you get it. And go after the people who don't have licenses. You know, we're essentially setting up a checkpoint, but we're knocking on your door. That doesn't sit well with a lot of people, and I can understand why. What if you just tell them, and this is probably the play, and it's no knock on dog wardens, I'm sure they're great people. Yeah, no one's home. Don't worry about it. I have everything. No, I'm not showing you anything. You can check the state database. I'm not trying to make your life hard, but we don't need to have a discussion on my front doorstep about this. I've taken the time to do what I was supposed to do. I filled out all the paperwork. I paid my fees, even more so. Now, You've monopolized my time to that point, and that's all you get from me. I'll be inside watching television. We don't need to double check them. Thank you, please leave. Not a knock personally at these people. This feels like a money shakedown, a money grab, let's actively go out there and try to find scofflaws or the people who haven't done this. And in the throes of that, let's try to entangle as many people as possible, and there's going to be a high percentage of legal people so that in that entanglement, we can maybe catch some illegal people. That's a waste of a lot of people's time. And frankly, you're going to rankle a lot of people. And let me guess the neighborhoods you're going to knock on doors. Pine, Fox Chapel, O'Hara. How about you start on Rhine Place or D-Rod Street or Kirkpatrick Street? Or how about you go down? Every day I see by the Heinz plant, there's a hobo who has a dog that is right there in traffic. Why don't you go ask him if his dog has all the rabies papers? Why don't you go ask that guy and see if you get a hassle? But instead, I'm sure it'll be rather convenient to knock on doors in Upper St. Clair, right? Is that how it's all going to work? That'd be my guess. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Crews are continuing to clean up an accident on the Parkway North outbound, right around exit 8 towards Camp Horn Road, causing a lane restriction. This is causing lanes to stall all the way towards Route 19 as you head northbound on that route. So your USPS ground advantage reliable route would be to take Route 65 towards 79. Taking a look at the other major roadways, bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West outbound continues backing you up all the way from the county jail. Also, both sides of the Liberty Bridge and Tunnel are backed up as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Save big on a new roof during Home Genius Exterior's Memorial Day roofing sale. Get 50% off all roofing materials, then take an extra $500 off, plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. Save big with our best offer of the year. Call Home Genius Exteriors today at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
Oh, there we go. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening. 5:30. Hi, Paul.
Colin, after a prolonged shutdown, there's hope that the Monongahela Incline could be active again tomorrow. Details coming up. Bottom of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Inflation up 3.8% in April year over year, mostly on skyrocketing prices at the gas pump, but also higher costs for food and rent. And with inflation now the highest it's been in 3 years, the Trump administration is considering suspending the federal gas tax and just released 53 million more barrels of oil from the nation's reserves in hopes of easing prices at the pump. Trump also looking to lower beef prices by lifting import levels. But on Wall Street, with the Strait of Hormuz still effectively shut to tanker traffic, oil today closing 4% higher above $102 a barrel, and stocks were mixed and mostly lower. The Dow today up by 56 points, but the Nasdaq was down 186 on a sell-off in chipmaker stocks. The S&P was lower by 12. And in its next iPhone software update, Apple will let users customize the camera app so you can put controls for the flash or timer wherever you want them. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Here we go. Man, I'm going to tell you where, in just a little bit, text messaging saved my whole day today. 100% saved my whole day today. Yep. Anyway, 866-391-1020. The more I think about this dog warden issue, you know the other thing? It's really putting these dog wardens in a tight spot. They don't want to go do this. There's no way in the world they want to go do this. They don't want to go knock on doors. They don't want to try to shake people down. They don't want to go on someone's property and have to put themselves at risk and say, hey, can I see your papers, please? They're not in the business to do that. Helen's in Forest Hills. Hi, Helen.
Hi, Colin. How you feeling?
I'm feeling better. Thank you so much for asking. You know, I just had a head cold. That was it. It was just so stuffy I couldn't talk.
Yeah, I know you were going to go to urgent care.
Yeah, I went there. Thank you. I waited for a long time, which is fine. It's this time of year. And they didn't give me any prescriptions. They gave me, they told me to take like 30 different over-the-counter things and spray stuff up my nose.
Yeah, like that Flonase that I was telling you about.
You did.
Okay.
Flucotonase or whatever. Flonase, yes.
Fluticasone or whatever.
Same thing.
Okay, I wanted to tell you, this friend of mine, she has one dog and two cats. She took, and they don't run loose. The dog's in a fenced-in yard. Mm-hmm. The cats never leave the house. She took her dog to get shots and, you know, like a stool sample to make sure he didn't have worms or anything. And she had to pay $800. I almost fell over when she told me that.
$800?
Yeah, just for the shots and examination. Well, I know the prices of everything have gone up. Now I says, well, what about your cats? She said she's not. Her cats never leave the house, and she's not going to get them shots. She doesn't care.
She better hope this dog warden doesn't knock on her door.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, there's a lot of decent people that have pets, and they take care of them, and I don't know. I think that's ridiculous what you're saying.
Helen, it's totally ridiculous. Like, it just, it feels like a money grab. What they're trying to do is entrap people like your friend and say, well, see, now you got to pay up. And there's probably a fine that goes along with this.
You can imagine what that is.
I know.
If the shots are $800, what's the fine?
What's a cat's name? Your friend's cat? Do you know?
I don't know. She has two of them. I don't know what their names are.
Shh, don't tell anybody because they're not legal.
I'm not saying where she lives.
No.
So
Okay.
unless they knock on my door and try to get it out of me where she lives, I'm not going to tell her.
Do you know her dog's
Tell
name?
them. The what?
Do you know her dog's name?
No, I don't even know his name.
No. Well, $800 for some poop, that's a lot.
Yeah, now I heard that if you get down Animal Rescue League and get the shots and that, it's cheaper. I wonder if that's true.
Huh.
Maybe somebody could call in and mention that.
Yeah, that I don't know, but it is rather interesting. It feels like, and thank you for the call. She's such a sweet woman. It doesn't all add up to me. It doesn't. If it's one thing to entrust people to come and do the right thing, okay, but then to seek them out and try to, I guess, catch them red-handed whenever you're going to bother a lot of people who already did the right thing, that's just not what we're built on. It isn't. Demand the yellow van. Oh, I'm so choked up about this. I'm excited. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, the trusted team for fast water extraction, drying, and full restoration. Things can get crazy quick around here this time of year. Yep, big thunderstorms, damage to your house, water inside where it's not supposed to be before you know it. You make one call, 412-RECOVER, 412-RECOVER. The best call to make in the worst situation possible. When water gets in, they get to work. Demand that yellow van. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh will be dispatched from Oakmont. They will get out to where you are ASAP. So when disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. All right, here we go, Margo. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Again, still looking at that accident on the Parkway North outbound right around Camp Horn Road. It looks like crews are in the final stages of trying to clean that up. So hopefully lanes will start moving a bit better on that route. However, it's still causing some brake lights to back you up as you head northbound. Also looking at lane stack on 28 inbound around the 40th Street Bridge as you make your way towards the city. And the Parkway West outbound is bumper to bumper from 2nd Avenue. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is Lisa with Nest Expressions Window Fashions. My South Hills Hunter Douglas Gallery in McMurray will be opening soon, so book your free shop at home consultation at nestexpressions.com.
The day you retire, everything changes. Risk feels different. Income matters more. Mistakes cost more, and recovery time gets shorter. Secure Money Advisors works with families preparing for retirement by focusing on income, taxes, health care, and legacy planning in one comprehensive strategy. Claim your complimentary copy today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
I've been burned before. I was just repeating the same patterns. It turns out I had a type.
Workplaces everywhere are looking for love. And by love, we mean the easy way to order food at work. Easy Cater.
I thought ordering from great restaurants at work had to be complicated, but then I met Easy Cater. So many options, so flexible, and when I ordered for 50 gluten-free vegans without going over budget, I knew I'd found the platform I wanted to do life and lunch with.
Fall in love with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, folks, have you seen those ads that talk about how you can own it, not owe it at CCAC? Well, it's so true. You can own an education that will get you a good job, and you won't owe a ton of money. 81% of CCAC students graduate debt-free. And if you want to go to a 4-year school, you can save thousands by spending your first 2 years at CCAC. Hey, it's time. Check out the programs and this month's scheduled open house events at ccac.edu. CCAC rocks.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. President Trump is heading to China to discuss several issues, including trade, tariffs, and the war against Iran. Speaking to reporters at the White House prior to his departure, the president talked about what it will take to end the war.
It's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon. They know that. They've agreed to that. And then that's not what they said to me when it came to pay. We don't play games. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
The president spoke as the latest government report showed a sharp rise in consumer prices amid the war against Iran, mostly due to the jump in oil prices. The head of the World Health Organization says global leaders should prepare to see more cases of hantavirus amid ongoing efforts to contain it. So far, the WHO has confirmed 9 cases of Andes strain and the virus linked to the Dutch cruise ship. 18 U.S. citizens are now being monitored at facilities in Georgia and Nebraska. CBS's Ian Lee reports.
While the Andes strain responsible for the deadly outbreak can spread from person to person, experts stress this is not the start of another pandemic.
It is less infectious. COVID was airborne. Most of the transmissions with hantavirus are direct, intimate contact.
Health officials say symptoms of the virus can appear up to 42 days after exposure, but they insist the risk to the public remains low.
7 Americans who flew home from the cruise earlier are being monitored locally. So far, none has reported any hantavirus symptoms. After 2 people were stranded 80 feet from the stations on Thursday, the Monongahela Incline has been shut down since those passengers were rescued. Pittsburgh Regional Transit officials say the 156-year-old incline may reopen as early as Wednesday, pending a state inspection. PRT maintenance and engineering teams determined moisture in an emergency stop button caused the shutdown. Dozens of successful test trips have been conducted, and a Pennsylvania Department of Labor and Industry inspection is scheduled for Wednesday morning. Some Pittsburgh residents could get a little help keeping up with their yard work thanks to a city program that's back and fully funded. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has details.
City cuts is back after it was left out of the 2026 budget, but Mayor Corey O'Connor says funding has now been restored at $300,000 to bring it back. The program pays local contractors to mow eligible residents' lawns twice a month from June through the fall. It's designed for seniors, veterans, people with disabilities, and low-income homeowners who can't maintain their yards. Registration is first come, first served through 311. City leaders say the goal is to keep neighborhoods looking maintained while also supporting local landscaping businesses. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 56 points, the Nasdaq down 185, the S&P 500 down 11. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates and Rockies, game 1 of a 3-game set tonight at PNC Park. First pitch at 6:40. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Bucs tonight. Penguins general manager Kyle Dubas met with the media today. He says they would love to have Evgeny Malkin back for his 21st season. Gino's coming off a 61-point season in 56 games as he moved from the center spot to the wing. KDK Radio News Time, 5:32. Our next update is at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies, but at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margo.
All right. Thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways. Continuing to look at that accident on the Parkway North outbound right around Camp Horn Road. There still is a lane restriction as the crews have moved to the shoulder of the road, so traffic is moving a little bit better. However, you are still going to see some heavy brake lights as you make your way towards that accident. The other major roadways closer to the city continue to give you some problems. The Parkway West outbound backs you up from the county jail. The Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper from Technology Drive. Also, some lanes are stacked on both sides of the Liberty Tunnel and the inbound side of 28 from the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will turn out pretty cloudy into tonight. There will be a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. Then mostly cloudy and breezy tomorrow. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 65. Chilly on Thursday, a high only 53 with a chance for a shower. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10 in our 7 o'clock hour. Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, Rich Fitzgerald, with news around the 10-county area and the city of Pittsburgh.
Rich Fitzgerald, like I say, he's on a lot. He's just get his own show. He's just do a whole hour and then knock it all out and be done with it. He's like dotted here, dotted there, here, there, and then it adds up to like an hour and a half of radio a week. He's just do straight through 1 hour by himself, get it all out, and there we go. Anyhow, 866-391-1020. Before we're out of here today, I think tonight online, I'm going to make the most important purchase and decision headed into the summer, which is still a little bit away. But the most important purchase that will either end up being comfortable or uncomfortable of my summer. Stay tuned and I'll explain. Because there's a lot that goes into this. If you screw it up, could be a world of hurt. You want to get this one right. You do. And I'll dive into that in just a little bit. 866-391-1020 is that number. Couple stories here. How about this one? This one is fascinating to me.
Going forward, the Denver Police Department Airport Police Division will be continuing to work with DEN operations to review and evaluate this incident, to include any perimeter security concerns.
Did you see the guy that just got eviscerated by that plane that ran out on the runway? Now, it's twofold, that story is. It's definitely twofold. One, it's this. If a guy is not worried about self-preservation, there's not a whole lot you can do. He'll figure out a way to get out there. He'll find a breach. There's a huge span of land. Like, go to Greater Pittsburgh and look at all that land, like from the time to where you're almost to the airport, all the way to the other side by like the sheets over in like Moon on that side of it, all the way. It's a gigantic plot of land. There are breaches that you could find. You could climb a fence. If you can beat the security to the runway and you're not worried about self-preservation, like, you can have all the security in the world, and it kind of is what it is. But then it comes into disrupting a plane in motion that could potentially hurt or kill 200-some people. That's where the whole issue is. You know, people make a big stink out of this, and they're going to. Well, oh my gosh, how did that guy get out there? Oh my God. There are miles and miles and miles of fence in all these big American airports, and it really is hard to secure every single inch of it 24/7, 365. It just is. You react after something happens or after you notice something happening, and you take your chances you're going to, do away with the threat before it becomes a real threat. So there's that. That's one story, and we'll see where it goes from here. But it just seemed like a guy hell-bent on killing himself. And that's sad and it's terrible, but that's what it seems like. And luckily, no one else was really injured in it. Now, to this story. I heard this earlier today as I was going through the Wire story, and I wondered about accountability. Give a listen to this lawsuit. Is it frivolous or does it have merit?
He was my heart. He was an amazing kid.
Sam Nelson was 19 years old when his mom, Layla Turner Scott, discovered him unconscious at home, just back from his freshman year of college nearly a year ago.
I found him in his bed that morning. His lips were a little blue, and I'm sorry. It's okay.
Sam's mom and stepdad Angus knew he'd been struggling with alcohol and experimenting with drugs and took him to get help. They said on the night of his death, it was ChatGPT version 4.0 that's now no longer available that recommended specific dosages, including a fatal combination.
He wanted to do it safely, and he would ask it questions about what he could take. That night, it advised him that it was okay to take Kratom with Xanax, and Sam had done that.
All right. Pardon me for not being all that compassionate. I know that's going to sound cold. This young man was 19. He wasn't 9. He was 19. I don't know if he had illegally or legally obtained Xanax. He took Kratom, which there's still a lot left to be desired in terms of what that does. Nothing positive to you. He asked ChatGPT if it was good or not. ChatGPT said, oh, yeah, you're all good. Whatever. Or we don't know. So he went forward with that, and he ended up dead. It's lost on me when we find these cases where people willingly decide to dive into things that are not beneficial to them, that have a detrimental effect on them. Then you know that going in. And then they have a very serious detrimental effect on them. And then they try to find someone to blame for their demise. I don't know of any other way to put it. There is a level of compassion from me, but there's not a level that reaches someone should pay up because of their death. I just think we've lost our way, and I'm going to sound really cold here, but I think we've lost our way with personal responsibility. Getting back to the guy at the airport in Denver. Will his family find a way to say he shouldn't have been able to breach that fence? he did, and now you need to pay up. I'm not saying that's the case, but there are some parallels here. There just are. I just think that rising to the top of a lot of these things, of all of these things, should be, did they meet the threshold of personal responsibility? Yes or no? In both of these cases, I look at it and I say, no. There were detrimental effects that could potentially happen and ones that could kill them with both of their actions. Everything else is moot behind it. Everything else that happens. Unfortunately, the law doesn't work that way, but more logic should be applied to the law. It's just incredible how many frivolous lawsuits are brought before courts and how much time we waste with them. All right, coming up in just a little bit before we're out of here, I have a huge, maybe the biggest decision to make tonight going into my plans for summer. I've already started my plans for summer, and I'll tell you what that is coming up in just a moment. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at crews cleaning up that accident on the Parkway North outbound, right around Camp Horn Road. However, they are in the final stages of trying to clean that up, so lanes are moving a bit better now since they moved over to the shoulder of that route. However, you are still going to be hitting your brake lights as you head northbound on that route. Taking a look at the other major roadways, heavy congestion on the Parkway East and West outbound back you up as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill and Fort Pitt tunnels. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Bowser Subaru, it's the perfect season to get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. Whether it's a weekend hike, a road trip to the lake, or just rolling the windows down on your daily drive, with Subaru's legendary all-wheel drive, you'll drive with confidence. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Crosstrek Premium, VIN number T3767276, MSRP $33.97, and get 1.9% APR for 36 months, or lease for only $199 a month for 36 months with $2,999 due at signing. Visit BowserSubaru.com or in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill. If you want to know how good it feels to get professional paint work inside your home, go with CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard, and a big opportunity right now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. The sale ends soon. And remember, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all.
One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
All right, here we go. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. I'll look ahead what's happening at 6. Hi, Paul.
Hello, Colin. Things right now at Arnold Palmer Regional Airport still up in the air, but there is some hope. Details. Top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I need to clarify for Paul, things at the airport are always up in the air. That's okay. Terrible dad joke, but I had to get it in, Paul. 866-391-1020. I'm anxious to hear that on the way home, though, because that has become a shell of itself. So what will happen to Arnold Palmer Airport? That is the one downside to Spirit kind of going out of business, is it left an airport that really depended on it in a big lurch. All right, I got a big decision to make tonight. So I have a little time. I'm going to get home, going to have some dinner. And this all came about because I hardly ever look at the weather. You know me, if I've talked about this before, I look like 24 hours in advance for the most part. But for some reason, my app was up, my weather app on my phone, and I saw it's going to be 80-something next week, like early next week, maybe Sunday or Monday into next week. It's probably going to rain. But anyway, it said the first number was an 8. So it's going to be 80-something. And then I'm thinking, man, it's like mid-June, or excuse me, mid-May already. So it'll be June. School will be out. Summer is on the horizon. Like, it's getting here in short order, which means I better start planning for some things. I have plenty of shorts. I got to go buy some more black T-shirts. I have about, I don't know, give or take 43 black T-shirts, plain black T-shirts. It's what I wear. I'm comfortable. I like them. But I need to get some summer footwear. Now comes the big decision. Now, I won't wear them to work because I don't wear them to work. But I need some sandals for the pool, for the beach, for vacation, when we make a trip. I don't know about you. This ends up being one of my biggest decisions going into each summer, pretty much. Or every other summer when I buy a pair and they last a couple summers. There are pluses and minuses to both the flip-flop type, where the material goes in between your big toe and the next one, and the slide type, where they have sort of the big arch right across the top of your foot. You know, the ones you kind of slide into. Pluses and minuses to both. Now, the flip-flops that go in between your big toe and your next toe, if you get a bad pair and it rubs wrong or it doesn't fit just right, it'll just form a blister right on the side of your big toe, and there's no going back. It's awful. It's terrible. You got to throw them out. You can't wear them. The other slide type ones, for me, they're too cumbersome. And you feel like you're clomping around. Although you then avoid the potential blister situation in between your toes. But they almost feel kind of too big to be kind of summer pool shoes for me. But there's a safer play to go with them because you don't necessarily have to worry about something going in between your toes. Now, with me, some people don't like that feeling in between their toes. I'm fine with it. I normally lean toward the ones that go in between your toes, but they generally don't have as thick of a footbed, and they don't last as long. They're not as sturdy. They're not as good. They're not as put together as well. So you got to be careful. And then you say to yourself, am I really going to spend $70 on some little flip-flops? Anyway, that's all going to be in my mind tonight when I choose my summer footwear. I know you've been there. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, easy for me to say, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. It looks like that accident on the Parkway North outbound that's been backing up that route for most of the rush hour has been cleared. However, residual delays will continue to back you up a bit starting from Lowry's Run Road. Taking a look at the other major roadways, still seeing some brake lights on the Parkway West outbound and East outbound as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels, and both sides of the Liberty Bridge and tunnel continue to back you up as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Save big and head to your local Toro dealer for this spring's sales event on now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro Zero Turn, Stand On, and Walk Behind mowers. Stop in today to check out the great deals and amazing finance offers. For more information on spring sales event deals, visit your local Toro dealer. Penn Hills Rental at 11125 Frankstown Road or call 412-242-6777.
Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know that Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory has their own factory, fabric warehouse, and showroom right here in Pittsburgh? Lachina doesn't just sell their beautiful custom products, they make them. From exquisite fabrics to custom draperies to blinds, shades, shutters, and upholstery, you get Lachina's expertise from start to finish. Visit Lachina's showrooms in Dormont and Wexford. Call 412-665-4900 to book a free Lachina shop-at-home visit or book online at lachinadrapery.com.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust, a family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists, just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all, training, payroll, and support, so you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Trust PJ.com. President Trump is heading to China to discuss several issues, including trade, tariffs, and the war against Iran. Speaking to reporters at the White House prior to his departure, the president talked about what it will take to end the war.
It's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon. They know that. They've agreed to that. And then that's not what they said to me when it came to pay. We don't play games. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
The president spoke as the latest government report showed a sharp rise in consumer prices amid the war against Iran, mostly due to the jump in oil prices. A Duquesne man has been identified after a deadly shooting in downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush reports.
The Allegheny County Medical Examiner says 19-year-old Terrell Little was the victim in Sunday night's shooting in Market Square. Pittsburgh Public Safety says officers responding to reports of shots fired near the 200 block of Forbes Avenue found Little with 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition and later died. Investigators say the shooting happened after an altercation between Little and a man known to him. Detectives continue reviewing surveillance video as the investigation remains ongoing. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man has died following a shooting late Monday night in East Hills. More than 30 shots were fired in the area of East Hills Drive around 11 o'clock Monday night. 33-year-old Isaiah Booker of West Homestead was shot in the incident. He was found in a car on Penn Avenue in Point Breeze. Medics took him to the hospital where he later died. Right now, there are no suspects. An unnamed airline has submitted interest to serve Arnold Palmer Regional Airport after Spirit Airlines shut down May 2nd. That's according to a report in today's Pittsburgh Business Times. Spirit's closure left the airport without scheduled service for the first time since 2011 and eliminated 25 jobs. The airport is pursuing other airlines to take over. State police are warning of a new scam targeting pet owners. Police say scammers are using AI to prey on people whose animals have gone missing. Scammers are taking photos that people post online and using AI to send back realistic but fake photos, maybe showing your pet in a vet's cage or even on an operating table. They tell you that your pet has been hit by a car and request thousands of dollars for urgent emergency care.
Assume everyone's lying and try to verify if you can. A lot of scammers use fear and sympathy to make people give them money or give information.
State police say be suspicious of any urgent payment request or a sender's refusal to give you details. After 2 people were stranded 80 feet from the stations on Thursday, the Monongahela Incline has been shut down since those passengers were rescued. Pittsburgh Regional Transit officials say the 156-year-old incline may reopen as early as Wednesday, pending a state inspection. PRT maintenance and engineering teams determined moisture in an emergency stop button caused the shutdown. Dozens of successful test trips have been conducted, and a Pennsylvania Department of Labor and Industry inspection is scheduled for Wednesday morning. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 56 points, the Nasdaq down 185, the S&P 500 down 11 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates and the Rockies at PNC Park tonight. First pitch in about 40 minutes from now. Paul Skeens on the bump for the Bucks. And Penguins general manager Kyle Dubas met with the media today. He says they would love to have Evgeny Malkin back. Gino coming off a 61-point season in 56 games played and moving from center to the wing. KDK Radio News Time, 6:03. Right now, sunny and 72 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather. Together, next.
Yes, it's spring in Pittsburgh. The flowers have bloomed, the trees have leafed, and taxpayers have had their pockets picked for nearly $1.7 million to buy 4 of 6 privately built Tony Hill District townhomes that would not sell. What's wrong with this picture? Just about everything. Learn more about this topic and others in Colin McNichol at Large, and only at AlleghenyInstitute.org, where conventional public policy wisdom has been challenged since 1995.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, it's a terrific Tuesday. Beautiful evening in the Berg. It's your Pratt Pack. Welcome to this Tuesday broadcast. And from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. I'm happy to report that lanes are moving much better on the Parkway North outbound after an accident right around the Camp Horn Road exit had made it very slow to move on that route for most of the afternoon, but you might just see a few residual brake lights, but it should be smooth sailing on that route. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning out rather cloudy tonight. There will be a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. Then mostly cloudy for tomorrow. Of a couple of showers, even a heavier thunderstorm, a high of 65, and passing showers we head through tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACKvacations.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, your Pratt Pack, page 1. After President Trump rejected Iran's response to the latest U.S. peace proposal and said the ceasefire is on life support, the Speaker of Iran's parliament said, listen to this, the Islamic Republic's military is ready to teach a lesson to any aggressor. They'll never learn. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee said Tuesday that Israel sent anti-missile batteries known as Iron Drones, we talked about this earlier today from the home studio, to help the United Arab Emirates protect the country from Iranian attacks, underlying a growing defense relationship between the two Middle Eastern countries, bolstered by the Iran war. I'm done. End of story. You heard the clip Paul led his news with moments ago. The president is done. I was listening to an interview earlier today, and I must tell you, everyone who is talking about the president being aggressive and leaving no stone unturned, they're doing it for one reason, because they understand this guy's in it to win it. And he may be backpedaling at times, and it even upsets me and lets Iran off the hook, this regime, time and time again. But it's the art of the deal. And Newt Gingrich, earlier on Fox, I was listening to him as well, the greatest, I believe, public servant that this country has ever known. My humble opinion, would have been an incredible president, but age just caught up to him. But he lives by the Constitution, the Founding Fathers, the written word, what we are supposed to do. And it's going to be one of the themes of tonight's show. And I just blogged about it moments ago from another studio here at KDKA Odyssey. And that is, there may be two sides to every story, but when it comes to the story of America, there's only one story. And it was written by those gentlemen who risked everything, even their own lives, to stand up against a king and a country, because that's not what they wanted for this country that we are about ready to celebrate our 250th birthday. Iran should not be involved at all. They are nothing more than a pawn on a chessboard. It is time to get rid of this regime. It is time to end this nonsense. And more importantly, save the Iranian people from the tyranny that has been going on since the Ayatollah Khomeini in the late 70s. But more importantly, protecting the rest of the world from them eventually, which they will, develop a nuclear weapon, and they will find a way to launch it, and they will hold people hostage all around the globe, including the United States of America. And enough is enough. Quit making excuses. No longer should anybody in this country be paying what they're paying for a gallon of gasoline. It's utter nonsense. It has to end. And what better way than by the commander-in-chief simply saying, "This is it, my final warning, and then it's go time." Yeah, I can't handle it no more. I mean, who did this regime, who do they think they are? I mean, do you understand what your parents would have made you do if this was the biggest bully on the block taking your lunch money every day? And they did it from you to your sisters to your brother, from one generation, that next generation, that person's bully's child bullying you or your children would have never stood for it. Never. I can tell you firsthand, my dad simply said, go get revenge. Don't let them do this to you anymore. Believe me, my dad shoved me out that side door many times after coming home with tears running down my face. If you don't do something now, they'll do it to you the rest of your life. And speaking of defense, I've been hearing all these stories about shootings, about youth and fisticuffs and brawls breaking out in a beautiful part of the city, Market Square. Let me tell you what we need to do. 3rd Street Gym is in Pittsburgh, right? My man, Tommy Yankello, has a great gym in Ambridge. I know a lot of people in boxing, and I know a lot of gyms. We need to get these kids and let them work out some of that frustration. You know, one thing I will say, I knew some gentlemen from Pittsburgh and one from Aliquippa who turned, well, a skill set into an incredible amateur career as boxers. Pecan Kimbrough and Monty Mesa Clay. Listen, one from Rankin, one from Aliquippa, they got into the gym and they basically grew up and turned into men by utilizing the art of, well, the Marcus of Queensberry rules, self-defense. Women are doing it as well. The UFC seeing major numbers as far as ratings are concerned. Because you see, we are naturally an aggressive society. But if you look back at the golden age of boxing when there were people like Paul Spatafor and the original Pittsburgh kid, Billy Conn, times were tough in the city. But they found a way to rise above it. And they learned to, well, channel that energy in a different direction. And I see that Spatty now is out in Vegas training all sorts of young talent, and he's never looked better. I follow him on social media, talked to him when the book came out, and I couldn't be more happy. And I'm sure he would be the first to say if he was sitting here with me right now, or Tommy Yankello, or anybody at that 3rd Street boxing gym in Pittsburgh, these kids have to have a place. Boys clubs, girls clubs, YMCA. They've got to have a place to get rid of this aggression because it's turning more violent every day, and there's gunplay every day. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that tonight. Something's got to be done, because we are destroying future generations, and I believe that all of us are responsible to try to make it better. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream. And now you can also go to our KDK Radio YouTube channel and see everything that is happening in the studio. Hey, if you know someone in your community has done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now. KDKRadio.com to be honored with this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes. And don't forget, NASCO Roofing Instant Access to our shows. A click away. Email us at instantaccess@KDKRadio.com. It's exactly 6:15. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. Taking a look at the major roadways, still seeing leftover brake lights on the inbound side of the Parkway West from the middle of Green Tree Hill, also on the Parkway East outbound right around that bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-296-6868. That's 800-296-6868.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Ryan Shalaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. More than 1,000 local homeowners have trusted us to sell their home the simple way. No hassles or fees, just a fair and easy sale. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for a cash offer today. That's 412-500-9057.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings weren't glamorous. I remember Ovi and I driving home from our small wedding ceremony 20 years ago when we spotted a great-looking grill out by the dumpster of our apartment. Should we change first or grab it now, Ovi asked. Now, I said. We don't want to lose it. In the pouring rain, we loaded that dirty grill into the back of our car. Ovi in his tux and me in my white dress, and we enjoyed it for the next 3 years. In those days, Ovi would drive me to work to save on parking and to spend time together since he worked nights as a waiter. Those were lean days, but they were filled with love, and remembering them makes me appreciate our blessings today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Think your health insurance isn't changing? Think again. Premiums are rising, subsidies may go away, and expensive surprises loom. Have Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits be your health insurance advocates. From Medicare changes to ACA plans, the One Health Benefits experts navigate the insurance maze at no cost to you. Before you renew or enroll, call One Health Benefits. They work for you, not the insurance companies. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealth.com USHealthBenefits.com.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
All right, coming up on 20 Inside the Hour, and from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's KDK Radio News anchor Paul Alexander. Good evening, Paul.
Good evening, Rob. After 100 days, they may actually have a lead on the Nancy Guthrie case. Details coming up, bottom of the hour, right here in the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Bloomberg Money Minute time. Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Everything cost more last month. Inflation spiking to 3.8% in April year-over-year, led by a jump in gasoline prices because of the war in Iran. Also sharply higher grocery prices and rents. And with the inflation rate, the highest in 3 years, rising more than wage growth, it means that lower wage earners were falling farther behind. That weighed on Wall Street today, the Dow ending 56 points higher, but the Nasdaq lower by 186, 0.2% lower. That's on a sell-off in chip makers. Qualcomm shares down 11%, Intel nearly 7% lower. The S&P was down 12, and with the Strait of Hormuz still effectively shut to all ship traffic, oil was higher, $102 a barrel. And it seems that every tech company wants to build a data center, but a lot of people don't want them anywhere near their homes. So now Google is in talks with SpaceX about launching data centers into space. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Oh, you know what, man? The rich just keep getting richer. I love that idea, though, man. Okay, you don't want it next to your house? I'll put it in the atmosphere. Space, the final frontier. Data centers in space. So Elon Musk, cha-ching. Unbelievable. Starlink. This guy, I mean, it just falls in his lap, does it not? And you know, look, I know Springdale, Indiana County, Beaver County, people are saying, you know, I'm not so sure. Look, when you can get a 20-year lease from a multi-billion-dollar brand that is Meta, and they just want a tract of land, you got to do it. You got to do it. I mean, do you understand? The only way we're going to fix this country is by going back to work. My goodness gracious. What's everybody so afraid of? Can you imagine if the greatest generation that we're about ready to pay tribute with Memorial Day when I'm in on the Big K morning show? Do you understand if they had the same thought process that we do at times? And if I hear one more person say the price of groceries, how in the world did my parents feed 6 kids and my dad pretty much made every 2 weeks what I make in 2 or 3 days? Stop it. Just stop it. Make a grocery list. Check it once. Check it twice. Grab some coupons. That's just, it's just this fear that they just bestow on every individual. And then you have people, you know, that are coming home after a long day at work. They turn on the news, they pick up the paper, and then they hear this stuff, and right away they're like, I got to go find more work. I got to go find a way to make more money. Better not, you know, go on that vacation this year. I better start carpooling. I mean, unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. You can find a way to eat. There are private labeled brands, pennies on the dollar. There's all kinds of ways to eat. Vegetables, do something healthy. You'll save money. Experiment. Cook at home. Go and just to the grocery store and then go home and cook. Crazy. Anyway, I got to bring this up. And we were doing our daily headlines earlier today from the home studio. And when I saw this on the front page of the PG today, I did a couple of cartwheels. Only in my mind because at this age, you don't want to try anything that frightening. But Churchill moves closer to transforming the former Westinghouse site. Nice, huh? Finally, since 1975, when I was graduating from high school, was the last time there was anything there that was paying taxes. 1975. And remember, this was the place, the beautiful community of Churchill that I love. This was the place that said no to Amazon because they didn't want the truck traffic. But there is good news. The transformation of the former Westinghouse Research and Technology Park in Churchill is one step closer to becoming a mixed-use dream coming true after the Borough Council voted unanimously to adopt a new zoning ordinance on Monday. We've seen a lot of exciting things happen around the city, but not here recently. And I'm old enough to remember when there was a lot of cool stuff happening here, said J.R. Yako, a director with the Commonwealth Commercial Real Estate, the project developer. So thank goodness that they're going to do something. That's one of the most pristine tracts of land that I've ever seen. And by the way, Amazon, if you want to come to Beaver County and put one of these multi-million-dollar buildings up, give me a shout. I'll take you on a world tour as long as I get to drive around in one of those cool vans of yours, okay? I mean, it's just insane. It's insane. We fight every single day. And what I loved about this interview that I saw with Newt Gingrich earlier today, and I think I had him on in another life, I think when George W. Bush was in office and Dick Cheney. But I've always loved the guy, respected him, and I'm a Democrat. But he has said no one has pushed the extreme as far as the so-called Washington elite more than this guy. And, you know, for not anything else, he really is keeping people honest. And he was talking about what's going on in Iran and that regime and this and that. It was fascinating. And this guy speaks in lingo that even a C- student like me can understand. We cannot be all Democrats. We cannot all be Republicans. We can all follow the rules of the road. We can have a different opinion. We can fight. We can debate. We can even raise our voices and finger point a little bit. But when the story of America needs to be told, and we need to come together to make America great the way it once was again, something the president has been saying since 2016, we got to come together. Listen, do you understand Russia today is talking about how they developed this new bomb that they're calling Satan, as in the devil, too, because it just unleashes all kinds of fury, right? Ugliness. And this is a guy that was just saying over the weekend, Vladimir Putin, all the war's coming to an end. It's not. It's not. And I'm telling you, if we let Iran live to fight another day, that regime, it will come back to haunt us. They will get in cahoots, and they will do it quickly with Russia. Russia will find a way to push through Ukraine, end up at the Black Sea, and that Russian army will roll on till the single last member of that army is dead, because Vladimir Putin knows the only way he stays in office is by continuing to fight. America, wake-up call. We're going to talk about this tonight. Two sides to every story, yes. But when it comes to this country, there's only one story. And we're about ready to celebrate the 250th birthday of this great country. And unless we start creating and building an America again, there will be no America in my great-grandchildren's life to speak of. Our flag will not be flying over the Capitol. We better figure this out. We got about a 25-year window to straighten it out, and we better get going sooner than later. All right, Paul's coming up next with the news. Then we're coming back. Lots to get to tonight right here. Your Pratt Pack Tuesday night, KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
While you sleep, There are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the Education Director of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Tim Neff.
First Lieutenant Walter J. Will of Allegheny County was awarded the Medal of Honor in World War II on March 30th, 1945. Will rescued 3 wounded men from an exposed position, himself painfully wounded during the rescue. Ignoring his wound, Will led his platoon forward until they were pinned down by 2 enemy machine guns. He fearlessly crawled alone to within 30 feet of the guns and silenced them both, capturing the 9-man crew of the second gun. Discovering 2 more machine gun nests, he then knocked them both out with hand grenades. Will continued to lead his platoon in a fierce charge, forcing the enemy back until he was mortally wounded.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. After 2 people were stranded 80 feet from the stations on Thursday, the Monongahela Incline has been shut down since those passengers were rescued. Pittsburgh Regional Transit officials say the 156-year-old incline may reopen as early as Wednesday, pending a state inspection. PRT maintenance and engineering teams determined moisture in an emergency stop button caused the shutdown. Dozens of successful test trips have been conducted, and a Pennsylvania Department of Labor and Industry inspection is scheduled for Wednesday morning. State police are warning of a new scam targeting pet owners. Police say scammers are using AI to prey on people whose animals have gone missing. Scammers are taking photos that people post online, then using AI to send back realistic but fake photos, maybe showing your pet in a vet's cage or even on an operating table. They'll tell you that your pet has been hit by a car and request thousands of dollars for urgent emergency care.
Assume everyone's lying and try to verify if you can. A lot of scammers use fear and sympathy to make people give them money or give information.
State police say be suspicious of any urgent payment request or a sender's refusal to give details. Some Pittsburgh residents could get a little help keeping up with their yard work thanks to a city program that's back and fully funded. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
City cuts his back after it was left out of the 2026 budget, but Mayor Corey O'Connor says funding has now been restored at $300,000 to bring it back. The program pays local contractors to mow eligible residents' lawns twice a month from June through the fall. It's designed for seniors, veterans, people with disabilities, and low-income homeowners who can't maintain their yards. Registration is first come, first served through 311. City leaders say the goal is to keep neighborhoods looking maintained while also supporting local landscaping businesses. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
100 days after Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says his department is closer to solving the case, and it could all be dependent upon a single strand of hair. CBS News' Anna Schechter reports.
A single strand of DNA could be the hinge of this entire case. There was a little bit of DNA that most likely might have been a little bit of hair, little bit of bodily fluid, maybe mixed together, found near where Nancy Guthrie was that night, maybe even in her bed. That was shipped by those local detectives to Florida, and it was there for weeks, but it didn't yield very much because it was partial DNA.
Investigators have not yet confirmed details about the sample or exactly where it was found. KDKA Sports, Pirates about 8 minutes away from first pitch over at PNC Park. It's the first of a 3-game series against the Colorado Rockies. Paul Skeens on the mound tonight. Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. And the Pittsburgh Penguins general manager, Kyle Dubas, says they'd love to have Evgeny Malkin back. He's coming off a season where he had 61 points in just 56 games. This would be his 21st season if he reaches a deal with the Pittsburgh Penguins. KDKA Radio News Time, 6:32. Time to call Highwood Cemetery to ensure your family's grave sites are protected now and in the future. 412-766-6600. Our next update is at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander in the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
Hertz and Uber are expanding their partnership as the car rental company takes on fleet management services for Uber's upcoming robotaxi fleet. Hertz says the mobility business is changing, and the company's Oro Mobility will handle services like charging, maintenance, cleaning, and depot staffing for Uber's robotaxis. With that service launching later this year, with Uber using autonomous vehicles made by Lucid. I'm Jason Brooks.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
Okay, 6:35 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. Taking a look at the major roadways. Brake lights are starting to subside, just seeing some leftover ones on the Parkway West inbound from Green Tree Hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will turn out pretty cloudy into tonight. There will be a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. Then mostly cloudy and breezy tomorrow. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 65. Chilly on Thursday, a high only 53 with a chance for a shower. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10 in our 7 o'clock hour. Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, Rich Fitzgerald, with news around the 10-county area and the city of Pittsburgh.
I do want to say one thing about the Arnold Palmer Airport. 25 people have lost their job, and I'm sorry to hear that. You know, it's very frustrating that this has happened to Spirit Airlines. And I don't want to get caught up in it, because then next thing you know, my heart will get in front of my logic, and I'll be speaking about it all night when we have a lot of other stories to cover. And they're going to try to rectify it by getting another major air carrier to use that beautiful airport. And it is a beautiful airport. But, you know, we keep losing so much. And I know somebody right now is saying, 25 jobs. How about the people that lost 1,000? I get it, okay? I don't like anybody losing their job. It's been frustrating to see what's happening to Spirit Airlines and all of the people who've worked for that airline and put that airline on the map. You realize just a couple of years ago, this airline was the third most profitable airline out there. And it's not just that airport. It's our Pittsburgh International Airport. It's others. And I know that Southwest and others are doing their best to make up for those, flights that have been canceled and the people that were stranded. But why do we have to keep losing in America? Why do we have to keep settling for second and third place? I mean, this is the world that we live in today. I mean, imagine again going back a little bit, like if a Howard Hughes would have thought that way about TWA, Trans World Airlines, and Pan Am when they were doing battle, and Eastern Airlines. And these are ones that are no longer here, okay? They were major players. Trans World Airlines was the airline. We've got Delta, we've got United. I love them all. but we cannot afford to just well, it's gone now, nothing we can do. I don't understand if it was at that point, isn't it the president or the CEO of a company? I work with some of the brilliant minds at Odyssey locally and, of course, out of our corporate headquarters, and I see what they do every day. It's fascinating to follow what they do every day. You got to think outside the box. I've been around manufacturing, CEOs, chairmen of the board, presidents, people that are fiduciaries. I mean, I've been around them all. Restaurant owners, the grocery business, one of the brightest minds ever, Joe Dentisi, the late Steve Sheets, who was a good friend of mine. I saw that brand evolve where they're now exploding up and down the East Coast, rolling into Michigan, rolling into Indiana. But, man, I mean, everybody just kind of took this okay, now what? But if it was getting to this point, and I've had people private message me who work for the airlines, and I've tried to respond, and I've had them come up to me and say, thank you for your support. But I really wish there was no reason to thank me because you'd still be working. And that airline, which was such a shining example of what it can do, meaning for a local community like it did at Arnold Palmer Airport. But we just continue to say, well, chalk another one up, chalk another one up. I'm tired of losing in America, and that's not who we are. And what I don't understand, why the powers to be, if it really was that bad, why didn't they go out and try to find investors? Why didn't they try to go out and find somebody to partner? And I know they tried with JetBlue. People blame it on the Biden administration. Then I've had people say it was a Republican judge. So once again, we're getting caught up in the politics of it. But as I told you the very first day this story broke, and I was one of the first to report it because it happened just before I hit the air, what did I say? I said, all of this means nothing. Who's responsible? It doesn't matter, Democrat, Republican, no matter how you want to spin it or twist it. I said people would lose their jobs. And I also told you that people at Arnold Palmer Airport would lose their jobs. And let me say, if we let that airport suffer after all of the work, construction, and everything that the people in that community and others did to put that beautiful airport on the map, shame on us. Shame on us. And I'm hoping anybody in the Senate in Pennsylvania, the legislature, the governor, anybody who has an opportunity to step up to try to push the envelope a little bit to get the next big air carrier in there. I don't want you just servicing. I want you to kind of make it a mini hub. I want those Spirit Airlines to be replaced. I wish it was still Spirit, cool name, cool color design. I've heard nothing but rave reviews about the price. People said it was, no frills, but you know what? Who cared? Because they were paying pennies on the dollars to get to places like the Carolinas and Florida. And do you understand what this is going to do now as well? It's going to stop certain people from visiting family, coming back and forth. Maybe if they have a job in the Carolinas, they were able to come home on the weekends and vice versa. The snowbirds who maybe were able to come home more than just a handful of times throughout the year. And once again, we just kind of fluff it off. But that number 25, that bothered me. And that's why I'm bringing up now, because I had no plans of doing this. None. But then I'm listening to the news with Paul, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to say something because maybe one or all of those 25 or someone listening knows them. Just want you to know I feel for you tonight. Look, I've lost my job more than once, okay? And it's not pretty. And it's probably one of the reasons why it drove me to insanity working a handful of jobs, because every day you wake up, when you're young and you have children to feed, you think the other shoe's going to drop. Well, let me tell you something. I tell my kids all the time, don't do that because you'll get old like your dad real quick. And you'll have nothing but a bundle of nerves swirling around in your belly. And one good thing about being this age, you just don't care anymore. You don't. Because no matter what do you have? 10, 15, hopefully 20 years, that would be great before the curtain comes down. But I still have empathy and compassion. And I'm sure out of those 25, there are a few people that have children at home, a significant other counting on them, a mortgage, and thought that they would have a job that they could parlay into the next 10, 15, 20 years. And here's the other thing that nobody gets the chance to do hardly anymore. Actually work close to home. I love what I do. I mean, it's great. I've lived every dream you could ever want to dream, okay? But I would have loved to have lived 10 minutes from where I worked. I have an automobile that's a 2023. I've got 75,000 miles on it. I mean, that's just, and believe me, that's nothing compared to what I used to do. I mean, I was trading cars in every year and a half, because I just had to keep the machine oiled and keep it going. Not the car, but me. But I know right now there's a family somewhere in this area who was affected by this, whether they work for Spirit or they worked at Arnold Palmer Airport. And I just want you to know that I'm not going to steamroll through this day without me thinking about you. And when I hit my knees tonight to say prayers, as I still do, as I did as a young child growing up in Western Pennsylvania, I'll say a little prayer for you, and I hope you find something, and I hope you get an ability to kind of put this behind you. And I hope maybe if a big airline carrier comes in, maybe they'll take you back. I understand what the airport's going through. They have no reason to do anything but just kind of pinch their pennies right now, because they're going to have to count everything and make it work. They're going to have to streamline and budget. I get it. But here's the saddest part, along with the people who have lost their job and are going to lose their job because of this airline leaving. But it's kind of sad that this is now nothing but nostalgia. And if somebody doesn't figure it out, or they don't come back, or nobody goes in to replace that airline, somebody's going to say, hey, remember back in 2026 when Spirit just went away? Or some show like this, someone will say, hey, does anybody remember Spirit Airlines? Look, American Airlines made it work, but I still miss U.S. Air, because that was ours. That was our hub. That was Pittsburgh. My friends worked there. These were the young men and women of the greatest generation who, when they lost their job in the steel mills, the next generation, found a great job with U.S. Air. Yeah, it all worked out. But it wasn't pretty along the way, especially when those jobs were leaving Western Pennsylvania. So all I'm asking, I know you can't make a difference, but just have a little empathy in your heart tonight for these people who are losing their job, and in particular the 25 that lost theirs at Arnold Palmer Airport. I hope and I pray somehow, some way it'll work out. All right, 6:45. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Looking at the major roadways, just a few extra brake lights backing you up on the inbound side of the Parkway West from the Banksville interchange. Other than that, should be smooth sailing if you're trying to get around the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Crowded waiting rooms. 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer and Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
A doctor's mistake can turn your world upside down. Massa Law Group has recovered millions for families across our Pittsburgh region. We're here with real compassion and real results. Call 412-338-1800 for your free case review today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, once again, here's news anchor Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, thank you very much. It could be a go tomorrow for the Monongahela Incline. We have details coming up top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Bloomberg Money Minute time, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. With global crude supplies getting the squeeze because of the war in Iran, the U.S. Energy Information Agency is forecasting U.S. crude production will hit a record high in 2027. That's to make more oil available everywhere. Meantime, today, oil rose 4% to more than $102 a barrel after inflation rose by 3.8% in April year over year. That's the biggest jump in 3 years on skyrocketing prices for gasoline, food, and rent. Well, that weighed on Wall Street. The Dow today ending higher, though, by 56 points, but the tech-heavy NASDAQ lower by 186. The S&P lost 12. Google introducing a new high-end laptop line today called Google Book. It'll have the company's Gemini AI technology built right in. It's partnering with Dell, HP, and Lenovo to make those laptops. And Jack Daniel's maker Brown-Forman rejecting a $15 billion takeout offer from rival Sazerac, the maker of Southern Comfort. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I got to tell you, there's a whole lot of money in those fine wine and good spirits, right? $15 billion, Southern Comfort, Jack Daniel's, crazy. Man, big money, right? All right, listen, a couple of things. I've told you about Major Garrett in this interview that he had 60 Minutes Sunday night. Love that program, love Face the Nation. Always like to begin Sunday by watching Margaret Brennan, then finishing with 60 Minutes. Now, I don't get to watch it all in the entire hour because obviously I'm on the air getting ready for my sports show, the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show, so I catch a little bit. And then at night, usually my body is pretty much wrung out after the weekend here, spending all those hours on the radio, but I make it a point to try to watch a little bit of it. And I have gone back and watched this interview with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who I am a fan of, and I will always support, as you know, the state of Israel. But there was something that I just saw earlier that I must have missed, and I said, I got to bring this up. Anyway, 60 Minutes on their social media platform showing an excerpt of this interview that Major Garrett had. And Major's been on the Big K Morning Show, been on KDK many times, really an awesome journalist. Israel needs to find ways to fight the battle for the hearts and minds of young Americans on social media, says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. we have a problem. I recognize it. According to Pew at PEW survey, 60% of U.S. adults reporting have an unfavorable view of Israel, up nearly 20 points in 4 years. That's absolutely hurtful. I mean, somebody's not teaching history. I mean, and I'm all for public education, right? And I've said many times, if it wasn't for a history teacher who I had as a senior, 20th century history, I'd have probably never graduated, because he basically made me, I lit the lamp with knowledge because I was thirsty for it. I've always loved history, and I've studied the history of the state of Israel, when it all happened, what they got, some of the early prime ministers, what they have fought through. I mean, it's been never ending. If there is ever a shining example of what you can do when you put your mind to it, it's Israel. Because every single day, Israel has been told, no, you can't do it. And if they weren't doing everything so right, there wouldn't be so many people trying to take them out. And what I've loved about Israel, they stand and they deliver and they fight. And something else that the prime minister had to say that I also found fascinating, and I don't think I've ever heard him this candid, and I have seen just about everything I can get my hands on. I was watching him today talking about the World Cup, speaking Yiddish, talking soccer. Fantastic. I love the guy, okay? There's no bones about it. But he said, look, we want to stop as soon as possible taking money from the United States. We give them about $3 billion a year. And he said, I want to stop it as soon as possible because we're ready to do what we need to do. But the thing that he's always said when talking about the United States, he's been gracious. He's talked about how grateful. He's talked about how Donald Trump has been the best president for Israel ever. And there's been a lot of great ones. Jimmy Carter and what he did, trying to broker a peace deal back between Egypt and Israel in the day. And I remember that like it was yesterday. Probably one of the finest hours of Jimmy Carter's administration. But you see also the other big story, Mike Huckabee talking, the ambassador, United Arab Emirates, Israel is helping them. So what is going to happen through all of this Iran war and that invasion, that horrible invasion that I believe was funded by Iran against Israel? I believe that once this war is over, a lot of the other parts of the Middle East, meaning countries that weren't so favorable of Israel, might take it upon themselves to offer an olive branch. And it could make that part of the world a whole lot more stable. Imagine if people would come together in the Middle East and learn for the very first time it's about the human life. It's about moving forward and doing incredible things. And all of the resources in the oasis that is the Middle East has to offer, not just oil, so much more. It would be incredible. So once again, this president that some have called the president of peace or the peace president, he may be on the verge, if he can handle this regime and get rid of them and prevent them from ever making a nuclear weapon somehow, some way, and the first step is to get them out of power, turn the country back over to the Iranian people. Do you understand what the world could be like? It may be the only time that the global economy actually works. And you have two very strong leaders in the prime minister and the president. If you haven't seen that interview, you need to watch it. Compassion, understanding that there is a problem. But young people, they need to hear the real story about the spirit, the fighting spirit, standing alone, overcoming insurmountable odds, and obviously what happened during World War II. 6 million were murdered in cold blood by Nazi Germany. We got to start telling history. We got to start learning from it, or we're going to be doomed to repeat it. All right, stay tuned. We're going to open up the phones right after Paul checks the news next at 7. It's your Pratt Pack.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills? Switch to Red Pocket Mobile. With Red Pocket Mobile, premium 5G plans start at just $10 a month. Pick a plan, lock in your rate, and that's the number you'll see on your bill every month. No hidden fees and no long-term contracts. And here's the kicker. Red Pocket lets you choose from 3 major 5G networks, not just one. Pick the network that actually works where you live and where you work. Try one, and if you like it, keep it. If not, switch to another. Never be stuck with a single network again. Plus, keep your phone, keep your number. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
New customers can switch and save 50%. Choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price and no contracts at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. President Trump is heading to China to discuss several issues, including trade, tariffs, and the war against Iran. Speaking to reporters at the White House prior to leaving, the president talked about what it will take to end the war.
It's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon. They know that. They've agreed to that. And then that's not what they said to me when it came to pay. We don't play games. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
The president spoke as the latest government report showed a sharp rise in consumer prices amid the war against Iran, mostly due to the jump in oil prices. A Duquesne man has been identified after a deadly shooting in downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush reports.
The Allegheny County Medical Examiner says 19-year-old Terrell Little was the victim in Sunday night's shooting in Market Square. Pittsburgh Public Safety says officers responding to reports of shots fired near the 200 block of Forbes Avenue found Little with 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition and later died. Investigators say the shooting happened after an altercation between Little and a man known to him. Detectives continue reviewing surveillance video as the investigation remains ongoing. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh Public Safety says a man has died following a shooting late Monday night in East Hills. More than 30 shots were fired in the area of East Hills Drive around 11 o'clock Monday night. 33-year-old Isaiah Booker of West Homestead was shot in the incident. He was found in a car on Penn Avenue in Point Breeze. Medics took him to the hospital where he later died. Right now, there are no suspects. An unnamed airline has submitted interest to serve Arnold Palmer Regional Airport after Spirit Airlines shut down May 2nd. That's according to a report in today's Pittsburgh Business Times. Spirit's closure left the airport without scheduled service for the first time since 2011 and eliminated 25 jobs. The airport is pursuing other airlines to take over. State police are warning of a new scam targeting pet owners. Police say scammers are using AI to prey on people whose animals have gone missing. Scammers are taking photos of the post online and then using AI to send back realistic but fake photos, maybe showing your pet in a vet's cage or even on an operating table. They'll tell you your pet was hit by a car and request thousands of dollars for urgent emergency care.
Assume everyone's lying and try to verify if you can. A lot of scammers use fear and sympathy to make people give them money or give information.
State police say be suspicious of any urgent payment request or a sender's failure to give details. After 2 people were stranded 80 feet from the stations on Thursday, the Monongahela Incline has been shut down since those passengers were rescued. Pittsburgh Regional Transit officials say the 156-year-old incline may reopen as early as Wednesday morning, pending on a state inspection. PRT maintenance and engineering teams determined moisture in an emergency stop button caused the shutdown. Dozens of successful test trips have been conducted, and a Pennsylvania Department of Labor and Industry inspection is scheduled for Wednesday morning. KDK Sports, the Pirates have jumped out to a 1-0 lead in the first inning at home against the Colorado Rockies. And today, Kyle Dubas, the general manager of the Pittsburgh Penguins, said they would love to have Evgeny Malkin back for one more year. Gino had 61 points in 56 games last year. It would be his 21st season as a Pittsburgh Penguin. KDK Radio News Time is 7:03. Right now, partly sunny and 71 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Paul Alexander. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning out rather cloudy tonight. There will be a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. Then mostly cloudy for tomorrow. We'll have a couple of showers, even a heavier thunderstorm, a high of 65, and passing showers we head through tomorrow night. AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team. When they discuss your favorite copycat restaurant recipes you make at home. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Okay, it's time for you to tell the truth. So, I've really been starting to do the deep dive as far as my thought process is concerned. And, I listen to a lot of the stuff that I do in this medium. I do a lot of social media stuff across the board. And if you haven't subscribed, you should, because always something that ties into the great Odyssey brand, KDK, and, of course, all of our brands that we have as well. Am I turning into a Republican? Am I a Republican? I want you to tell the truth. Even though I'm a Democrat, do I sound like a Republican? I just want to know, because, you folks have been saying this for a long time. And I've had people that are very prominent in the Republican Party who said, you might as well come over to the working class party. And I've basically said, I'm not going to ever leave the Democratic Party. But I just started thinking, am I? And then a funny thing happened on the way to work the other day. When I'm not here, it's pretty much go time. I'm always searching, scrolling, watching, because it's what I do. And I love Warren Buffett. And, Charlie Munger no longer here at Berkshire Hathaway, but Mr. Buffett is. But let's face it, he is getting up there in age, is he not? So he's being interviewed, and I'm literally torn, thinking, maybe I am turning into a Republican. Maybe I do sound like a staunch conservative. And I really don't want to be that way. I want to be a forward-thinking, optimistic, confident American. And this interviewer said, are you a Democrat or a Republican? And he said, I've been both. And I just went, wow. And then he said, now I'm just an independent. So that's really no party, but that's who he is. Because I've often said, how does a guy generate that much wealth, be a power broker, and be a strict Democrat? I mean, if you think about it, the Republican Party has always been connected to money. And I'm not saying that or telling you something you don't already know. But I want you to tell me right now, am I a Republican, sounding like a Republican, or do you think, as I do, I'm right down the middle? I have friends on both sides. I do not want to alienate my audience. I give everybody a chance to speak their mind, but I really believe I'm an American who wants it to be just as it was when I was growing up. It's about America. Work hard, get check, go home, love your family, because you run out of daylight so quickly. You know, I was talking to someone today who's in the business world who I have a lot of admiration for, this young woman. And I asked her, I said, well, how old are you now? And I thought, where did it go? I remember her daughter when she was first born. Where did it go? And I'm trying everything I can do humanly possible to give us a fighting chance. And if I am sounding like a Republican, could you say maybe an old school Democrat? Because I love listening to these presidential speeches. I was watching something on Harry Truman the other day. You know, if Harry Truman comes back today, I got to believe he's a Republican. FDR, he's a Republican. And Dwight Eisenhower would have been a Democrat. I mean, it's mind-boggling. But here's the other thing. And I said I was going to bring this up, and I am. There's two sides to every story. But when it comes to the United States of America, the only story is one story. Our democracy, that Declaration of Independence, what the Founding Fathers wanted, what separates us from everyone else. You have the right to have your freedom of speech. Celebrities do it all the time. You know, Bruce Springsteen's coming to town. He basically uses that platform to do what he does. I don't have a problem with that. Rob Schneider, the comedian who really made Adam Sandler a major star, because when you think of all of his buddies, Chris Rock, that he's put in these movies, Rob Schneider is probably the funniest of them all, one of the funniest men on the planet. I mean, I follow him on social media, and he's as to the right as right can be. But that's his right, because that's the country we live in. But we've got to find a way to always in the back of our mind be thinking about the United States of America. Two sides to every story, but there's only one story when it comes to America. Something that old school Democrats and Republicans were able to do. And now all of the redistricting that is taking place, who knows what's going to happen? And, you know, we got this primary coming up. I do believe we should have open primaries. Probably won't happen in my lifetime, but I think we should. Because we have to do everything humanly possible to make young people want to come out and vote. And I don't care how you cast a vote, you got to vote. You got to vote. And that's why when I saw that story on 60 Minutes with Major Garrett and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, we got to find a way to connect to young Americans' hearts. Is it that far removed? I mean, don't they see the persecution? Don't they see the anti-Semitism? Don't they realize how we have to change the way we think in America? And we also need to teach our children, okay, you may not like this guy in the White House, but you got to respect him. And some of the things like Robert Mueller that he said, the president, are uncalled for. He needs to get a reality check too. But he's an old school street fighter, and that's how he fights fire with fire. I don't even look at Donald Trump as a Republican. I think of Barry Goldwater as a Republican, Richard Nixon as a Republican, George Herbert Walker Bush, Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush, Dick Cheney. Those are the Republicans. But I don't even know what a Republican or a Democrat is. So we have a lot of folks that want to talk, and I'm going to give you that opportunity. But I want you to tell me, am I sounding more like a Republican less like a Democrat, or maybe just more like an American who wants to see things work. Look, all of the stuff that we talk about all the time, the city's finances, okay? Dwindling infrastructure, healthcare in America, viruses, could this be another COVID? All the things that we've been talking about in recent days, brawling in Market Square, deadly shootings downtown. All of it has to do with where we are in America because we've taken our eye off the prize. We've lost our way to where debate has been replaced by hate speak and anger. Because I don't even think people understand the way politics is supposed to work. And I think politicians have gotten so caught up in it that they're just trying to repeat and get reelected, so they see this as the norm. So they basically get caught up in these verbal sparring matches that more times than not get ugly. And what happens? The more you argue, nothing gets settled. But I honestly, if I didn't see this interview with Warren Buffett, I would have said, Rob, you do sound like a right-wing wacko at times. I mean, I get it, but it's because I'm passionate. But, you know, we've all been a little Republican or a little Democrat at times, whether we're registered to one party or the other. Or maybe we've switched parties, flipped parties. We all have certain feelings and angst about this country. But the only thing I care about as I'm about ready to turn 70 years old, I can't believe it, in January. Great shape, never felt better, all's good. But man, we got to start doing something now to change the thought process in America and start making people understand you all have to chip in. You all have to speak up. And the only way America works, fair and balanced, more people have to vote. No more, well, it's a bad day weather-wise, or it's an off election year. Let's just be honest with each other. It's not mail-in or absentee ballots. It's voter apathy. People don't care about this country like they should. So even if I'm sounding like a hardcore Republican, one thing you do know, I care about America. 866-391-1020, one line available. So am I sounding more like a Republican? Or would you consider me an old school Democrat? And if you feel the way I do and you just want to get your voice heard as an American, what do you think are some of the big problems that America needs to solve? One of them is keeping families together, fixing our brick and mortar, our foundation, that moral compass, public education, healthcare cost, all of it. And the only way you fix it is by putting people back to work and making the working class actually become the middle class. 866-391-1020. Your call's next.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Get ready, Pittsburgh. The Pittsburgh Pirates take on their Keystone State rivals, the Philadelphia Phillies, Saturday, May 16th at 4:05 p.m. Make sure to head down to the North Shore early for a pregame block party on Federal Street, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. You don't want to miss this classic Saturday matchup between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Philadelphia Phillies at PNC Park. Get your tickets and learn more at pirates.com.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, now, I don't know how many of you will have courage to do this, but you shouldn't be afraid because we are family. How many of you have switched your party affiliation, flipped from Democrat to Republican or vice versa? And what was the reason for it? I've been a Democrat since day one. I flirted at being an independent, but that's not a party. I just did that for a little while because, I felt back in the day being in the media, it had to be fair and balanced. You had to look at it from both sides. But I'm a Democrat. I'm my mother's son. That's just who I am. 866-391-1020. But I really have been doing some soul searching of late, wondering if I sound more Republican. What's your thoughts? 866-391-1020. Here's George. Hey, George.
No, I get to lead this off. Back around 2016, 17, 18, I was actually registered Republican for a while. And I have been off and on. I've always had a lot of regard for the primaries, and I did what I could to change my Democratic affiliation in 16, I guess it was, the last day, so I could vote for the Donald, who definitely is not a real Republican either. He's a populist, okay? You have a lot of Republican views, and sometimes it's to stir the pot, I think. But I remember calling you up sometimes first thing in the morning on Saturdays in those days, 10 years ago. And I would say I was the Rhino, and I would call you the Dino. And I would say, Rhino 1, the Dino 1, come in. Because that's what we both were. We weren't true to either end. And I really don't think there's a real big difference. I mean, we could say, this is socialist Democrat. But there's not a real big difference when it comes down to it. I kind of like the younger girls that's kind of running Pittsburgh. I do, and I like some of the guys that actually put some of them up to run it. No one ever has the guts to say who they are. They just get lined up there. They were told to run against other people, so they didn't get back in. So I mean, that's politics, and politics has always excited me, except for this year. And I have a mail-in voter right above him in my car. Yes, I am talking. In the car. And I don't think I'm voting, Rob. And I got to get this in quick if I want to, but I don't think I am. I voted in person last year. But I don't say nothing's fascinating me with this anymore. It's really not.
What do you mean it's not fascinating you anymore?
There's nothing exciting to me about this election coming up.
Oh, well, yeah, this is boring. This is a boring. There's no doubt. We won't do much of anything election night. I'm going to have a couple people stop by, but it's going to be very easy lifting for sure. But you do this to kind of build up that crescendo to when you get to the big one. I mean, look, I got to tell you something. I've never anticipated, and I may be retired by then. I don't know. That's 2028. But I'm just saying, I've never anticipated a presidential election as much as I have 2028 because it's going to be interesting to see what the Republicans can do. And I think you might actually have Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance fighting it out for the nomination.
That's possible. It interests me where you feel J.D. Vance is still young, too young, possibly. Maybe a degree of, I don't want to say immaturity, but you know what I mean.
Listen, he always, I don't know if he's too young. He just doesn't seem presidential to me. Marco Rubio seems presidential, and if Carolyn Leavitt was about 10 years older and wasn't raising a small family, a young family, I think she'd be great. She'd be great as a vice presidential candidate. Look, let's just be honest. It's time for a woman president. You know it, and I know it. And we need to start.
Well, I voted for a woman last time. Many did not. Evidently, that's how we got the Donald again after he played hopscotch back in 2020. So that's what sickens me with the hard. I got relative to the Republicans, sure, but the MAGA people, the January 6th people, I can't deal with them, Rob. I can't. I'm right there.
Well, listen, they need to dial it down. They need to dial it down. There's no doubt. All right, here's Joanne, Point Breeze. Joanne, go.
Hi. You know what? Every election is important. I don't care what. And this judge who's saying that the Democrats and the Jewish people, they've always been my friends, the Jewish people. There's a lot of people that don't agree with these people. So for him to just make a blank statement about the Democrats, first of all, I'm going to keep my eye on this guy because if all the Democrats are not against the Jewish people. I mean,
well, nobody thinks that, Joanne. Nobody's thinking that.
What did he say? Yes,
No. Wait. He was talking about young people. He didn't mention anything about a political party.
Yes, he did. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about that judge.
Oh, the judge. I thought you were talking about Benjamin Netanyahu. No, the judge.
No.
Yeah, that's a different story. You're right.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about, the judge. But, and every election is important. So this is why we don't have people coming out because people think it's not. This election is just important as the other. People don't realize it and don't think it. And I hope a lot of people come out because we need some changes. Thanks, Rob.
All right, Joanne. Appreciate you. Thank you. Listen, we're going to have Jess Benham, state rep, in here for just a segment after the news at 8. I want to talk to her about how do we actually parlay the NFL draft into bringing business and people to move into downtown Pittsburgh. I mean, it's imperative. I think a lot of you don't realize there's so much at stake with what a lot of these politicians are doing right now. And you better buy into Corey O'Connor. You may think he's a progressive. I don't care what you think, but you better hope that this man is successful. You better hope Sarah Innamorato is successful. Summer Lee, all of them. Even if you don't believe in their political, stance or platform and maybe say they're too progressive, you better hope and pray that they succeed. Because that generation, that young generation, that 40 and over or under generation is going to dictate whether or not the city and the county move forward. And if you think it's not going to affect you in Washington, Beaver, Butler County, Lawrence County, Eastern Ohio, Panhandle of West Virginia, you better think again. It's all about what's happening in that city. And Allegheny County needs to be the driving force again. I mean, when I see all the good happening in Washington County and up in Butler County and places like Cranberry and Wexford, and there's a lot of exciting things that are happening, that means people through generations have slowly moved away from what has been the main vessel, the heartbeat of this state of Pennsylvania. Look, you've got Philadelphia, you've got Harrisburg, and you've got Pittsburgh. Harrisburg, okay. Philly's had some issues. They're struggling. You better hope they figure it out. And you better hope Pittsburgh figures it out. Because right now we have an opportunity to light the world again, turn things around, make this country a better place. And that's why many of you think I'm a Republican or sounding like a Republican, but I'm just sounding that horn to say, hey, wake up. Because if we don't take the opportunities that are right now in our face, staring at us every day, we're all going to be in trouble. And Pittsburgh and Philadelphia matter as much now, if not more than ever before. All right, we've got Janine in Swickley, Chuck in Shaler, and Andy in Butler. And we've got room for you, too. 866-391-1020. Paul's next.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Partly sunny and 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. President Trump is heading to China to discuss several issues, including trade, tariffs, and the war against Iran. Speaking to reporters at the White House prior to his departure, the president talked about what it's going to take to end the war.
It's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon. They know that. They've agreed to that. And then that's not what they said to me when it came to pay. We don't play games. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
The president spoke as the latest government report showed a sharp rise in consumer prices amid the war against Iran, mostly due to the jump in oil prices. State police are warning of a new scam targeting pet owners. Police say scammers are using AI to prey on people whose animals have gone missing. Scammers are taking photos that people post online, then using AI to send back realistic but fake photos, maybe showing your pet in a vet's cage or even on an operating table. They will say that your pet was hit by a car, then request thousands of dollars for urgent care.
Assume everyone's lying and try to verify if you can. A lot of scammers use fear and sympathy to make people give them money or give information.
State police say be suspicious of any urgent payment request or a sender's refusal to give you details. The head of the World Health Organization says global leaders should prepare to see more cases of hantavirus amid ongoing efforts to contain it. So far, the WHO has confirmed 9 cases of the Andres strain of the virus linked to the Dutch cruise ship. 18 U.S. citizens are now being monitored at facilities in Georgia and Nebraska. Here's CBS's Ian Lee.
While the Andes strain responsible for the deadly outbreak can spread from person to person, experts stress this is not the start of another pandemic.
It is less infectious. COVID was airborne. Most of the transmissions with hantavirus are direct, intimate contact.
Health officials say symptoms of the virus can appear up to 42 days after exposure, but they insist the risk to the public remains low.
7 Americans who flew home from the cruise earlier are being monitored locally. So far, none has reported any hantavirus symptoms. KDKA Sports, Pirates lead 1-0. We're now in the fourth inning. Paul Skeen struck out the first 6 batters that he faced. Also, earlier today, Kyle Dubas, the Penguins general manager, said that they would love to have Evgeny Malkin back for next year. That would be his 21st season. Gino had 61 points in just 56 games this past season. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update is at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will turn out pretty cloudy into tonight. There will be a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. Then mostly cloudy and breezy tomorrow. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 65. Chilly on Thursday, a high only 53 with a chance for a shower. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10 in our 7 o'clock hour. Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission. Rich Fitzgerald with news around the 10-county area and the city of Pittsburgh.
All right, here we go. A busy night on the phone lines. We're going to go to Chuck in Shaler. Chuck, you're on KDK with your Pratt Pack. How you doing?
Rob, how you doing? I was going to say good morning, but it's good evening.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to keep track. Go ahead.
But it was funny, though, before I get to what I wanted to say, when you was talking about leaning Republican.
Yes.
When me and my coworker Schmitty was walking out through security after work, it was right at the beginning of your show, and he actually accidentally bumped the button on his radio, and your show was on. He goes, I really love Rob Pratt, but, man, he's a big-time Trumper.
I know.
That's exactly.
I know. I get it all the time. But you know what? Everybody has the right to their opinion. But I just think I'm more of an American. I'm not really so much promoting him. I just promote the fact that he's trying to get America going again in the right direction. But who knows? We'll see.
No, I'm not picking on it. It was just funny that come up in your commentary. It's like I love Rob Pratt, but he's a big Trumper. And then when your show come on, like, yeah, I got to call him and tell him that.
Nice, I appreciate it. What's on your mind?
Okay, the food prices.
Yes.
Okay, there's a lot of good deals, but the problem is people are getting squeezed. You know, the gas is up. All your utilities. I mean, you look at your electric bill, your gas bill, your water bill, what you pay to fill up your car. Most people don't have extra money at the end of the week to stock up on some of these sale items. I mean, I'm looking at the Coons ad right here. There's a couple great things.
Okay.
Whole pork tenderloins, $2.49. Orange Roughy, $8.99. That's a great price. But a lot of people don't have an extra $50. Say, hey, this is a good price, so I can put this away, and the next week I can buy some, less meat.
Well, do me a favor, because I really admire your opinion when it comes to food, because you're a foodie and you cook all the time. Just explain to the audience, and we're talking Coons because we have a relationship with them. You call in, and that's kind of like my other family. And I was at the new store that's being built today in Bellevue. If you haven't checked it out, go onto my social media platforms. It's looking better every day. But explain how much money you can save by actually cooking at home.
Oh, tremendous. It just depends on how much work you want to put into it. I mean, to go out and get a pizza, you're looking at $30, $40. I make 2 of them grilled Mancini pizzas, one for me, one for my wife, top it the way we want, and I'm probably less than $10 for both of them. And we're happy. I made them stuffed sausage, stuffed banana peppers like 2 or 3 weeks ago. My total cost was $7, $8, and we was full, and we had leftovers for the next day. You can't get anything for $7, $8 to eat that's remotely healthy, tastes good, and it's not full of garbage. Not potato chips and mac and cheese and stuff that's not really good for you. Yeah, you can save a lot of money, but you got to do the work. Do you want to make stuffed cabbage? Do you want to take the time to grate potatoes and make potato pancakes? It's a lot of work, but it can save you a lot of money.
But you find it you find it therapeutic. You actually enjoy it, right?
Oh yes, because that's on Saturday is usually when I make most of my stuff for the Sunday show because I don't have time during the week. So I go out there with my beer, get my grill on, and try to find some new recipes and put my twist on it and make it on the grill. And I enjoy it. No pressure. I'm cooking for me and my wife and make things that we like, and we, add the flavors and different ingredients that we like. And it's not hard.
Well, listen, I love the food business and I love the grocery business, and I can't get enough of it. I love everything about it because it's the most important thing you can do for your family is bring those bags of groceries home because it makes life worth living. Just when you send me those emails on Sunday morning, it's exciting. I can't wait to see what you're going to send next. And you just send some chicken stuff and the pork and all this other stuff. I don't know. It's something to anticipate whether we're going to talk about it on the Coons Cooking Hour or, I was in Coons in Bellevue today. I bought a few things and I can't wait to get home and do a few things before I go to bed tonight. I mean, I don't know. It just gives you something to look forward to. I don't know how else to explain it,
Oh, I enjoy it, and I enjoy calling in. I enjoy listening to other people call in. But this will be the first week that I call in that I have no control over what I'm making. I got vetoed.
What are you talking about?
My girls were this week on the Coons Cooking Hour. It's copycat recipes from restaurants.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, of course, my wife is an avid reader. She had a book with 167 different recipes on copycat recipes. So both of my girls were over here for Mother's Day. They went through the book and like, Dad, this is what you're going to make. I'm like, I don't know how to make it. Dad, this is what we want you to make. So I'm going to try and hopefully not fail, but that's what I'm going to make. It's a Starbucks dish. I'm going to try making it for Sunday morning.
What is it?
Well, I can't. If you want to know, you got to tune in to Coon Sunday morning between 8 and 9. You're going to find out. Rob Pratt will find out at 7:45 when I send you an email.
Listen, I like some of the little food items that they sell at Starbucks. I do. I always have. When my kids were little, their dad was doing a whole lot better financially because I was working 24 hours a day. I used to love to go in there and drop $50 and get them the little cups and all the things. I love Starbucks, man. I do. I don't go in as much as I used to because I'm cheap now and I have to make my own coffee. I'll tell you, this is when you know you finally become cheap. The other day, I had to come for a meeting or do something, and I actually brought I was going to do a remote at the Carpenters Union, and I brought my own coffee mug. And I thought, and like a thermos, and I went, Pratt, you have arrived. Finally, you're thinking ahead. So I made a little bit of a thermos of coffee, and I took it with me to the Carpenters Union. And in the old days, I'd have been in 2 Sheetz before I got there, and I still go to Sheetz on a regular basis, and I love their coffee, but it's amazing what you can save. And I can tell you, since I've been a bachelor for a while now, and I, just buying for myself, I basically prepare food every night. Very rarely do I go through a drive-through or at a restaurant because of my schedule. I'm all weekend or at night during the week, and I've got all the other stuff to do, social media and take care of the house, clean, laundry, cut the grass. So I don't really get out much. It's been a long time. I literally have not been out socializing, for a very long time. So it's amazing the money I'm saving by, taking a rotisserie chicken home or vegetables or a salad. So cooking at home, if it can save me money, imagine if you have a family of 4 or 5 and you're cooking every night. And if you have someone like you who loves it and is passionate about it, you're going to save a whole lot of money. And plus, I got to tell you, going to the grocery store is fun. Maybe people don't maybe they don't look at it that way, but I do, Chuck.
Well, especially when you go there on a regular basis and you get to know the people that say hi to you, or here, we got this on sale. Do you need a hand with that? Okay, and you feel good about it,
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, looking forward.
You want to laugh real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Laugh real quick?
I need a laugh.
I've never, ever been in a Starbucks, ever.
Never?
Never.
Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do for your retirement. It's on me. We're going to go to a Starbucks and have some coffee because they do make great coffee. But I get the K-Cups at Coons Market. And I love the blonde roast. It's like one of my all-time favorites. So I appreciate you, my man. Stay safe, and I can't wait to see what you're going to prepare.
Okay, I'll hook you up Sunday morning. I'll show you what I got.
All right, my man. There he goes, Chuck. We got Andy, Craig, Bill, and we're going to talk to Janine and Swickley next. Stay with us at your Pratt Pack. State Representative Jess Benham for a couple of moments after the news at 8. How do we parlay the success of the NFL draft when it comes to the city of Pittsburgh? Stay tuned.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
The Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival returns May 16th and 17th at the DLCC. Witness elite bodybuilding, strength sports, and martial arts. Shop the massive expo and meet fitness celebrities. Get tickets now at hitspowerfit.com.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring is showing up and showing out. Give your yard its own moment with limited time deals from Lowe's. Grab select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for only $15. Plus, we've got Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for just $10. A little dirt, a little color, and we are so back. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid 5/7 through 5/13. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler, now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, now listen, I've got a lot of folks that want to talk to me, and if I don't get to you before the top of the hour, just stay with me, because we're just going to spend a little bit of time with State Representative Jess Benham, and then we'll get right back to your calls till 10 o'clock. So it's been a very brisk night early on. We're about halfway through tonight's broadcast. Let's go to Janine in Swickley, Pennsylvania. Hey, Janine.
Hi, Rob.
How are you?
I just wanted to tell you, I'm good. I just wanted to tell you that I know you're a Democrat, but you sound like a conservative, not like a Republican, but like a conservative.
And then now, see, that's why I have such a very intelligent audience who calls in. So explain that to why that makes sense to me. It just sounds better, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you're a conservative person. It doesn't mean
Christian.
A Christian. It doesn't mean that you have to follow everything the Republican Party does and says. And I think that if we were going to fix this country, the best way we could do it is to get rid of the extremes on both sides.
Yeah, it's too hurtful, and it's just ugly, and it's just angry. And I got to tell you, I was listening to a conversation today about what happened in Minneapolis in which 2 people died. And both gentlemen were respectful of one another, and they had a legitimate argument on what they think went wrong and why it happened, both sides, side of ICE and the side, obviously, of the protesters. And when I was done listening to this, I went, why don't we have more people think that way? And to be quite honest with you, it's the reason why I've got this theme going tonight. There is 2 sides to every story, but when it comes to America, it should be one story. You have the freedom to speak your mind, but you also should be respectful and stick to what it's all about in the end, making America a better place for people to live. And that means job growth, more spirituality, more kindness as far as how you treat other people. And it can go a long way, and it could become contagious again. And unless we show our children and grandchildren the proper path, this is only going to get scarier and more ugly as we move forward.
I agree.
Well, I appreciate it. And let me just say this. If you live in Sewickley, that is one of the most captivating and incredible communities on the planet. Many times on my way to work, when I'm traveling Ohio River Boulevard and I'm having my little snack to eat on the way into work, sometimes I just turn left or turn right and go down the main drag of Sewickley. There may not be there may not be a better community anywhere on the planet. I love Sewickley a lot.
Yeah, I do too. It's very nice.
Well, thank you for calling in, and hopefully people will understand you, because everybody thinks I'm Donald Trump's biggest cheerleader, but I'm really a big cheerleader for the United States of America, and I just think he's trying to make America a better place. Because honestly, I was thinking about this with him too, as he's now in China and trying to make them understand, and I'll have more on that later tonight. But I thought to myself, why would a guy who's going to be 80 years of age in this summer, married to a beautiful, intelligent woman, beautiful children, grandchildren, more money than he'll ever need, and obviously when you're going to be 80, you're not going to be around spending that money for the next 50 years. Why would he do this? I really believe through all of his ego and some of the things that he says when he misspeaks, which are ridiculous at times, I really think the guy cares about America.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm a Republican, but I get what you're saying. I think that, you know, sometimes you just want to tell him to stop talking.
Yes.
Just don't do it. Don't say it.
Yes. Enough's enough.
Would go a long way.
So listen,
Yeah.
I got to ask you real quick, who do you think's going to be the Republican nominee and the Democratic nominee in 2028?
Oh boy, I would go with JD. I would go with JD Vance.
Well, I got to
I don't mind any of them, but yeah, I don't see anything wrong with him. He seems sensible.
Okay. How about the Democrats? You think Shapiro's got a chance? I hope so. That's not your choice.
I honestly don't know. The Democrats need to come up with somebody pretty quick.
Yeah.
You know,
well, listen,
they need somebody.
The guy I like is Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, but he says he's not running, but he's got all the credentials as far as I'm concerned. Hey, Janine, I really appreciate you taking time calling me tonight, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You bet. All right, listen, I got a lot of folks who want to talk to me, so if you can just hang in there, okay? Let me take care of Jess Benham here, talk to her about the city of Pittsburgh, one of those young-minded politicians who are really going to shape a better future. I have a lot of respect for Jess. I've had her on and off for a long time now, and she's working every day. I follow all these people on social media, and whether it's Devlin Robinson, who'll be with us tomorrow, or it's Jay Costa, Josh Kale, Democrats, Republicans. Listen, I'm fair and balanced. I give everybody an opportunity to speak their mind and to talk to me. But I really was starting to think, you know what, Rob? Maybe your listeners are onto something. Maybe you have become a right-winger. And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way I would give up my Democratic ticket to become a Republican. But I really just want the simple things. Look, I'm not a major power broker. Nobody will ever confuse me with George Clooney, okay? Maybe George Looney at times, the way I speak. But I really care about America, but I care about, as I call it, and if I would have ever run for office, it would have been the meat and potato campaign, because it's about giving people an opportunity to get up every day and do better by their family. And that means having a job, 8 hours on the job, 8 hours at home, and if they're lucky enough, 8 hours of sleep every once in a while, something I haven't done in 100 years, and I've only been on this earth for 69, so I pretty much have never done it in my entire life. So if they could have that and be able to create memories with their family, bring food home, put a roof over their head, clothes on their back, help educate them, keep families together from one generation to the next because they're not moving all over the country to take a job because there's no jobs where they call home. I mean, that's not a lot to ask for. In the end, I used to look back at my parents as I got older and thought, what a boring life they had. They never went anywhere. They never did anything. But I look back now, they had everything. They had each other. They had a family. They had a roof over their head. They created memories. They ate dinner every night with their children. And they had money to go buy groceries. They had a great life. And that's all that I think anybody should ask for. And if you get the opportunity to do that, you haven't had an incredible life. All right, Andy, Craig, Bill, don't touch that dial. Anybody else? 866-391-1020. Paul's coming up next with the news at 8. It's your Pratt Pack.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
When the power goes out, safety is Duquesne Light Company's top priority, and it should be yours too. If you see downed or hanging power lines, stay at least 30 feet away and immediately call DLC's emergency number at 888-393-7100. Call 911 for any emergency medical needs, and keep your refrigerator and freezer doors closed to help preserve food. Report any outages using the free DLC mobile app or at DuquesneLight.com. No internet. Call 888-393-7000.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly cloudy and 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. President Trump is heading to China to discuss several issues, including trade, tariffs, and the war against Iran. Speaking to reporters at the White House prior to his departure, the president talked about what it will take to win the war.
It's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon. They know that. They've agreed to that. And then that's not what they said to me when it came to pay. We don't play games. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
The president spoke as the latest government report showed a sharp rise in consumer prices amid the war against Iran, mostly due to the jump in oil prices. The head of the World Health Organization says global leaders should prepare to see more cases of hantavirus amid ongoing efforts to contain the virus. So far, the WHO has confirmed 9 cases of the Andes strain of the virus linked to the Dutch cruise ship. 18 U.S. citizens are now being monitored at facilities in Georgia and Nebraska. CBS's Ian Lee.
While the Andes strain responsible for the deadly outbreak can spread from person to person, experts stress this is not the start of another pandemic.
It is less infectious. COVID was airborne. Most of the transmissions with hantavirus are direct, intimate contact.
Health officials say symptoms of the virus can appear up to 42 days after exposure, but they insist the risk to the public remains low.
7 Americans who flew home from the cruise earlier are being monitored locally. So far, none has reported any hantavirus symptoms. A Duquesne man has been identified after a deadly shooting in downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush reports.
The Allegheny County Medical Examiner says 19-year-old Terrell Little was the victim in Sunday night's shooting in Market Square. Pittsburgh Public Safety says officers responding to reports of shots fired near the 200 block of Forbes Avenue found Little with 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition and later died. Investigators say the shooting happened after an altercation between Little and a man known to him. Detectives continue reviewing surveillance video as the investigation remains ongoing. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
A yet-to-be-named airline has submitted interest to serve Arnold Palmer Regional Airport after Spirit Airlines shut down May 2nd. That's according to a report in today's Pittsburgh Business Times. Spirit's closure left the airport without a scheduled service for the first time since 2011 and eliminated 25 jobs. The airport is pursuing other airlines to take over. KDKA Sports, Paul Skeens has one going right now. He is not allowed a hit through 5 innings, and he struck out 7. The Pirates lead the visiting Rockies 2-0, batting in the bottom half of the 5th inning. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
Save big and head to your local Toro dealer for this spring sales event on now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro Zero Turn, stand-on, and walk-behind mowers. Stop in today to check out the great deals and amazing finance offers. For more information on spring sales event deals, visit your local Toro dealer. Penn Hills Rental at 11125 Frankstown Road or call 412-242-6777.
Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
When you invite a contractor into your home, you got to trust they know what they're doing. You want to feel good. That's why CertaPro Painters and me have gotten along for more than a decade. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Take advantage of getting the most professional job you can and know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. Before time runs out.
Magnificent May savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, bone-in, center-cut pork loin chops or roast are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, all-purpose Idaho potatoes, 8-pound bags, $2.99 each. In our deli, lower sodium Silver Star boneless hams are $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Pepsi or Mountain Dew, 12-pack, 12-ounce cans, $6.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning out rather cloudy tonight. There will be a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. Then mostly cloudy for tomorrow, of a couple of showers, even a heavier thunderstorm, a high of 65, and passing showers we head through tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, look, there are many more, but youth be served. And, you know, when I look around this great place we call home, I think of Sarah Innamorato, the chief exec. I think of Summer Lee in that House of Congress. I think of Corey O'Connor, Rachel Heisler, the controller, and I think of Jess Benham. And I think we're going to be in good hands moving forward. But the key is, how does youth be served when we move forward after being in the spotlight and gaining momentum from the NFL draft? So, State Representative Jess Benham back with us on KDK. Jess, great to have you back. And now how do we move forward and capitalize on the success of the NFL draft for our fair city? Good evening.
Thanks for having me on. I always enjoy our conversations, and I think this is going to be a good one. Now, I've heard from a lot of my colleagues from all over the state that Pittsburgh looked real good during the NFL draft. And I've heard the same from friends who came out of town to attend as well. I think that we have a lot of momentum from that we can build on. You know, folks talked about whether or not the city or the county or the state or local businesses were going to make money off of the NFL draft. And I think we certainly should be having conversations about how things went down there. But one of the things that I noticed that moves us in a positive direction is the amount of private investment locally that the draft was able to bring to the city, as well as investment from other levels of government too. You know, projects like Arts Landing or Market Square. Those are the kinds of things that residents are going to continue to be able to enjoy moving forward that give me a lot of hope for our future.
And I know you're in a meeting just about every day, but recently with a block watch party, you know, as far as that your district is concerned. So people are looking out for their investment, their own property, working with law enforcement. And I know that the bad stories make the news, but there are plenty of good stories. And one thing I do know, there's a lot of young people living in the city of Pittsburgh. That's a fact, is it not?
Oh, there are a ton of young folks living here, myself being one of them.
So what do you find attractive to where you would say to someone, you should consider Pittsburgh because? What would it be?
I would say that Pittsburgh is someplace that is still shockingly affordable by comparison to a lot of other cities. Now, do we have more to do to continue to keep it affordable and to make it more affordable for people? Absolutely. But compared to other similarly sized cities, you can have a better life here for the same amount of money, more bang for your buck.
You know, somebody was talking to me about Lawrenceville the other day, and I remember Lawrenceville back in the day when I first started at KDKA, and Mr. Cigna's son, and he had a restaurant there on Butler Street, and I used to frequent it a lot. And people have said to me, you wouldn't believe Lawrenceville if you would come there now. It's like completely been a makeover. It's fabulous. But then you hear people say, well, the price of this and that. Well, I was talking to a person who was going to be renting over there, and I was shocked that it was much more reasonable than I had thought. So sometimes people paint a picture with a broad brush, and right away people are standoffish. But you are right. It still is a very affordable place to live, even though some of these communities are changing, growing, and evolving and have a lot of youth in them. I mean, like Manchester, the North Side. Some of the stories I've heard about that part of Pittsburgh, and I have visited Brighton Heights and more, there's a complete revolution underway right now where young people are moving in, buying these old row houses, fixing them up. And when you look at the bottom line on Zillow and some of these houses that go up for sale, there's a hefty and very healthy price tag. So all of the investing is happening, and I think we're starting to pay dividends for it. And it's not just we're getting dividends for it, and it's just not the NFL draft. But it's up to us to try to capitalize on the opportunities that are out there. So what would those opportunities be as far as job growth is concerned? Where do you see that going in this region?
I think that we have a lot to offer, right? This is a great place to start a business. It's a great place to move a business. And it's absolutely a wonderful place to raise a family. You know, there's a lot of opportunities here for folks. And context certainly matters. You know, we've got work to do on making sure that we make it continue to be affordable and even more affordable here. But compared to other places, I think that Pittsburgh has a lot to offer. And so when I'm thinking about ways that state government can continue to invest in Pittsburgh, I think about making sure that we're investing beyond that downtown area. Obviously, it's important to make sure that we're investing there, but I think about the South Pittsburgh neighborhoods that I get to represent that more and more young people are moving to because it's a place that still has some kind of natural affordability to it. And so I want to make sure that we're not only preserving that, but also investing in the kinds of opportunities that people like to see in our communities. Walkable Main Street, good schools, things like that.
Well, when you were coming on in recent months and years, I would always be fearful because I was like, I have to ask Jess about, the violence and what's going on over on the South Side. But I don't know what's happened. Maybe you can explain it. Not in the headlines as much. Things seem to be calming down. More people are talking about going there and having a pleasurable experience, especially along Carson Street. So what has turned things around, or at least it seems to me things are headed in the right direction and getting away from some of those ugly headlines on the South Side? What's going on over there, Jess?
Well, there'll always be more work to do, but I think the South Side has come a really long way, and the numbers show it. We're not seeing the same issues that we were seeing, even a year ago, and certainly not nearly as bad as right after things reopened after the COVID pandemic. And there are a couple of things that I'll point to. We've got some incredible neighbors that have stepped up to work together to, build on the work that we're doing in government. It's one thing to have, city policies that help make our communities safer. It's another thing to have state investment pouring into those kinds of priorities. But without community groups that are going to make good use of that kind of environment, it's not going to matter as much. And so we really have some incredible organizations that are stepping up to make a difference. The Southside Hospitality Partnership is one that I'll point to. This is a collection of the bars and restaurants that have come together to create shared standards around the behavior that they expect from their patrons and are working together to enforce those standards throughout that entire business district. That's important. They're stepping up and demonstrating accountability. You pair that with residents who are working to do projects all throughout the Main Street corridor and into the residential parts of the neighborhood to make it look better and be a more fun place to live. There's a lot going on that's positive.
Yeah, there is a lot going on that's positive. And look, I love history, especially of this great city, and I've been a part of it since the mid-'80s when I was actually younger than you, so I've seen it evolve in many different aspects. But I've never been more excited about the future, the leadership, the opportunities. And I see businesses coming back that were gone because of the pandemic, buildings starting to fill up again. And I'm not saying it's all Corey O'Connor, but there just seems to be a different attitude right now. And this is not pointing fingers at any former administrations, but, Rachel Heisler's a breath of fresh air. Everybody seems to be all in and they want to make a difference. And to me, that's what you hope for. And I think if we get more young people buying in, and I think the people that I mentioned, including you, are having them listen a little bit more intently now, I think we can do some incredible things in this region. And a lot of it's going to happen right smack dab in the city of Pittsburgh.
I certainly hope so. I think what matters is that even when I disagree with folks, I believe that we're all coming from a place of wanting to do what's best for the city. And we can have healthy discussions about what that looks like. We can experiment with different policies. But that level of excitement and optimism and hope for the future, sharing that with folks, with other elected officials, with community groups and residents and business owners, there's a lot to look forward to.
Listen, I can't thank you enough. I know it's always a long day, and you always take time to join us. We appreciate it, and as I've said many times in the past, keep up the good work, and if I can ever help you, reach out, okay?
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
All right. See, that's the way it goes. For this guy who was questioning whether or not I was a Republican, I really am a voice of reason, I think. I give everybody a chance, whether they be a Democrat or Republican, it doesn't matter. But the more voices that I can get out there in the night air or on the weekends that you can listen to and comprehend and make decisions and have opinions on, it's going to be that secret sauce. It's that extra ingredient. That's what makes talk radio so important. All right, for those of you who have been on hold, you're going to get a chance to talk to me when we get back after the break. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-350-5858. That's 1-800-350-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-350-5858. That's 1-800-350-5858.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here he is. Craig in West Virginia begins our second segment in our 8 o'clock hour. Craig, how are you? Good evening. Thanks for holding on.
Not a problem, Rob. Always enjoy talking to you. I like the little sparring that we do. I truly do.
Well, thank you.
You know, I get why you do what you do. I truly do. You know, you're such a good guy. You just want to see everybody get along. I get that part of it. I do, Rob. But here's where I'm at with KDKA lately. It literally boggles my mind that George Soros is the largest stockholder in KDKA. Now, when you look at KDKA through the week, you got 24 shows that talk about politics. Not, John and Rachel, they don't do politics, but when it comes to politics, there's 24 shows. We get Thursday night and Saturday afternoon with Michael Bartley, and that's it. Everything else is beat up Democrats.
Well, but here's the thing. It doesn't matter. It's about what we believe in our heart, and you believe in your heart. Nothing else matters. The opportunity just to be able to come on the air and voice an opinion, I believe, is a gift, an honor. And I do it respectfully. And I give people like you a platform every single time. I can't remember the last time I did an air shift that you did not call me. So just know you may think one thing, but every time you get a chance, you become a co-host because you drive home your message. And I think tonight I'm just trying to make you understand it's not about being a voice of a Republican or a voice of a Democrat. I am more of a voice of reason. I just want the country to survive. And I know you're not a big fan of Donald Trump, and you have that right in this country, Greg. But guess what? He will go away. It's up to you to take your voice and to make other people believe that they should cast the vote in the same direction that you will be voting in 2028 and beyond. And I think you should be thankful that you have the voice that you get every single day on KDKA.
And trust me, I appreciate it 1,000% because I believe that this is truly a fight. And I'm not when people ask me if I'm a Democrat or Republican, I tell them I'm a realist. Here's what drives me. This is good versus evil. When you talk about that you just want the Epstein files to go away. My head explodes every time you say that. Every time. I don't care if it's Bill Clinton. I don't care who's in it. Those people need to be held.
Listen, I totally agree with you on that, and they will in due time. Justice will be served. But right now, I'm worried about the people that are trying to find a way to keep a roof over their head. People are working 2 and 3 jobs just to put gas in their vehicle. I'm tired of pointing fingers and blaming. I'm looking for answers. And the Epstein files are horrible. It's horrific. I don't even like thinking about it. But we've had P. Diddy. This stuff has been going on forever, and it will always continue to sell newspapers because people like that sort of thing to discuss. But it's not real issues that face real people. As someone once told me many years ago, no matter what you're doing, you still have to go to work the next day. I just want more job creation. And you being a guy who did it the right way, worked hard, retired young, have a life of leisure pretty much, I admire you because you still take time to want to plug in. We should be trying to find a way to get America's story right. This time by discussing issues that matter, like why do we not have manufacturing in this country? Why is there no more Millgate at the end of Main Street? Why are these streets in many of these river communities, not just where I live, but where you live too, are completely boarded up? We have to find a solution. Arguing about the same old stuff is not going to give us a solution, Craig. I'm sorry.
You know, one of the things that comes out all the time from the callers and that they say that, you know, there are Democrats out there that want to see Donald Trump fail. I don't want to see Donald Trump fail, but I know he's going to fail. It doesn't matter what Craig from West Virginia wants. I've seen the track record. I've always been a person to predict the future by looking at the past. We have $5 gasoline. We have $8 a pound of ground beef. He's the only president to have bombed 10 countries. I don't know what people consider failing, but he's already failed.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your thought. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, it ain't like we're waiting for this to happen. We're already there.
Okay, but here's the thing you don't understand. You want Gavin Newsom to be the next president, correct?
You know what? I just want somebody that I respect.
Okay, but he's your front runner, right? He's your front runner. That's the guy you want, correct?
I think he.
Okay. Then you should be doing everything you can to get him the nomination and to get him into the White House. And I'm going to do everything I can to find out how I can get Josh Shapiro in the White House. And we're both thinking Democratic, are we not? We are. But I also know that this president is the only hope that my children and grandchildren have right now. And one of the ways is to defeat this regime in Iran. And I know you have said time and time again, I never have woke up any time in my life worried about Iran. Well, let me tell you something. There's a reason the president is in China. There's a reason that Vladimir Putin is talking out both sides of his mouth. There's a reason why the United Arab Emirates is bombing right now as we speak Iran, because they understand Iran is bad for everyone. I'm just saying we got to look at the big picture. And Donald Trump is no more than a stop along a very long highway. He will be in the rearview mirror and out of the Oval Office. So what we need to do, you and me, we need to drill down on what we can do in the present to make it a better future. But if you and I continue to throw punches at each other because of what you believe Donald Trump did 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago is bad, how are we ever going to move forward? I'm going to give you the last word. You got 1 minute. Go.
Well, here's one of my main concerns. 2 days ago, Russia had a military parade over there.
Yes, and Putin said the war was almost over. And now what is he doing? He's dropping bombs on Ukraine again.
Did you see who had a big contingent in the parade? China. At some point, the bully always gets punched in the nose. And right now, when you take a poll on how the world feels about America,
I'm not going to disagree with you on that, and I'll tell you where it's evident. NATO didn't step up. Nobody stepped up. So I'm not going to disagree with you on that. Craig, thanks. Good stuff. All right, Bill, Anthony, Andy, all of you, we're in open talk until 10 o'clock. So would you really consider me a Republican? I mean, I have as many Democrats on as I do Republicans. And Jess Benham is probably one of the most liberal politicians I've ever met. And I mentioned Summer Lee. I mentioned Sarah Innamorato, Corey O'Connor, Rachel Heisler. I have the utmost respect for them. And they will always have a platform. My job is to put everybody who has an opinion and, more importantly, an opportunity to better our society on, to give you something to think about, an idea of who you're going to vote. That's your decision. You make up your own mind. I just put the ball on the tee. It's up to you to hit it down the fairway. That's what I do. Right smack down the middle of the fairway. That's your job. I'm just going to help you get the ball on the tee, but the rest is up to you. 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Get ready, Pittsburgh. The Pittsburgh Pirates take on their Keystone State rivals, the Philadelphia Phillies, Saturday, May 16th at 4:05 p.m. Make sure to head down to the North Shore early for a pregame block party on Federal Street, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. You don't want to miss this classic Saturday matchup between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Philadelphia Phillies at PNC Park. Get your tickets and learn more at pirates.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks while protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is on his way to Beijing for a state visit with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. CBS's Linda Kenyon says they'll discuss
the U.S. relationship with Taiwan and China's rare earth minerals are on the agenda. At the same time, Trump is expected to urge President Xi to exert pressure on Iran to end the war.
The president says he's confident the war with Iran will end very soon.
I believe that one way or the other, it's going to be very good for the American people, and I think actually very good for the Iranian people.
CBS's Kelly O'Grady says the war has played a role in rising prices at the gas pump and the supermarket.
Consumer inflation has reached a 3-year high, jumping 3.8% annually. The main driver? Energy, with the war driving up oil prices.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says President Trump is working earnestly to resolve the situation in the Strait of Hormuz to ease pressure at the pump. CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will turn out pretty cloudy into tonight. There will be a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. Then mostly cloudy and breezy tomorrow. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 65. Chilly on Thursday, a high only 53 with a chance for a shower. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every time an AccuWeather meteorologist says chili, I just think of like chili and some saltine crackers and butter. I don't know, man. Your Pratt Pack, I need help. I know. All right, here's Andy in Butler. Who doesn't like a bowl of chili, though? All right, Andy, you're on KDK. How you doing?
I do like a bowl of chili, Rob.
Me too.
Like it a lot.
Me too.
So, a good while back.
I know.
you asked,
Thanks for holding on. I appreciate that.
No, that's okay. You asked, are you a Democrat or are you a Republican? Okay?
Okay.
So I want to talk to you, all right?
Okay.
You were talking to Craig, and you told him, okay,
Mm-hmm.
that Donald Trump is the only hope your children have, okay,
Right.
of a world where we're trying to work to get at peace because he got rid of a dictator in Venezuela. He's trying to fix the problem we've had for decades with Iran, okay? I know the whole ceasefire thing with Russia and Ukraine didn't work out as well as we hoped, but there was a partial ceasefire for troops to get prisoners to be swapped. So you said Donald Trump's the only hope for your kids, okay?
Right.
And then you said, Craig, I know you're going to work for Gavin Newsom to get him in, and I'm going to work for Josh Shapiro to get him in, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think either of those two people are going to keep policies that Donald Trump puts in place?
Probably
the
not.
ones that you said are
Probably
the
not.
only hope for the
Well,
children.
here's the thing. I said the Democratic nomination. I didn't say for the presidency. I got to see how things unfold when we get the Republican candidate. But as far as the nomination of the Democratic Party, which I'm a proud member of, I want it to be Josh Shapiro. But I want to see him show me some stuff during this gubernatorial race, or Stacey Garrity may give him a run for his money. Believe it or not, that politician knows how to get out and really talk to people about what matters. She's always promoting manufacturing and jobs, and that military background has really served her well. So I'm just saying he's got to show me something, but I hope he ends up being the Democratic nominee. That's my thought process.
Gotcha. I understand. There's going to be a Democratic nominee. This is the guy you're hoping for.
Yep, I should have clarified it. I should have clarified it better. You're right.
No, you were fine. Even though you admit he's probably not going to keep any of Trump's policies.
And you know, I hate to say this, even if those policies are good, they'll get rid of them because they just don't like him, because he did it unconditionally in an untraditional and uncharacteristic way. He just said, I want to be president. I'm going to use my own money. I'm going to use social media. And not only did he get elected one time, he disappeared for 4 years and got elected again. That's something I can tell you right now. My children will probably never see in their lifetime. That's how. No, it was amazing. I mean, you got to give the guy.
I do. I give him credit. So when you started off, before you asked that question, are you Democrat or Republican? And I can't tell you what you are. I can just point things out. Okay. Mm-hmm. You listed a number of old school Democrats who you yourself said today would be Republicans. I'm going to add a name to that list. JFK.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Well, those were old school Democrats that even you say today would be a Republican, but you say, I'm always going to be a Democrat. And I get that, okay? Because, Rob, like you, all right, I was married and I got divorced. And I'm remarried now to a really good woman. But when I got married the first time, I said, I'm never going to get a divorce. Did you get married say you were ever going to get a divorce?
Mm-mm.
No.
Mm-mm.
No.
Horrible.
You were going to be married forever, right?
Right.
But you weren't.
Nope.
Things change. And believe it or not, things change the way they're supposed to. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you say, I'm always going to be a Democrat. Well, I respect that. But you yourself point out the old school Democrats that you admire, all right, would be Republicans today.
Well, you know,
said the guy talked to you. And,
I know I should interject this. Anything's possible. And I probably should stay away from saying I will never, because never is a long time. I know that. I know that.
Never's a long time. And the guy you talked to said, okay, do you want to be a patriotic, forward-thinking American? And you just yourself just said Trump did it a new way, okay? He didn't do it the old way. He did it a new way. He's doing things politicians have never done before. He's doing it. He's an old guy going on 80. But he's doing it a new way, okay? And that guy also said to you, all right, you want to be part of the party of labor. And this gets me, because I would have never said Democrats would no longer be the party of labor. But you're becoming the party of entitlement, not labor. So are you a Democrat or Republican? I can't answer that for you. And I'm not going to tell you what you are. And I'm not going to preach to you about how Trump is bad, because Trump will go away. Okay,
mm-hmm.
You got to look at what you believe, what you want, what you believe for your kids is best, and ask yourself, do I want to sabotage that?
I know.
Yes or no?
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Hey, thank you for the time, and thank you for engaging with me in this discussion.
You bet. I appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Andy. Let's get to Bill, then Anthony, then Josh. Bill, you're up next out in that great community of Irwin. How are you, sir?
Hey, Rob. I'm out in the community of Irwin, and I am a Republican. If I was a Democrat, I would slice my.
Okay. Oh, no. Don't say that. Go ahead.
What's why? Why can't I? I didn't threaten anybody.
No, but I don't want nothing to happen to you either. Okay.
The hell with me.
Well, you know, I appreciate you. Go ahead.
All right, Rob. Hey, but here's look back. This goes back to even Kennedy. I believe that the Democrats are the party of assassinations. Just look back. Since Kennedy, Reagan, or there was an attempt on his life, three attempts on Trump's life. I believe this comes from the Democratic Party. They can't let it sink in that they are no longer in power. They want that power. And to look back, I was a little kid. I was a young kid when Kennedy was assassinated.
Right.
And I totally believe, to this day, totally believe from all I read, all I heard, all I watched, that Johnson, who was his vice president, was also signing off on it. He's the only one that came ahead, that became president, and I think he had no problem having Kennedy's head parted down in Dallas, Texas, where Johnson was from.
Okay, I appreciate the call, Bill. I got a lot of people waiting to talk to me. Thank you. Let's move on to Anthony in Oakland. What can I say? Anthony, you're on KDKA. How you doing?
Rob, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your show. For you to allow that man to say that the Democrats are the party of assassination and make all kind of wacky, ridiculous.
Hey, I cut him off. I cut him off, and that's what I did because he went over the line, and that's what I do. But everybody gets a chance to maybe right the ship, and he kind of got off on a tangent, and I said goodbye. Now, what do you want to talk about?
You know what? I feel David Weck's frustration with the Democratic Party. Now, today he decided that he's not going to use that moniker anymore. He's going to register as an independent.
Actually broke yesterday. You're right.
Because he said that the people who have hijacked our party are just insane. They're lunatics. And they are anti-American and anti-Jewish. And they've embraced some of the most ridiculous, nonsensical things that this country's ever seen, from transgenderism to embracing of people who are here illegally. And I'm tired of them, too. They're not a representative of the party that I've known, that I've been proud to be a part of since 1974, when I became a registered Democrat, doesn't exist anymore. It's been hijacked by a bunch of lunatics. So I'm after all these years of being a Democrat, I may consider becoming an independent myself. I don't want to be associated with the Summer Lees and the Barb Warwicks and the Bethany Hallam's and the.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, because you're putting a good debate out there, and I hope more people will kind of follow up on this call at 866-391-1020. Do you think that we are kind of trying to look at life through different eyes, or a forgotten era, or trying to actually be middle of the road, meaning whatever is best for the country or the citizenship at that time, to jump on that bandwagon, kind of like John Fetterman? Or do you think that we're stuck in the past? What do you think?
Look, I will never say anything complimentary on purpose about Donald J. Trump. I've said from January 6th on, the man was illegitimate. He tried a coup. And then when he pardoned all the people who attacked the Capitol, tore it up, beat up cops, and almost destroyed our beautiful Capitol, he pardoned all those people. That was the icing on the cake. Then, as I'm watching CNN tonight, seeing this proud FBI agent fired because he would not declare that he voted for Donald J. Trump, is illegal. You're asking people. That'd be like a new general manager came to your station and got you guys all together and said, "Who did you vote for?" And if you don't give him the right answer, you get fired. I cannot sit here and watch this man do illegitimate things, illegal things, and call him a president. I'm not going to sit here and watch. He makes Richard Nixon look like a Boy Scout.
A choir boy. Yep, I've heard that.
This is absurd.
Well, then tell me.
How do I know?
Yeah.
Because I was alive when Richard Nixon was president, people. That's how I know.
So tell me, what is the answer, or who is the answer? Who do you see out there that you would like to see have that opportunity?
And I used to like Shapiro, but he's afraid of that Philadelphia contingent, too. He won't give you a straight answer. The first debate where I would be in, if I'd have Mr. Shapiro, I'd say, what is a woman? And they can't answer. As you see you see what these leftist kooks are trying to do to the head of the president of city council. They want him to resign because he had the audacity, gumption, and gall to say that he doesn't believe that boys should play in girls' sports. My God, when I heard this, while they wanted to oust him, I thought he did something criminal because he answered a legitimate biology question. So this is where my party's at now. You want to throw people out because they won't march in goose step to nonsense? So I applaud Superior Court Justice David Weck for what he's done. I don't blame him. I don't want the stench of these losers around me either.
Well, see, I thought it was a big statement. Others have kind of poo-pooed it, but I thought that was a big statement coming from him. I really did.
Of course it's a big statement.
But then why is it? Why is it that I brought it up yesterday and you're the first person that's talking about it?
Because they're not politically savvy as me. Of course it's a big deal. This man is folks, that's Sarah Weck's son.
Absolutely.
You couldn't get any more Democratic than Sarah Weck, one of the most brilliant human beings this country has ever seen. This man was a coroner, a lawyer, and a doctor.
And a politician.
Are you people crazy? And his son has done so much for his son was the reason why we still have a constitutional republic here in our Commonwealth.
Anthony,
because the Trump people tried to overthrow our last election in 2020.
All right, it
was our Superior Court that stopped it.
Got to get to a break. I appreciate you, buddy. Thanks. All right, Dan and Josh, anybody else? Come on, let's go. So when you listen to me, do you think I'm a Republican or a Democrat or old school, meaning Democrat? Or do you actually think I'm just trying to be the voice of reason, which I believe I am? 866-391-1020. And when you think of your party, whether you be a Democrat or Republican, how do you look at life? And do you think enough of us actually support the president and the office as we should, as opposed to using it as a sounding board to get our point across? More of your calls on the other side. We're here till 10. It's your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
I still remember the first time CertaPro painters did their magic in my kitchen. Professional, beautiful,
No worry. Loved everything about it. So there was the next room, and even outside. And know that each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. But hurry, time is running out. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. So go with CertaPro Painters.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So what do you think the real message that we should take from the president going to China? I'm going to talk more about that coming up next hour, and some of it may shock you, so stay with me. 866-391-1020. Josh, somewhere in Pittsburgh with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Hey, Josh.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I'm going to be a little bit scatterbrained. It's been a while. I was in the queue for about 10, 15 minutes. I had something on my mind, and then it kind of got drifted off.
I apologize. I know you folks have been waiting.
Yeah, it's fine. It's completely fine. And then you're going to, saying whether you're Democratic or Republican. I mean, that's not for me to say, or, it really doesn't matter. Your beliefs are your beliefs. The thing I think about the parties right now, though, are they're just so extreme from one to the other that, like, you in the beginning of the queue, you're saying about Josh Shapiro and then Gavin Newsom. Newsom, I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't know enough about Shapiro. If I am from Pittsburgh, I should know more, but I don't.
At least you're
Newsom,
honest.
I looked into, Newsom I looked into, and he's not he's pretty fraudulent, and then honestly, the more I looked into it, so is Trump. So I consider myself more of an independent, but more leaning to the right. But when you're going towards parties, I'm getting to the age where I'm just tired of the hate, and it just seems like it's just left. I mean, before back in the day, you could be leaning left, leaning right, whatever. You had your different degrees of it, but now it's just like it's so far to one or the other that, like, you go, well, Gavin spent this much money into this, embezzled this, and then you go, well, it was better than Trump. Him and his family are making this, so it's like, his crimes are less than theirs, but since his were more than his, let's elect him. Which is just blowing my mind. It's just like I just can't comprehend it. Anymore. It's just
so let me jump in here and try to talk you off the ledge a little bit, because I hear where you're coming from. So when people say to you, and you're a member, you're an independent, they say, well, that's not a party. I think if we would open primaries up, it could be.
That's a great question. I almost want it to be a third, because we're never going to have one. But I consider, since it's kind of there, that it could potentially be the third party. You know what I mean? Just like I think it could, and then
Well, here's the thing, and I got to get to a break. I appreciate the call. Here's the thing: if we have more people going in that direction, it may not be a bad thing, and I'll tell you why. Because what it will do, it will give the Republican and Democratic parties more balance, because you won't have such a firefight as far as that just hate speak that we have going from one side of the aisle to the next. And the more people that are fed up with that type of talk and rhetoric in politics and discussing politics who step out and become independent, then that means the fire gets a little water on it and things start to simmer down, and then it's smoldering. Look, I think most of us could handle the speak smoldering a little bit, but when it's a 3-alarm fire, as it has been forever, and it always is just that, do you understand? Every campaign that I can think of, no matter how large or small, municipality, township, borough, city, the size of Pittsburgh, the size of the country, the state of Pennsylvania, that's how people are getting elected. Who can throw more gasoline on the fire? And it shouldn't be that way. You have every right to be, tough-minded and taking a hard stance on what you believe in. But with all of the anger and all of this stuff that's being spewed back and forth, we're not talking issues. And that's why we're not getting anything solved. I mean, think about it. It's been 40 years since we truly lost our manufacturing base, and we've never found anything to replace it. That doesn't make sense. So, again, when you listen to me, what do you think I am? A Republican, wannabe, or an old-school Democrat, or maybe, as I said, just the voice of reason? Plus, I'm going to tell you the real reason I believe The president is headed to China, and it may scare you, but it's important that we talk about it. Next.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team. When they discuss your favorite copycat restaurant recipes you make at home. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
This Nurses Week, May 6th to the 12th, and National Hospital Week, May 10th to the 16th, we celebrate the incredible dedication of the team at Independence Health System. Around the clock, nurses and hospital employees bring skill, compassion, and resilience to every patient and family they serve, making our communities stronger. To every nurse, technician, caregiver, and support staff member working behind the scenes, thank you for your commitment, sacrifice, and humanity. We're grateful for you today and every day. Happy Nurses Week and Hospital Week from Independence Health System.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. The Labor Department today said inflation climbed 3.8% last month, fueled in part by the war with Iran. CBS's Jason Allen spoke with a business owner in Dallas who's feeling the effects of that inflation.
During his 40 years in the restaurant business,
2 cheeseburgers.
Mark McGuire says he has never seen a time like the last 2 months.
Since the beginning of March is probably the craziest time I've seen in my entire career in the restaurant industry.
The craziest in your entire career?
Craziest. Outside of maybe the first 2 months of COVID.
He showed us his invoices, which now all include a fuel surcharge. The availability of wine, fish, and produce is in question daily, he says, and customers are ordering less.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was on Capitol Hill today defending the Pentagon's $1.5 trillion budget request. He was asked if he has a plan to draw down troops if Congress refuses to authorize continuing operations against Iran.
We have a plan to escalate if necessary. We have a plan to retrograde if necessary. We have a plan to shift assets. Certainly in this setting, we wouldn't reveal what the next step may be, considering the gravity of the mission that the president is undertaking to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear bomb.
Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes testified at an unofficial congressional field hearing in Florida today. CBS's Christian Benavides reports from West Palm Beach.
Survivors criticized the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files, heavily redacting many files the law required the DOJ to release, while failing to protect survivors' information.
These documents hold disturbing and yet incomplete accounts of my abuse, and they were viewable not only by the entire world, but my child, my students.
The Democratic mayor of Arcadia in Southern California has resigned after pleading guilty to acting as an agent for the Chinese government. Prosecutors say Eileen Wang used her website to spread pro-China propaganda. CBS's Anna Schechter with more on the case.
It's actually not illegal to have a website like she had, touting pro-PRC propaganda, but she had to let the government know that she was doing it, and that's what she is pleading guilty to.
Wang could be sentenced to 10 years in federal prison. Senate Republicans plan to move forward with a proposal to give the Secret Service up to $1 billion for security upgrades to President Trump's White House ballroom project. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer chastised those Republicans.
These ballroom Republicans are choosing Trump's chandelier over your child care, Trump's ego over your electric bill, Trump's palace over the people's priorities.
This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
The chemical it helps gives New York bagels and pizza their unique taste. Could soon be banned.
Most New York bakers use flour that contains potassium bromate.
It's sort of a hack to make your pizza dough and bagels more consistent.
But CBS News contributor Dr. Mark Hyman says studies have found it's a possible carcinogen. A bill that would ban the chemical has arrived at New York Governor Kathy Hochul's desk. Hyman says unbromated flour should not raise prices.
General Mills sells brominated and unbrominated flour for the same price.
But bakers say they would have to hire more skilled workers to keep their dough consistent. Michael Wallace, CBS News, New York.
In a newly filed court document, the two young sons of Utah author Corey Richins say they'd feel unsafe if their mother was ever released from prison after she was found guilty of killing their father. Richins faces several decades to life in prison. Prosecutors say she laced her husband Eric Richins' cocktail with 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning out rather cloudy tonight. There will be a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. Then mostly cloudy for tomorrow. We'll have a couple of showers, even a heavier thunderstorm, a high of 65, and passing showers we head through tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Stay tuned before the hour is up. I'll tell you the real reason I believe the president is headed to China. And it's not to enjoy dinner with the president. I think there's a lot more to it. We'll get to that, but you folks are on the phone lines, and customers always come first, so 866-391-1020. And you know, when I first started to notice that I was starting to make inroads as far as youth is concerned, when this next caller called me a while back, 37 years of age, he may be older now, and raising a family, and on his way home at night would be listening to me, and that's when I first started to realize that maybe I was starting to make sense to the younger generation, and that's really what I'm trying to do, because you folks, like Shane, are the future. Shane, how are you? How have you been? How's the family?
Pretty good, Rob. Actually, my wife's pregnant, and I'm 38.
How many kids now, or including the one on the way?
Well, three. Well, I'm three girls.
Oh, that's fantastic. Is that's
Yeah.
3 here, and then 4 coming, or all together 3?
3 altogether.
That's
Three altogether.
fantastic. All right. Anyway, congratulations to you and your lovely bride on that. And what's on your mind tonight?
You asked like where you're at, and I want to say where I was at in 2016 to now, and then where I'm at. Well, where I went and where I'm at now, and then I'll say what I think where I think you are on the Democrat, Republican, or old school Democrat. So in 2016, I voted for Hillary Clinton. I voted for Barack Obama twice. I would call myself like a naive, mainstream media Democrat. I was kind of not really doing too much research, kind of spoon-fed the information and regurgitating it out. I was really just I was paying loosely attention enough to, I wanted to participate in the democratic process, but I thought, the Democrats were for the people, the small people. And as time went on, I kind of figured out that there was a lot of lies and manipulation, a lot of deception. And I came to support Donald Trump. I was behind him in 2024 in Butler when he got shot. I was, 2020, I voted for him. I hear some of your callers talk about what happened at the Capitol, and yes, it was a tragedy what happened that day, but a lot of people want to make it a lot worse than what it was that day as well. There was a reason why they were there, and I do think that is maybe yet to be seen with the stolen election. I voted for Trump in 2024, but as that's progressed, where I'm at now is honestly like I think they tried to divide us intentionally. I think I'm definitely right-leaning. I'm biblically aligned, so that's where I get my conservative values. But I've had a hard time supporting Donald Trump as much this time. Like, I still support him as a president, but, like, he's just not – he's doing a lot of things that are red flags to me with the unhinged I know there's an arms race for artificial intelligence, the raising of the surveillance state. I mean, the war in Iran is a little bit peculiar. Like, some of the stuff wasn't advertised on his campaign trail. I understand some of it in some regards, but I can't afford paying $5 a gallon of gas. I know we're saying short-term pain for long-term gain, but we heard that in the 90s too. And for you, where I think you're at, I think you're an old-school Democrat. Sometimes when I listen to you, I really think you got some really good conservative values. But then I hear you talk about Josh Shapiro, and I'm like, yeah, he's definitely still somewhat a Democrat because you have to be to support Josh Shapiro. I don't think Josh Shapiro's a bad person, but he's totally a Democrat. And, but like I said earlier, I do think they're splitting us on this intentionally. I think the United were strong. When behind closed doors, I really, when I'm starting to see it, I think these Republicans and Democrats are shaking hands and having parties together.
Well, let me tell you, I've said many times, I think they want to keep the middle class away from the picture because the middle class basically ran the country forever. And since they have gone away, the middle class, we don't run the country anymore. These people that work for us, who we elect, we almost work for them. So that's a very valid point. But you know what's so true, and what you just said, as much as I believe in certain things the administration is doing, and I've said, some pain, long-term gain, you can't make the average person pay $5 for a gallon of gasoline. It's nonsense. This thing has to end. And if this war comes to an end, no matter how it ends, and gas doesn't come down immediately, $1.50 to $2 a gallon, I'm going to be pointing fingers and I'm going to be raising Cain, because that will be making me realize that the Republican Party, led by our president, is all about turning a buck, and they don't care about the citizens of this country. This thing has to end soon, because the average person like you, with 3 children on your mind, and obviously that one on the way, you can't afford $5 a gallon for gasoline. You can't.
No, sir. And with that comes a lot of other things, inflation and the rising cost of the energy and the rising cost of your food bills and all those things. Fuel runs it all. And, I was mad when Biden, in which he was responsible in that for helping to raise the fuel prices. I know he didn't start the war in Ukraine, but he helped enable it. And there was a lot of other factors there as well. But Trump's doing the same thing, and I understand some of the premises of it, but in reality, when it comes to, if he's trying to win the midterms, it's the economy, stupid. People are going to vote with their pocket, and these people are not going to vote for that because if it's still this way, So it's
so. Let me, Shane.
Have a lame duck president, but go ahead.
No, let me ask you, when did you start losing faith in the system? Was it a couple of things or one thing in particular, but especially leaning away from President Trump? Where was it, or when was it?
Well, so in reality, I started to support Donald Trump because I felt like he wasn't part of the system. And then now I feel like in this term alone, some of the stuff he's done, and he's done good things too, but with some of the stuff he's done and the chaos that's ensued in this administration, I would just say it was a lot of the things that raise red flags to me. It's just a lot of this stuff wasn't advertised in his campaigns. He voted for the American person to be able to, I thought he was fighting for the small guy in a lot of ways, and maybe he is, and maybe it will all come out and work out. But the thing, to me now, I'm looking at it, and it's just I don't know. Today, he was questioned about, does he care about the Americans' financial situation when it comes to Iran? And he said no. He only cares about Iran not having a nuclear weapon. I mean, that's a terrible soundbite. It's not something I voted for. The other things are a little bit more higher class, like the artificial intelligence. I get it, I understand it, but at the same time, I understand the dangers of it. The surveillance, the signings with Palantir Technologies, they're trying to watch everything we do with our taxes, our banks. They already are, but they're trying to take it to the next level. It's just we're going in a way of a Big Brother situation of 1984, and I think he's trying to help enable that. I don't know if he's doing that intentionally. Probably doing. We always use it for the label of safety and security, but I don't sacrifice security for liberty. So.
Well, listen, I have a son a couple of years younger than you, and he has 3 beautiful children too, and has a wonderful wife, and they've done everything right, and I have such respect for them. But let me ask you, what do you think it takes salary-wise to raise 3 kids in today's world?
Well, I was astounded by some crazy number. I think you spend over $300,000 on a kid from 0 to 18, and that's just crazy. To live comfortably, I'd say you have to be with 3 kids. To live comfortably, and I'd say you have to be over triple figures between you, at least you and your wife, and that's not easy, simple thing to do. I know it's kind of getting more that way more regularly, but and they've created this situation where the wife has to work, and I think it's better if the wife's at home with the kids, helping the kids. So it's just a tough situation.
Well, listen, I believe in my heart that we have to be fighting for people like you and my son and my children and their future. And I think the only way we do that is we promote who's promoting America. And I'm going to say it again. If we are talking about $5 and beyond for a gallon of gasoline come July 4th, shame on everybody involved, because guess what? There are Americans that are not going to be able to make that cross-country visit because of the price of gasoline to celebrate this historic birthday. And I can tell you right now that the Founding Fathers would not be happy The president, now he has to actually show how he is presidential, and he's got to get this resolved. Now, we had a sound clip earlier that he said, CBS Evening News, CBS Radio News, that it's going to be over one way or the other. And I'm getting to the point where, as much as I want the regime out of there, I want it to be over, because I do think about people like you who are just trying to put food on the table and raise your children. And I'll be honest with you, I'm glad that I'm older, because I saw how I worked myself almost into an early grave trying to take care of my children. I turned nothing down, went many days at times with no sleep at all, went back and forth from Pittsburgh to West Virginia, Ohio 7 days a week, because I was fearful. And you can't live that way. And if you continue to live that way, more times than not, your marriage isn't going to work out. And it cost me a lot, and I've lost a lot. So I'm telling you, figure it out. But more importantly, put that family before you do everything else, because the money issues and all the other things that you worry about, it will work itself out. But these times that you're going to get with these two and the one that's on the way, you'll never get them back, Shane. Never.
Yeah, amen, Rob. And I definitely am aware of that. And I thank you for telling me that. You can't get time back, and time is invaluable. It's priceless. Yeah. And just a quick thing on what you said there with, I think the China thing could have some implications on the Iran situation. But if we do all this for nothing and they not have a nuclear weapon, it's like, well, what was all this for? So he has to make something happen at the same time. So it's,
you see, this is the type of dialogue that I want. This is the type of conversation that I want, because he's got to make something happen. You can't make people continue to suffer. And I don't want to hear another person say, I'm renting, even though I want to buy, but I can't. I want every young person in this audience of mine tonight to have the ability, if they have the job and the wherewithal, to feel comfortable enough to go buy a house and stake their claim to the slice of American pie and the American dream that should exist for everyone. And I do this show, and I'll end on this note, I do this show for people like you, Shane. So keep up the good work, and it's always good hearing from you, okay?
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
There he goes. That's the voice of reason. He's right. The president needs to do something. And I think the president knows it, too. Give me your thoughts. 866-391-1020. More of your calls on the other side. Stay with us.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get to Dan, then we've got LT. And then I'm going to get to this stuff about why I think the president is going to China. But I want to get your thoughts. Why do you think he's going to China? I think he's about ready to tell the president that you better be on our side or we could be against you next. And I think he's shown a bit of force with this war in Iran, and I think the message was loud and clear to the rest of the world. We still can fight if need be in America. And with China dealing with so many economical woes in their own right, and when you've got billions of mouths to feed, listen, there could be an upheaval in China. The president could push the envelope to where the Chinese people could revolt against their own government. Here's Dan in Washington, PA on KDKA with your Pat Pack. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Bob. The China thing is very interesting, and I don't think I would trust anyone better than Donald Trump. I couldn't see a Kamala or if she got out and Walt had this. I could not see them negotiating head-to-head in China. But I'm going to leave that because I want to get to your point of did your parents have arguments about politics? I know they had different opinions.
No, not really. Not really. They would have deep discussion and they would talk issues, but no, I don't remember them getting into a shouting match. And what I do remember, though, once the vote was cast, they were done talking about it, and whoever became the president, the governor, a senator, or even somebody local, they supported that person. But no, I don't remember any. They fought about a lot of other things, but they didn't fight about politics. They did. They fought a lot. Honestly, those two loved each other to the point where I think they were both so jealous because they just loved each other madly, and they fought all the time. But, man, they showed a lot of affection, too. Honestly, I look back, I don't know how they made it. I mean, there was no physical violence, but they used to get into some really knockdown, drag-out fights, but it was all respectful. They didn't use foul language because they knew the children were there, but they didn't agree very much. And I think a lot of it had to do with, just being frustrated trying to raise 6 kids on a limited budget.
But I think, opposites have a tendency to attract. And the other point is, I think it's healthy. It's human nature. But, they say the greatest of these is love. And because they had the love, they compromised themselves. You can be self-righteous. You're not going to get anywhere in life. But you can have self-respect and stand up for yourself. But the whole point is, you even early on, before you got your career in radio, you could have shifted a little bit towards another side, let's say. I could see that as a possibility. But we have to believe, because I was a lifelong Democrat back in those days, and Obama, I started to see threads shredding. And it took a lot of self-debate on my part and self-criticism to get to where I'm at. But I believe that Trump and not, my God, Gavin Newsom is, if you knew his history, and look at the state of California, it's a large economy, that state. But, we have to decide they're probably approaching $7 a gallon. And he does nothing. He just seems to figure he's due the right to be president, and I cannot accept that. Trump worked his butt off to get where he was. He's a builder. He knows you start with a foundation, you work your way up. He has children. His children love him. You can see it, and it's reciprocal. And that says, I think that sums it up. And I think you love your family, you love your audience, you love your country. You're doing things for the right reason, not for, politics is not a religion. It's a calling of some sort. But, you don't put the other things aside to all go with a political agenda. So it's very hard because we're all adjusting with things. And I think you should not have to lose any sleep over what you do. And CBS changing somewhat, but I look at it as CBS common basic sense, and that's had a big factor in your life as well. So
here's the thing, and I'm going to get to LT right out of the news break. LT, stay where you're at. Anybody else wants to get in here? We have had a busy night on the phone lines. Still plenty of time to get in before 10 o'clock, 866-391-1020. Here's the thing. I really do care about people, okay? I mean, look, you guys are family to me. And I've said this before. My radio family probably hasn't been as much part of my life as my biological family. I have spent my entire adult life on the radio. And a lot of it has been in this format. And I do a lot of different things, but this is something I'm very proud of. And I put a lot of work into this before I come to work and actually hit the on-air light, because it matters what we do and what we say. And what I'm finally starting to see, Dan, and Shane was a good indication of that. You were a good indication of that. Craig, maybe one of the best calls that he and I have had. Anthony with a lot of great input. I'm telling you right now, I'm hearing people thirsty for knowledge and want to talk issues, and they want a chance to speak, and we're not shouting each other down. I know it makes for good talk radio when things get a little, some sparks fly, but in the end, we're hanging up and saying, until next time, good night, thanks for calling, or, hey, Rob, that's all I have to say. To me, I see a breakthrough here in recent weeks that I've never seen before or heard before. I notice that there's a lot more give and take, and there's not as much anger. Maybe I'm making more out of it than what it is, but I think we're turning the bend here, at least on my show.
Well, we think with our hearts and our brains. So we have to, adjust all things accordingly, believe in God, and pray, and go from there. There's a lot of variables involved, and there's no cause for blame, or there are facts to be dealt with, and I think you do an excellent job. That's all I can say.
Well, listen, the reason I do, in your opinion, and I thank you for that, an excellent job, it's because of my callers. And, I think they've made me a better talk show host because they have strong opinions, and I better know exactly what they're talking about, and that means I have to do some homework before I come to work. So
absolutely.
I think all of us are benefiting from what has been happening in recent years in this great thing that's talk radio. All right, LT, get to you in just a moment. So what do you think the real reason is Donald Trump is going to China? I think when the paparazzi and everybody else, the media kind of ducks away, he's going to sit down with him and say, look, it's like this. You better fall in line. You better start listening to us because we're your biggest customer. Do you realize one of the reasons why they're suffering since that Wu-Tang and that Wuhan, China, that virus came from that part of the world and it went to Washington, the state, and then it swept across the country. And when it was all said and done, we had 1 million people in this country die and millions around the world. They've never been able to restart their economy. Never. So many people have said that's why they've been eyeing Vietnam, they've been eyeing Taiwan, because they need to really generate some revenue. Because they've got a lot of mouths to feed. And from what I've been hearing, there's a lot of unrest in China because, like it was in Iran, but those people were murdered by that regime. They can't afford to feed their families. And the president knows the best way to get under his skin is to kind of let the rest of the world know, including the citizenship of China, hey, we appreciate you. We have a way of life that you get for what you work for. So the harder you work, the more you're going to get. And one thing for sure about the people of China, the people are hard workers. 866-391-1020. More of your calls next.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. An expensive summer is ahead, says CBS News business contributor Javier David.
Food costs up 3.2% annualized, soaring meat and potato prices, tomato rather. Brace yourself for a really expensive picnic this summer.
Democratic Congressman Pete Aguilar was critical of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth today, accusing the administration of trying to evade a law that requires Congress to authorize wars after 60 days.
Is the theory to create more ceasefires or more projects just to evade the War Powers Act?
The theory of the entire case is to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon.
At an unofficial congressional field hearing today, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse demanded details about a plea deal they say allowed him to continue abusing young girls. CBS's Christian Benavides.
Tuesday's hearing focused on how the powerful financier was able to secure a secret deal in 2008, where he pleaded guilty to lesser prostitution-related charges in Florida, avoiding federal prosecution.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Save big and head to your local Toro dealer for this spring sales event on now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro Zero Turn, stand-on, and walk-behind mowers. Stop in today to check out the great deals and amazing finance offers. For more information on spring sales event deals, visit your local Toro dealer. Penn Hills Rental at 11125 Frankstown Road, or call 412-242-6777.
Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It will turn out pretty cloudy into tonight. There will be a little bit of rain toward dawn, low 56. Then mostly cloudy and breezy tomorrow. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 65. Chilly on Thursday, a high only 53 with a chance for a shower. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10 in our 7 o'clock hour. Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, Rich Fitzgerald, with news around the 10-county area and the city of Pittsburgh.
He was one politician, Rich Fitzgerald, who got it. And look, I don't want to say I'm a version of him, but I always thought, he was a Democrat, but he really fought for everyone. And that's what John Fetterman is doing. That's what I consider myself. So what do you consider me, a Republican, old school Democrat, or someone that may be called the voice of reason? 866-391-1020. Here's LT. LT, how are you?
Good. How's yourself going, Mr. Pratt?
I am good, sir. Great to hear from you tonight. What's on your mind?
Well, I called in initially. I was already listening for a little while. And do I think you sound more like that was my car phone, a Republican or Democrat? I think you sound great. I think you sound, in my heart of hearts, I think you sound better now than you, even in the year I met you. It's been a couple. No, it was even before the COVID restrictions or Wu-Tang flu. I don't know what to call it.
Wuhan, from Wuhan, not Wu-Tang. I said Wu-Tang. That's one of my favorite musical groups. Wuhan. It's Wuhan, China. Yeah.
Highly contagious.
Yep.
Sure, it's not the Wonka Willy Wonka.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Go ahead.
Of course. Now that you know what I mean, I figured you knew what I mean. You got one of those brains like I do. Now, I don't know what a Republican or Democrat sounds like. I know what a friend sounds like, and that's why I call you Mr. Pratt or Rob. I'm a little more like my mother than my dad, and you are also. Right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Sure.
No doubt.
There's nothing wrong with opinion, but we present facts. So when you do your homework, number one. So when people call in, and that's good that they call in, they feel like it. And if they have a strong opinion or unbiased or they're neutral, nothing wrong with that, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So a Republican, I don't know whether I'll tell you, my favorite callers, it's one of your callers, is George. I think he said he was Greek, and I love him. I was listening earlier, and he was saying something, and I was like, boy, my car phone's coming in better than my. And so now, when he said Dino or Rhino or Dino, I just thought that was so funny. And then a few hours went by, and I was like, well, I've got more work to do and more property to tend to, and more taxes go up. So it does kind of base this on free world, sovereign nations that aren't hardworking slaves like Red China has most of their people. So when you buy land, right, and you build on it, and here in America, we get building permits. So sometimes you're better off buying a piece of land, and I hope you do not sell your house. I really don't. I hope you hold on to it, even if you move from there, and find some good people that you trust with integrity and can pay the rent. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. It's been a labor. Listen, that house is. Wait, let me say something, LT. That house has been a labor of love. When I went in there in May of 2013, I didn't know where I was going, and I paid rent way too long, but it was worth it. And I'm glad I bought it, and all the sweat equity, all the remodeling. It has been a challenge, but it's my home, and I look forward to going home and calling it home. And no, I don't plan on leaving that house anytime soon. So I've got everything done now, and I love Monaca, and I love that community. Look, when I mold and shape my life, and I live well below my means now, I have nothing like I used to have. Believe me, if you would have known me 15, 20 years ago, this is not the same person. Some may say better, some may say not as fortunate. Doesn't matter, but I'm not the same person. But all I want is the exact same thing I have, which is no $1 million home. I don't live in a gated community. I just want everybody to be able to have a home to where they can call it home and raise their family if they decide to have children, partnerships, or they're single and they're aging out like me. I just want everybody to have a place that they can call their own, LT. That's all. That's all I want. You know,
well, that's good, right? There's nothing wrong with want, is there?
No, you're right. Hey, listen, it's good catching up with you. You doing okay?
I'm doing a little better than the average American, much better financially. But nevertheless, time and money isn't the answer. And so when we leave loved ones in our heart and mind, but when they pass away, I look forward to the afterlife because I believe in God, the Father, Son, and His Holy Spirit. I don't see how an atheist could never be my enemy, ever. So I don't pick a religion, and I don't pick where and when I went to war when I was on orders. But I would like to thank God for His forgiveness. So why wouldn't I thank and extend my mercy and grace to other humans, whether they're my enemies or friends?
Nah, I couldn't agree more. Look, I got a lot of folks that want to talk to me. LT, great hearing from you. Don't be a stranger. Call back. Here's Steve somewhere driving around on this Tuesday night. Hey, Steve, welcome to KDK. How are you?
Oh, hey, Rob. How you doing?
I'm good.
Well, I've been listening to you since your Cedarville lumber days. So I've been listening a lot of years with you. You're the common sense guy. You speak your heart. But you know what always amazes me about you when you talk politics?
What's that?
You're not afraid to criticize the guy you support. Like I remember years ago, like Reagan, every president had their issues, but you weren't afraid to call them out. Same with the Bushes, you know. If you felt either were the Bushes or any president wasn't towing your line or what you thought he should be, you speak your piece. You're an honest evaluator, I think, of the political climate.
Well, this is my thought process. If I were a politician and I was representing whatever district, whatever area, I would make it a point at least once a week to go to a convenience store, Sheetz, wherever, get a cup of coffee, extra large, treat yourself to a donut, fill up your car with gasoline, and drive around as many communities that you represent as possible. And I want you to look into the eyes and the heart and the soul of people that you're representing. Your job should be to give everybody a chance to have what this thing is, the American dream. Look, all those years I was chasing all of this stuff and exhausted, morning, noon, and night. I went years without a day off to get everything that I thought my family needed, but in the end, they really needed me. And I was just trying to burn the candle at both ends and in the middle. So I speak from the personal experience of what I know by overworking can do to someone. But I also know in the waning years of my career and my life, I want to give everybody an opportunity to have the things that I didn't. And I missed out on because I just was so driven. But now at this age, it's the little things that make a difference. And I know now if we just give people a little, they'll have a lot. But we need to make people comfortable, Steve, to where they know if they do their job, that paycheck will be there for them every 2 weeks. A paycheck that can give them the opportunity to create an opportunity to make memories that last a lifetime. Steve, you know as well as I do. I was telling this to somebody today. It goes Sunday to Sunday. I don't even know where the last 20 years went. I still think of myself as 47, 48 years old. So I'm trying to make the most out of it as I can, and that's why I preach the things that matter. I'm talking to working class people who are just living paycheck to paycheck, but I want them to know that I will be the voice in the night or on the morning show on the weekends to let them know someone's fighting for them so they can create memories like I had growing up in Western Pennsylvania. Not too much, just enough. So you can create some sort of life. That's all I want, just enough for people to have a life.
Oh, I hear you, brother, and we appreciate it.
So where are you headed tonight on this Tuesday? You heading home, or where are you heading?
Yeah, I'm heading home. Just had to go to groceries, pick some stuff up, babysitting days tomorrow.
Oh, nice. So
6 grandkids, Rob.
I know. I love them so. I know. And my children, I love. Listen, the only thing that makes me still want to get up every day is just to hopefully hear from one of my kids. That's it. There's nothing else. I've climbed every mountain, and any opportunity that I get to be on this incredible platform that is Odyssey and KDKA, I'm going to speak from the heart because I'm trying to make people fall in love with what opportunities they have in this country. And it means nothing whether they're a Republican or a Democrat. It's not getting it all. It's just having enough. Steve, thank you. Bob and Cynthia, to wrap up the night when we come back, I might even be able to squeeze one more. Busy night, 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
No use denying it. Old Man Winter's been hard on our homes. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project before it turns into costly structural damage. Don't keep putting it off. This is the best time to call the repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, good night tonight. Lots of good calls. We're coming back for another night tomorrow. I hope you join us beginning at 6. Let's go to Bob somewhere in northeastern Pennsylvania. Hey, Bob, thanks for holding on, and good evening.
Sure, no problem.
I appreciate it.
Hey, I just want to ask something of the citizens and people of this country. We put this president in place because of his strength, and his number one job is to protect the Constitution, preserve the republic, protect the people of this country. His job is not to make gas affordable and make food affordable. People have to accept that these guys are standing on the edge of an atomic bomb. And if they want to launch it on the U.S., that's what we're fighting for here. We're not, and people want to get upset and say, oh, we better worry about the midterms. If the American people are foolish enough to judge the midterms based on gas prices and not whether our enemy is getting ready to launch atomic bombs on us, if you want to complain about it, I understand that you must not believe that they have an atomic bomb. But this country, Iran, has been on a war footing against this country and Israel. I'm no fan of Israel, but Iran has been on us in Israel for 50 years. Are they lying? Are they making it up? I think every other major government in the world has been following their pursuit of their nuclear weapon for 30 or 40 years. Everybody needs to step back and let this president take his time and get through this. You had just mentioned COVID and 1 million people dead. Does anybody really doubt how many years later, 5 years later, that wasn't an attack on our country? You know, we can go back and forth about that, but whether they launched it on purpose or by an accident, they shipped their people on planes to our country. So there was intent there, intent if they just weren't even paying attention. I don't think Trump did enough at that moment to shut it down. Everybody knew that was coming. We didn't do anything. This time, he's preemptively attacking, and we don't need another Pearl Harbor. We could sit and wait until we go, wow, they had a nuclear bomb. America was asleep again, and now you got New York City wiped out, or like you say, a dirty bomb can wipe out part of the city. Everybody needs to just relax. If the midterms go to hell, so be it. Maybe we don't have a nuclear attack or some other sort of major attack on
Bob, let me jump in here. Bob, let me jump in here. You're bringing a lot of good stuff to the table. Excellent stuff, by the way. I don't think I've ever talked to you before, but I hope you call more. Here's the thing. Can the president actually turn the tide to where he takes a huge chunk out of the $38 trillion debt if things stay the course in Venezuela, maybe Cuba next? And if he can get rid of the regime and stop them from making a nuclear weapon, but get control of the oil, not for us, but for the global economy and for the people of Iran who want us there, could he actually flip the switch to where everything gets reversed, that we could be in a boom era? And again, natural gas, all the other energy resources that we're going to have to buy into. Could he really rewrite history here over the next year?
Yeah, absolutely, although he has one small problem. The rest of the entire government, Democrat and Republican, we didn't get the $38 trillion by accident. This is just blatant spending. They're going down their hit list. Most of it is literally just to lock down the American people. I mean, everything we're doing is scrutinized.
Here's the thing:
we lost our health care to the government. We lost our schooling to the government. We lost. I mean, driver's licenses and registrations. I got a license plate on my car. Wait a minute. What do you mean my car's not registered? There's a plate on it. No, you're just taking money right out of people's pockets. Everybody's screaming about the gas price. Nobody's screaming about the endless trillion, like you said, 38 trillion, whatever it is. I don't even think anybody knows how much money it is. They're yanking the money out of this country, shipping it all over the world, and using those dollars as weapons against the American people. I don't think this president can stop that. I think he's going to come and go. Let's hope he changes it. But as soon as he's gone, they're going to undo every single thing he did. And you and I are going to be talking 5 years from now when we're at $54 trillion in debt, or maybe we're going to talk 15 years from now when we're $100 trillion in debt. That's not stopping, unfortunately. But I mean, I think the main reason I call is to say, give this president his time. You don't fight a war in 4 months. Okay, look at World War II. We sat there and waited for the bombs to hit our country. This president is at least not allowed that to happen. And amen for that.
Well, I will tell you this in closing. I'm just looking at video now on Fox of him arriving in Tokyo. I honestly, I don't know where the guy gets the energy at. I mean, I'm 10, 15, whatever years, not 15, like 11 years behind him. I don't have that kind of energy. It's amazing to me. I mean, I don't know how he does it.
No, and he lives life as a straight edge. He's not on alcohol. He's not on drugs of any type. It's the way he's lived a clean life. Maybe that's how he did it. Maybe if the rest of us did a little of that, me included, maybe we'd have that energy. Last politician I ever heard had that kind of energy is Ben Franklin.
Hey, listen, Newt Gingrich says no one has pushed harder as a president and leaned against the tradition of government since Thomas Jefferson. That's what he said earlier tonight in this interview on Fox, and I was like astounded.
I couldn't agree more. I'm just saying to the American people, take a deep breath, sit back, forget your gas price. Hey, I counted pennies to put in my gas tank today. Guess what? There's no mushroom cloud over New York, or there's no dirty bomb going off where half of New York's abandoned right now. And let's hope it doesn't get to that. But step back. Everybody forget their little financial woes right now and give this war time to suss itself out. There's no argument from anybody what Iran has done for the last 60 years. Their intent is there. And like people say about Hitler and all, when they tell you what they're going to do, they are coming. They're going to do it. Every single person.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, and I don't have time. I don't have time for any more callers tonight. And I probably went too long with you. Everybody on hold. I'll make it up to you tomorrow night. But this is the first time I think you've called and you've had a lot of good input. Let me ask you this before I say goodnight. And I'm just going to say it. Even if a Republican gets the nod as the next president, you still think they'll throw out all the stuff that he's done?
I don't think the next Republican president is going to have the strength or the energy or the toughness. I mean, this guy has sacrificed his life. He's almost sacrificed his life quite a few times. They're trying to kill him every day. They come very close. Everybody step back, take a deep breath, and let this guy get the job done.
Well,
please, forget the gas price and the food price. Eat a little less, drive a little, you know.
I know what you. Listen. Go to the grocery store, bring home the groceries, and cook for yourself.
A lot of Trump supporters turning on him right now.
I know. Listen, hey, Bob. He's got me leaning in that direction too at times. Hey, I got to go to a break. Thank you for the call, but we got to let him do his job, and the chips fall where they may. But you can't have people driving around this summer paying $5 for a gallon of gasoline. He knows that. That's why I think this thing is going to come to a conclusion very soon. And wouldn't it be nice around that 250 birthday in July that the stock market is booming, people have cash to spend, they're going on vacation, they're paying $3.25 a gallon for gas?